Chapter 20, Remus's Remorse. They stopped off just before they reached the edge of the town, and hid in a thicket of trees. Wary of more wanted posters, they wanted to try and disguise their appearance at least a little. It was bad enough that the injury to Sirius's arm matched up so precisely with his widely reported splinching, without their faces matching the photographs positioned above the promise of thousands of galleons in reward money. Remus tackled Sirius first. He screwed his face up, waved his wand, and turned the jet black hair a pale blonde. "Oh dear, that doesn't suit you at all. What do I look like? There was this little git at Hogwarts when I was teaching, used to make fun of my robes. Draco Malfoy, he was called. I really wanted to slap him, but it would have been more than my job was worth. You look uncannily like him." "I'm related to the Malfoys," Sirius said gloomily. "That's inbreeding for you." He scrutinized Sirius's face. "No, it's no good, looking like that. I really want to slap you. Here." He waved his wand and conjured Sirius a blonde beard. And then with another flick, he changed the shape of his nose and gave him a smattering of freckles. Better. Then he rooted through the case and took out his shaving mirror so he could transfigure his own appearance. "I'm sorry, I can't be more help, Moony," Sirius said, sounding even more gloomy. "I know, but you'll get your powers back soon enough. And it's not like we would even be standing here if it wasn't for you, last night." The memory of the murdered vampire cut back sharply into his mind, the bloody water, and the feel of his own wand sliding through Yonut's chest like a stake, hitting the squishiness of his heart, and he flinched, just as he was about to change his hair color. His hair stayed the same shade, but a wide gash was cut open on his cheek. Damn! He examined it in the mirror. "You should leave it," Sirius said. "It looks terrible. I look like I have been in a fight." "You've been in hundreds of fights in the past couple of weeks. But what it does is make your scars look less vivid. You can't cover cursed scars, and people might recognize the pattern from your wanted poster. But you can camouflage them with different cuts." He shrugged his shoulders, cut himself open down his jawline on the other side of his face and then gave himself a black eye. Both made him gasp in pain. Then he used his wand to trim his hair and turned it a shade of black so dark it was almost blue. It made his skin look pale and waxy. "Give me some cuts as well, Moony." "What for?" "So we both look like we've been in a fight. If it looks like I've been fighting, we can say that's how I hurt my arm." "Good thinking. Well, I've got to be good for something now. I'm a squib." "You're not a. Save it." Zakharanivac was a town of square, white buildings with green shutters at the window and red tiles on the roofs. Feeling liberated under their disguises, they walked through the streets, for once not having to scurry in the shadows and keep their heads down. They stopped off for a drink at a tavern with a sign depicting a picture of a bubbling cauldron, and shared a plate of stuffed peppers for lunch. Sirius must have got used to foreign food, by now, because he didn't even screw up his newly shaped nose when the plate arrived. They asked the barman whether there was a healer in the town and, directions given, Remus paid and they got up to leave. But Sirius had suddenly narrowed his eyes and was now looking at Remus suspiciously. "What now? How did you do that?" Remus looked nonplussed. "Do what?" "Hey. I handed the money over." "It was your money, not mine." "I don't have any." "No, Moony. That isn't what I mean. You handed Sickles over, 3 of them. You just picked them up." He looked even more suspicious. "What's going on? What on earth are you talking about?" "Sickles are made of silver." "Oh," he nodded in understanding. "Yes, well, no. They're not." He began to smirk. "The wizards don't seem to know it, but the goblins are short-changing them when it comes to coin casting." "You mean they're not using real silver? Or they're not using pure silver? It could be mixed with something else. But a sickle definitely isn't worth a sickle, if you get my meaning. It's been happening for decades, at least since I got bit. And of course that's only the half of it, because if the sickles aren't really silver, the galleons aren't real gold. Remus began to laugh. I've often thought about going public with it, bringing down the entire wizarding economy, just out of spite. I won't now, of course. Why not now? Because you are rich. I'd be cursing myself in the foot to make all your gold worthless just as I got you back and you were willing to share it with me. But I have been tempted over the years. Especially when Malfoy was ragging on my robes. He'd be laughing on the other side of his face if I made his father's entire bank vault worthless overnight. We'd see who dressed worse than a house elf then. Sirius began to laugh as well. You sneaky, little bastard. And the goblins, they're sneaky little bastards too. I've always derived a great deal of pleasure, every time I was denied work or someone refused to pay me because of what I am, knowing that all those wizards are really as penniless as I am and I could bring their world crashing down overnight, if I chose to. I suppose that makes me a bad person. Sirius gave him a fond look. You could never be a bad person, Moony. But Remus, remembering suddenly what it felt like to stab a man right through the heart, felt the smile slide off his face. They arrived outside the healer's house. There was no hospital in Zachranivac, with it only being a small town, so the healer worked out of his home. There was a sign hanging from the side of the building that bore the symbol of a wand crossed with a bone and above it an inscription read, Ivan Karkaroff, healer. Remus frowned. Wasn't Karkaroff a Death Eater? That was Igor. Oh, so who's Ivan? Brother? Father? Second cousin? Pure coincidence. Who knows? Well, we'll go to see him as we have no choice. But stay on the alert. Ivan Karkaroff proved to be a tall man about 20 years older than themselves, with sleek, silver hair and a curling goatee that hid a rather weak chin. He had a fruity, unctuous voice and a smile that did not reach his eyes. He was almost definitely the brother of former Death Eater, Igor Karkaroff. The likeness was uncanny. He took them inside his office and had Sirius remove his shirt so he could examine the wound. Trying to keep himself from staring at the flawless, creamy beauty of Sirius's bare chest, Remus gazed around the office, looking anywhere but at the patient. There was a large cabinet in the corner, with wooden doors that had ornate carvings on them. One door was slightly ajar, and a dark light was shining out of the crack. Remus frowned and headed towards it. Don't look in there, Karkaroff snapped. Remus froze and looked around. Karkaroff seemed to have recovered himself, for he forced the smile back on his face and when he spoke his voice was unctuous again. It is merely private, for work, a healer sometimes must have things that are, well that could prove dangerous. Could be misconstrued. Remus nodded, and stepped away, though he and Sirius exchanged a glance, neither believing for a moment that whatever was in there had anything to do with Karkaroff's work as a healer. So, Karkaroff said, as he prodded the wound with his wand. Where are you boys headed to? Albania, Sirius told him. To meet an old friend. Ah, a beautiful country. Though of course, a place where one must be careful. His hard eyes gleamed as he said that. What do you mean? Remus asked him. Surely you boys have heard the rumors. The dark spirit that lurks in the ancient beech forest in the Gashi River Valley. They say creatures die there, and men go mad. That they face their worst fears and lose themselves. Still, I am sure you will have no reason to go near there. I'm sure we won't, Remus said stiffly. The stories that come out of the valley are most peculiar, Karkaroff said, and his voice sounded like he was enjoying telling them this, enjoying trying to frighten them. Those that survive say they have come across great graveyards of animal bones, and that they see red eyes peering at them from behind trees. They hear whispers, words of evil hissed right into their ears, cutting into their hearts and minds, but when they look around, there is no one there. Have you ever been? Sirius asked him. Have you seen this for yourself? Alas, his cold smile took on a self-deprecating air, but his eyes remained hard. I am not a brave man. I have no wish to test the veracity of what I hear. I just pass along the tales. In case those braver than me wish to see for themselves. And have you passed along these tales to anyone recently? There was a young man, about 5 years ago now. Very eager to fight the dark arts. He went to the forest on my say-so. I do not know what he found there, or if he returned. He was English, like yourselves. A teacher. 5 years isn't very recent, Remus said. How about this man? He took out the photograph of Peter. In the last week or so. But Karkaroff's expression suddenly became a closed mask, and his voice lost its fruity quality. Peter Pettigrew is dead. No. He isn't. And he's going to Albania. To find that dark spirit you so cheerfully tell all passing wizards about. Did you tell him about it? I tell you Peter Pettigrew is dead. I have not seen him. There is no Peter Pettigrew to see. I hear there was nothing left but a finger by the time Sirius Black was done with him. Yes, a lot of people heard that, Sirius said mildly. So Karkaroff's voice became businesslike. He prodded the wound with his wand again. How did this happen? I was in a fight, he gestured to the cuts Remus had given him. A fight could not cause this. This is a splinching. Well, I apparated away from the fight. Must have miscalculated. Left part of myself behind. Is that a fact? And there was a gleam in his eyes that told the boys he knew all too well who else had recently been splinched. A nasty accident indeed. There are worse parts for a man to leave behind, Sirius said evenly. Remus bit his lip to stop himself from laughing. Can you heal it? He asked instead. Yes, of course, although. He frowned. What is it? Sirius sounded wary. This, in your arm, holding it together. I do not understand. We landed in a Muggle town, Remus told him. Went to see a Muggle healer as there was no other option. They sort of sewed it back together. They did the best they could. They saved his life. Quite so. But still, whatever these stitches are, they will have to come out. He tapped the wound with his wand, and the Muggle stitches fell away. The wound gaped open again. You see, they had not cured it, they were simply holding it together. Both Remus and Sirius had turned away from the now gaping wound in disgust. Oh, come now, boys, merely a flesh wound. A little dittany and. He picked a vial up, dripped 3 drops of liquid onto the injury and then watched in satisfaction as the skin began to smoke and hiss and then knit itself back together, growing back the missing flesh as if nothing had ever happened. There will be a slight scar, you should have come to me sooner if you wanted to avoid that, but your arm should work as good as new. Though I would perhaps hold off apparating for a few days yet. All right, Sirius looked uncomfortable. There's something else I need to ask. Yes, he raised a perfectly arched silver eyebrow. I lost a lot of blood when I was splinched. And Muggles don't have blood replenishing potions. So they gave me new blood, to keep me alive. Their blood. Muggle blood. And since then? And since then you've lost your magic. Sirius flushed bright red. Is it permanent? He asked, sounding anxious. Karkaroff looked at him, regarding him curiously for a moment, and then he shook his head. I don't believe it should be, no. It may take time to come back, but the blood they gave you will eventually become one with you, become yours, and the magic of your own blood will work its way through. How long? It depends how much they gave you. A matter of days, perhaps a few weeks. Not beyond that, I shouldn't think. And will I be as powerful as I was before? Yes, the power is yours, not your blood's. Although his eyes narrowed. What? Sirius sounded anxious again. What was your blood status before now? I'm pure blood. Why? Does it make a difference? Karkaroff shook his head. Not to your magic, no. But you are no longer pure blood. You have Muggle blood in your veins, same as any Muggleborn. There are those that would now consider you a mudblood. Sirius flushed again, but this time with anger. That doesn't matter to me. And that's a disgusting word. There's no such thing as dirty blood. This Muggle blood saved my life. Quite so, he gave his cold smile and laughed an unctuous laugh. But there are those who will call you that now, and you had better prepare for it. There are worse things in the world than being called names, Remus said mildly. How much do we owe you? While he and Karkaroff sorted the payment, Sirius got dressed again, still glowering after his first taste of blood prejudice aimed at himself. He would get used to it, Remus thought, though it would be nice if he didn't have to, if no one had to. Once he was ready, they headed for the door. You know, Karkaroff said to them, just as they were about to leave. They turned back to look at him. His eyes were narrow, his expression was sly. I read in the paper that Sirius Black was supposed to be around these parts, and that he had been splinched, either him. He raked his eyes over Remus. Or his werewolf. That it was his arm that was injured. And now here is a former pure-blood wizard with an identical wound to Black's right here in my office. What's your point? Remus asked him, his voice was cold but his heart was beating rapidly in his chest. I wonder what you boys would say if I called the Ministry, let them ask you a few questions, for safety purposes of course. His eyes glinted, and he watched them both closely. But Remus only smiled. Of course. And then I would ask the Ministry to check what was inside your cabinet. He indicated the wooden cabinet and the dark light. His smile became more saccharine. For safety purposes, of course. Very well, Karkaroff said sourly, nodding at them that they could go. Then he smiled again. Good luck in Albania. They hurried out of his house, down the road and left the town as quickly as they could, hoping to find a Muggle town to hide in sooner rather than later. That dirty Death Eater, Sirius growled, his face still angry from before. Threatening us with the Ministry when he's sending anyone he can down to Voldemort. What do you think was in that cabinet? I don't know, but it just saved our skin. Here. He pulled them inside the tree line and, once they were obscured from the road, took out his wand. Finite incantatem, he said. Sirius's beard shrank back into his face, leaving behind the few days' worth of blue stubble that was his own, his hair turned black again, his cuts healed over and his wide nose became narrow and aristocratic again, while the freckles paled away and left his skin blemishless once more. Much better, Remus smiled, before changing his own hair and face back to normal. You look better too, Sirius nodded. Well, I look normal. I don't think I ever look better. Sirius shook his head and tutted. What? Nothing. So, do you reckon he was lying about Peter? Oh yes, definitely. He has seen him. Peter has been here. They started walking again, but kept to the trees, both for the shade and to stay hidden from view. It's just a pity we don't know how far ahead he is. We lost a bit of time at the Muggle hospital. But if he's traveling as a rat, I still think we're only a day or two behind him. You know what's really annoying? Sirius took out his wand as they walked. He swished it, flicked it and said, Wingardium Leviosa. A pebble on the floor rose several inches from the ground and floated in the air, wobbling. Hey! Remus cheered, delighted. Sirius gave him a dark look. Don't patronize me. Sorry, what's really annoying? If that Death Eater, son of a bludger has seen Peter, then he knows full well that Peter is Voldemort's spy and that I'm innocent. And he still threatened to set the Ministry on us. Because he's a Death Eater. He wants Peter to find Voldemort. You heard him, he's too much of a coward to go himself, but he's all for sending other wizards off to help the Dark Lord rise again. I doubt his brother would thank him for that. Igor sold out a lot of other Death Eaters to get himself out of prison. Hey, you know one of the people he named? Was it me? Sirius asked darkly. No, no one ever named you. Now I know why. It was Snape. Sirius whistled. Snivellus. Well, we might have known, greasy, foul git that he is. He was always desperate to get out there and start killing people, even when we were kids. No surprise that he actually did it. How did he dodge prison then? I think Dumbledore vouched for him. Said he'd swapped sides, turned spy for us. And that just wiped out all the people he killed, or the muggles he tortured, did it? They didn't matter anymore and he didn't have to pay. Remus shrugged. So how come Dumbledore vouching for me didn't work a few weeks ago? He scowled and kicked at a tuft of grass as he walked past. You know what's worse than having everyone think you're a cold-blooded killer and being punished for something you never did? Knowing that there are real cold-blooded killers out there who got away with it, who got their crimes swept under the rug. It doesn't matter what Snape did for our side, saving lives doesn't cancel out taking them. He should still have to pay for everything he did in Voldemort's name. Killers should have to pay. At his words, Remus had a sudden very vivid memory of his wand slicing through Yonat's chest, of feeling his heart pierced by the tip of it, of the vampire's eyes rolling back in his head and all the water reddening with his blood. And he found he had nothing to say in response to Sirius, and just flushed miserably and stared down at his feet. They walked along for hours, covering miles. Sirius kept practicing spells as he went and, maybe it was that his own magic was finally being absorbed into his muggle blood, or maybe it was that he could finally use his wand arm, or maybe it was just Karkaroff's prognosis had filled him with confidence, but he was able to master every spell he attempted. Though he was still keeping things relatively simple for now. He picked up a stick, waved his wand and said, "Diffindo," and the twig snapped in two. Then he waved his wand again and said, "Reparo," and it sprung back together. He jabbed his wand at a leaf and set it on fire, and then he froze the flames with the freezing charm. He changed the color of the petals of the wildflowers growing in the grass and engorged a bee which buzzed past until it was the size of a snitch. Remus stumbled along next to him, trying to remember to make encouraging noises every so often, whenever Sirius looked at him to see if he had seen the magic, and trying not to think about Yonat lying there in a pool of bloody water. He tried to tell himself he wasn't thinking about what it was like to watch the light of life leave a man's eyes and know he was the one who had snuffed it out. He was avidly not worrying about how come he'd been so overtaken by a fog of panic so dense he had been able to commit murder without realizing. And absolutely it was not crossing his mind that it might one day happen again, in other circumstances. That maybe he could one day kill someone a whole lot more innocent than Yonat. And of course, he did not wonder for a second, not even one, what it said about him that this had happened, when it had not happened to Sirius. Sirius had remained calm, Sirius had used non-fatal means to escape, but in no way was Remus thinking about what type of man this made him, or if it made him a monster after all. Absolutely not. Did you see that? Sirius's delighted voice cut through all the dark thoughts that Remus was definitely not thinking, and he looked up to see that Sirius had somehow managed to transfigure a tree's branches into the waving tentacles of an octopus. They were purple, and had suckers on them and billowed eerily as if being moved around by invisible waves. Remus stared. Very good. Impressive. Pointless, but impressive. You know, I think I'm starting to get the hang of this magic lark. Guh, good. Good for you. Sirius sighed, and turned the tentacles back to branches. Alright, what's up? Nothing. Really. I'm happy for you. Well done. Alright, you're happy for me. And you haven't spoken for the past 2 hours because... It's not been 2 hours. You're right, it's been more like 3. Look, he came to a stop. We're going to be at the next Muggle town soon. We can find somewhere safe to rest. But we should probably have it out now, where no one will overhear us. Remus looked at him blankly. Have what out? The fight we're about to have. Why are we going to have a fight? Because you're being an idiot, and I'm going to yell at you about it, and then you're going to go right on being an idiot. But Moony, you have to stop beating yourself up. Remus folded his arms across his chest, forming a defensive barrier. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking about the man you killed. Yes, he said, as he saw the look of horror and surprise on Remus's face. You killed someone. I know you did. I know you feel terrible about it. That's because you're a good person, and not an evil git like Snape. I didn't mean to kill him. Well, he meant to kill you. And you did what you had to. There had to be another way. I did it without thinking and I don't know what that says about me. In the heat of the moment, I killed someone. You didn't. You're not a killer, but I. It's got nothing to do with you being a werewolf, if that's what you're thinking. Sirius's voice was sharp. Remus just gaped at him. This didn't happen because you're a monster and I'm a man. You're not a monster. You're a very, very good man. A very good man who just killed someone. In self-defense. Look, they'd attacked you twice. You tried to get up and back away and he dragged you back down. They didn't attack me, I could stand there and use my wand on them because I wasn't their target yet. They wanted to get rid of you first. You were the bigger threat. Well, they were right about that. Yonat had it coming. They all did. So what if when people try to kill you, you kill them first? That doesn't make you dangerous the rest of the time. It should just be a warning to people not to try anything with you. You can take care of yourself, that's good. And you have a right to defend yourself. We could have got out of there without killing anyone. Maybe, but we didn't. And torturing yourself over it will change nothing. Listen, Moony, do you even realize that, when you changed your face back there to go into town, you gave yourself Yonat's face? Remus stared at him. You did, all that jet black hair, and your skin all waxy. You looked just like him. I didn't. And Sirius took advantage of having both arms working to pull Remus into a tight hug, wrapping both arms around him. I know you feel bad. You feel bad because you are good. Snape doesn't feel bad about the people he has killed. Peter doesn't feel bad about James and Lily or all those muggles. Karkaroff couldn't care less about whatever happened to that poor teacher he sent off into Albania looking for Voldemort 5 years ago. That is because they are wicked men. And here you are, beating yourself up over one vampire who was actively trying to kill you. Don't you see? I know it must have been awful, I know you must still be able to feel it, and I know you feel guilty, but all that proves is that the thing you're worried about, that you're not a good man, is nonsense. Only a good man would care. He finally released Remus. Remus bit his lip, and looked down at his feet. Is that enough though? That I feel bad? You said, killers should be punished. That it doesn't matter what else they do. I didn't mean people who kill in self-defense. I didn't mean you. All right, you make a distinction between me and Snape. Do you think anyone else would? No one else will ever know what happened. Remus nodded slowly. You keep saying I did nothing wrong. And then you keep saying we'll keep it a secret. If it wasn't wrong. You can go and confess to the ministry if you want, Remus. I'll back you up. I just think we shouldn't invite trouble, we're in enough as it is. He took a deep breath. Look, we're hunting down Peter. If things go wrong, if they get out of hand. Moony, it's good that you know that when it comes down to it, if it's necessary, you can, well, take a life. Because the stakes are pretty high right now, and we couldn't afford for you to freeze up at a crucial moment. If that's what it takes. What if I do freeze up? What if, after Yonat, I can't fight again? Sirius gave him a swift and searching look. Then you're worrying about nothing. Because you will never kill again if you can't even fight. And I'll kill Peter. And believe you me, I won't be beating myself up about it afterwards. Now come on, he gave Remus's arm a comforting squeeze. Let's get moving. Remus nodded, and started to follow him, but he was still quiet. For all Sirius's brash promises to kill Peter, Remus couldn't help but remember how badly affected by killing the Earthling Sirius had been, how Remus had had to kill the second one alone. And he couldn't help but feel that, should the worst happen, any and all killing would have to be left down to him. And he did not know what that said about him. Chapter 21, A School Reunion. It took them several more days to travel the length of Montenegro. They stayed as close to the Muggle world as they could, walking and taking buses and trying to keep their heads down as far as possible. Sirius kept practicing his magic, whenever they were alone and on the move, and his prowess was improving day by day. Once he even managed to transform into Padfoot, and he ran up and down the road ahead of Remus, yelping and barking in delight and wagging his tail. Meanwhile, Remus tried his hardest not to think about Yonat. Not to think he was a murderer and to remember what it felt like to kill a man. The further away from the mountain they traveled, the easier it became. Sometimes he found that he was able to box it away and not think about it for hours at a time, but there was always a weight lying heavy on his heart, even when he was laughing at Sirius's magic or looking at the map or trying to navigate which bus was the right one for them to catch. He was a killer now, and nothing would ever undo that, he would just have to learn to live with it. It was past mid-July by the time they finally crossed over into Albania. They had been on this journey for a month and a half. They had failed to catch up with Peter before he made it to his destination, and they had managed to set the whole of the ministry on their tail, and even made Remus as wanted a man as Sirius, but despite the failures they were racking up, they still clung to the hope that they would prove successful in the end. Their spirits improved greatly once they had finally left Montenegro, but their weariness was increasing every day. This was the last leg of their journey, they told themselves, it had to be. And then they could go home and clear their names and have Harry to stay for the rest of the summer. They could stop walking, stop being attacked from all sides and having to duel their way out, stop hiding. They could just hole up at Remus's house, with a cup of tea, and never leave. Sometimes the thought of that cup of tea and never having to leave the house again was all that sustained Remus. He was so weary and footsore, and there was that heaviness on his heart. At least the full moon was past, and the next was still weeks away. They snuck across the border, dodging the Muggles and their passport controls, by creeping through the thick beech forest that spread from one country to the next. The downside to staying hidden among the trees was that comfortable places to stay were few and far between, and more often than not they had to spend the night camped in the forest. But on the plus side they were hidden, from Muggles and wizards alike. And if what Karkaroff had said was true, they could not be so very far from where Voldemort lived, if he could be said to be living. And if they weren't far from Voldemort, then they were not far from Peter. They arrived at a wayside tavern just after it got dark. It was a Muggle establishment, but they preferred that. They felt safer hidden among the far more numerous non-magical people who did not know to be on the lookout for them. They found a table and took a seat with a sigh of relief. "It feels like we've been walking forever," Sirius said. He closed his eyes, as if enjoying taking the weight from his feet. "The miles do seem to be getting longer. I hope this place has a room we can stay in. I think I might actually cry if we have to go and sleep in the forest again. I am so ready for all this to be over. I was ready for it to be over before it even began. Remember? Remember me specifically saying I didn't want to come?" Yeah, Sirius's eyes were still closed. He sounded half asleep. "No one likes people who say, 'I told you so,' Moony. Well, I did tell you so. And I don't want that forgotten. They ordered food and wine and, once they had something to eat and had discovered that there was indeed a room available, so long as they didn't mind sharing, which of course, they did not, they began to perk up a bit. You know, Sirius said through a mouthful of lamb stew. I think I might be up to a bit of apparating. If we don't go far, and we're careful about where we're headed to. Are you sure? Remus finished chewing and then took a sip of wine. He was not keen on the idea. Sirius may have been the one who got splinched, but he was the one who had to stand there and watch him almost die. He didn't think his heart could take it again. And he didn't suppose they would be so lucky a second time. They were in a much less densely populated area now. Helpful muggles and their ambulances would be thin on the ground. My magic has really improved, Sirius said. I'm not 100%, but I'm at least 80. I think I could, if it saved us a day walking. I'm just not sure it's worth the risk, not this close. I know your feet hurt. I've got a blister the size of a galleon on my heel and it rubs with every step I take, but we can't risk failure this close to the end. If you're not at full power. But I could side along apparate with you. You could be the one in control. I was the one in control when you got splinched. Sirius pulled a face. You're not going to say, yes, are you? No, I'm not. You're going to make us walk, aren't you? He thought about the blister on his foot and sighed. Yes, I am. Fine, though he thrust his lower lip out and looked sulky. But if we're going to walk, then I want to make sure we know exactly where we are walking to. We ask anybody and everybody what they know about Voldemort. Remus glanced around. The place was busy, but everyone in here was a muggle, apart from themselves. Do you really think any of the locals will know anything? They don't have magic. No, but they live right by a forest that plays host to the darkest wizard of the past century. If what Karakarov said was true, and there are rumors of a spirit with glowing red eyes lurking out in the trees, then it must be these people that are spreading those rumors. You don't just not notice Lord Voldemort living in your back garden. Muggle or not. Apparently he lived for an entire year at Hogwarts on the back of one of the teachers' heads. What? Well, that's what Big Macca told me. When did she tell you that? I never heard about this. Well, you wouldn't. It was while you were in Azkaban. She told me about it when I started teaching, in September. Wait, is Big Macca still at Hogwarts? Yes, she's still the head of Gryffindor. It was really weird being in the staff room around her. I always felt like I had been pulled in there to get yelled at. Nothing made me feel quite as much like a naughty 15-year-old as talking to her. No matter what we were talking about. Merlin, Dumbledore's still the head, Big Macca and Flitter's still heading up the houses. Does no one ever retire at that school? Remus scrunched up his face as he thought about it. Slughorn's gone, he said eventually. Replaced by Snivellus. Yes, and Professor Kettleburn has gone too. Recently. Hagrid teaches care of magical creatures now. But other than that, I think they're all planning to stay there until they die. Like Professor Binns. Sirius shuddered. You know, I never forgot that first time he came floating through the blackboard. But on the bright side, the lesson got cancelled when we had to stop and find his body. And there it was, in the staff room, sitting by the fire, dead. His eyes wide open. And he hadn't even noticed. You know, that chair was still in there. Right by the fire. I gave it a wide berth, but other teachers used it all the time. I've got to say, I did notice that the beds in the dormitories were still our beds, you know, when I broke into Gryffindor Tower to kill Peter. I didn't go into Gryffindor Tower this last year. I suppose I'm not really a Gryffindor anymore. I don't think you ever stop being a Gryffindor. Even Peter. Well, maybe Peter isn't a Gryffindor, maybe he should never have been there in the first place. But you and me, Moony, we're lions, till we die. And by the time we do die, they still won't have got round to changing the beds in the boys' dormitory. Remus frowned. You know, they probably weren't new back when we slept in them. No. So you think they were the same ones back when Big Macca was at school? Or Dumbledore? Maybe. Do you think they're the same ones that were there when Godric Gryffindor himself was teaching? They both looked at each other, considering the possibility. Surely they can't be 1,000 years old. Sirius said eventually. Can't they? They both began to laugh. Is anything different? Sirius asked, still chuckling. Has anything changed at all? There's a divination department now. Not that I saw much of the teacher, she lived up in an attic and didn't come out much, but I got the impression Big Macca doesn't think much of her. What made you think that? She told me. They laughed again. She really didn't mince her words, Remus said. Apparently Professor Trelawney, that's the divination teacher, predicts the death of a new student every single year. None have died yet. This year she picked on Harry, kept seeing a Grim in his tea leaves. Hermione was so irritated by the whole thing she actually stormed out of a lesson and refused to go back. It was the talk of the staff room for about a week. Hermione Granger does not storm out of lessons. Hermione Granger asks for more lessons and extra homework. But I think Harry was quite unnerved by it all. And what with the fact that everyone thought you had broken out of Azkaban specifically to kill him. McGonagall was fuming with Trelawney for being so insensitive. And if Big Macca thinks you're insensitive, then you must be pretty damn insensitive. And then they couldn't stop laughing. The talk of school was making them feel all warm inside, filling them up like butterbeer, and everything, no matter how inane, just seemed very funny all of a sudden. And they kept on laughing and reminiscing all the way through dessert. No, but the worst time, the very worst time, was my very first detention. Remus said, screwing his eyes closed at the memory of mortification still fresh after 25 years. Sirius snorted into his pudding. That was my fault. It was, I hadn't forgotten. And I couldn't even look Big Macca in the eye all year, this past year, in case she hadn't forgotten. She hadn't forgotten, memory like an crumpled horn snorkack. He snorted again. And it would be pretty difficult to forget. Oh Merlin, he buried his face in his hands, his shoulders shaking with laughter. But across the table, Sirius had frozen. Oh Merlin, he said, and his voice sounded very different to Remus's. Remus looked up, his face serious, the laughter gone. What's wrong? Sirius was staring over Remus's shoulder at the door, which had just opened. This can't be happening, he shook his head. This can't be happening. Not the Ministry hag? No. And despite the fact that Sirius looked like someone had just died, Remus felt a stab of relief. What then? Her, he nodded his head towards the woman who had just walked in. Wasn't she at Hogwarts with us? What? Remus shook his head in disbelief. We're in Albania. We're in a Muggle tavern. No one from Hogwarts can be here. It's just all this talk of school has put in all fresh in your mind. He trailed off as he saw the woman Sirius was talking about. He was right. She had been at school with them. She was a few years older than us, wasn't she? Sirius hissed. Right, nosy cow. Remus nodded. She took a real interest in you and where you used to disappear to, 1 year. If she hadn't been thick as a concussed troll you could have been in real trouble. What was she called? Remus swallowed. Bertha Jorkins, he said. That's Bertha Jorkins. That's right, buggeration. Maybe she won't see us, if we keep our heads down. It's busy. But even from across the bar they could hear the waiter talking to her. You are English? Such a coincidence, we have other English people in today. And they saw him point right at them, and Bertha Jorkins' head swivel around to look. Shit. Sirius's eyes were wide with panic. What do we do? She's bound to recognize us, if we recognize her. Well, yes, she doesn't have wanted posters of herself stuck around Europe. Everyone would recognize us. She's coming over, she's coming over. What? Is she mad? Who in their right mind approaches a mass murderer and a werewolf all by themselves? We need to apparate, let's just get out of here, back to the forest. But before they could grab their wands and vanish into thin air, Bertha Jorkins was upon them. She loomed over their table, blinking down at them owlishly through her thick glasses, while the boys sat frozen in horror. You two look very familiar, she said to them. They looked at each other in astonishment. She couldn't not know who they were. Sirius had been headline news for the past year. And even Remus was infamous these days. Do we? Remus said, sounding vague. Did you go to school? She asked. Doesn't everybody? No, I mean our school. For our kind. Our kind of what? She narrowed her eyes at him. You're just muggles. Yes, Sirius said. Remus glared at him. I mean, what's a muggle, he amended. You're wizards, she accused them. I knew you looked familiar, you went to Hogwarts. Well, yes I suppose we did, Remus said hesitantly. So why are you in this muggle tavern? Why are you in this muggle tavern? Sirius asked, rather belligerently. She blinked at him again. I'm visiting family. I got lost. Well, everything's in a funny language, I don't even recognize all the letters. It's hard to navigate, isn't it? I don't know. These foreigners, not speaking English. Remus muttered sarcastically. She turned her eyes on him then, frowning. I remember you, she said, she peered at him. Do you? Yes, you were a strange kid. Right weirdo. Thanks. Sickly thing, always disappearing somewhere, but I could never find out where. Well, that's because it was private, you dozy cow, Sirius growled. She blinked at him. And who were you again? You don't remember me? You don't recognize me? Even though this was good news, it was hard to keep the note of incredulity out of his voice. Should I? No, Remus said, quickly, too quickly. We were absolutely nobodies. No reason you would remember either of us, besides my being a sickly weirdo. Well, she said, frowning again. I'll leave you to it. Nice to see you again, whoever you are. And she wandered back off to the bar. The two of them just stared at each other. Did we just get away with that? Sirius asked, the disbelief plain in his voice. Remus watched her disappear into the crowd, his own eyes narrowed as he thought about it. Maybe it was a ruse. Maybe she knows exactly who we are and is going to alert the ministry but didn't want us to realize the jig is up. Do you really think she was clever enough for that? She didn't used to be, maybe she got smarter as she got older. I mean, you don't just approach a mass murderer and a werewolf all by yourself unless you know what you're doing. Or unless you don't know they're a mass murderer and a werewolf. I mean, it's not very plausible that she wouldn't know who I am, is it? My face has been plastered on the front page of the Prophet for a year now. No one who knew who I was would believe for a moment that I didn't know they knew who I was, only someone who genuinely didn't know me would, not know me. Unless it was an elaborate double bluff, and she knew the only person who wouldn't know you was someone who didn't know you and she's lulling you into a false sense of security pretending she doesn't know you when she does. What? Remus put his head in his hands. My head hurts, I can't figure this out. But we're not safe. Back to the forest. He contemplated it for a minute. Thought about sleeping on the hard ground, with nothing to eat for breakfast and nowhere to wash or go to the toilet. I can't face it. Look, I've got an idea. She's nosy, right? Yes. Well, let's lure her outside. Somewhere with no muggles. Come on, get up, make a big show of leaving. Try and look a bit shifty too. They got to their feet, ostentatiously looking around as if to check they were unnoticed, picked up the suitcase and headed for the door, looking back over their shoulders again and again, as if they didn't want to be noticed, but were really bad at being discreet. Sure enough. It's working, Remus said. She's following. They got outside. There was a car parked just outside the tavern, but only one lone taxi pulled up, its headlights on, its driver snoozing at the wheel. Let's lurk in the shadow, Remus muttered. But don't lurk quietly. The door opened again, and Bertha Jorkins came out. She was frowning, but it was a frown of enjoyment. She didn't understand what was happening, but she was enjoying the opportunity to have a good nose into someone else's private affairs. Remus moved. Her eye caught the movement and she turned to look at them. Aha, her brow furrowed. The barman said you were staying the night. And yet you've left, without paying. Why would you? Her brow furrowed deeper. Unless you had something to hide. What are you hiding? Remus waited patiently for her to figure it out. Sirius was less patient though. What are we doing, Remus? What's the plan? Bertha Jorkins bit her lip. Remus, she repeated. Remus. She said the name as if she was pondering it, as if it was familiar but she couldn't quite place it. Remus waited patiently, surely she would get there in the end. And then he saw her eyes light up, as it all clicked into place. You're Remus Lupin. So that means you must be. And the light died in her eyes again, as she realized the danger she had blundered into. You're. Sir. Remus raised his wand and pointed it straight at her face. She screamed. Obliviate, he yelled. And rather than drop down dead, as she must have feared she would, her expression became blank and dreamy. He raised his wand again. Confundus. And then he seized her by the elbow. She followed him with barely a murmur, and he dragged her to the waiting taxi. He opened the back door and bundled her inside. She's in the wrong town, he told the surprised driver. She needs to be the next town over, far, far away. Get her there, please. The driver nodded, still looking a little confused. Remus slammed the door closed and the taxi pulled away. Remus dusted his hands off, feeling satisfied. Where is he taking her? Sirius asked. Don't know, not here. Not our problem. I still don't understand how she didn't know us at once. The Bertha Jorkins I remember lived for gossip, she should have known us instantly. Do you think there was something wrong with her memory? Even before you modified it? He looked troubled. Remus frowned. Well, even if there was, we couldn't have her knowing she'd seen us. We needed to sort it out. I just don't understand how she couldn't recognize us straight away. Remus sighed. It doesn't matter. We're safe now, no one knows we've been seen. She'll be fine in the next town. Let's go inside, let's go to bed. So that's what they did. Chapter 22, Facing Fear. The next morning they had breakfast in the taproom of the tavern and, while they were eating, questioned the barman on the red-eyed spirit that was said to live in the forest. They tried to make it sound like they didn't really believe any of it, that it was just a bit of fun, a local legend, a bit of rustic folklore that they found interesting and charming. But they noticed how wary the barman became as he spoke of what he knew. It has been there many years, the barman said. Hundreds of years? Remus asked, as if he didn't know the answer. No, perhaps 10. Perhaps a little longer. It came one night, and the forest has not been safe since. We fear to go there. Why? Sirius asked. Why isn't it safe? The barman looked around the room, his eyes darted about, as if he was checking who was listening, or looking for an escape. My brother went there, years ago now. He is not the same man he was. He has never recovered. What happened to him? He said the place was unnaturally dark. The trees, the grass, all dead. As if something evil was leeching the life from the forest. But he worked in there, he is tree doctor, he was sent in to save the dying trees. But while he was looking at them he felt something, cold. A shadow. A presence. The barman shrugged. At first he ignored it, he had job to do. But it grew closer, he felt all the shivers down his spine, and then he heard a whisper. What did it say? Remus asked. He has never told me. Just, that it was evil things. Things in his head that he did not want to think, did not want to know. And all he wanted was to get as far away from that spot as possible. But he found he was rooted there, rooted by fear. And then he saw it. They both leaned forward expectantly. Just out of the corner of his eye, there and then gone. A wisp, like smoke, and he knew he was not imagining it. And he saw red eyes, gleaming from the shadows, and then, spiders. Spiders? Remus said blankly. Hundreds of them, as large as horses, running straight for him. Now you have to understand, my brother has always hated spiders. He is terribly afraid of them, even tiny ones, and these were bigger than a man. He fled then, did not look back, and has never returned to the forest since. Sirius was frowning. Do you think there are acromantula in the forest? He asked Remus. Remus shook his head. I don't know. He looked at the barman. Has anyone else ever seen giant spiders there? The barman shook his head. No, though many people have gone. They all report something different. The priest saw a legion of devils dancing around the flames of a red, hot fire. One lady saw rotting bodies stumbling towards her, corpses come to life, spring from the earth. Another man saw the ground writhe with snakes, and yet another saw it come to life with rats. A boggart infestation in the woods? Sirius said frowning. Muggles can't normally see boggarts. Remus shook his head. My mum was unusual because she could. Really? Could she see dementors? I don't know, I hope she never had reason to be near one. The barman did not understand this conversation, but he knew well enough what the cause of the manifestations was. It is the spirit, he told them. It looks inside a man's mind, finds his worst fear and then brings it to life. It has the power to make that which you are most afraid of appear right before your eyes. He makes it real, makes it flesh. It is a creature of evil. It is a place of evil. You should not go there. But of course, they had no choice. This was exactly where they had traveled across half of Europe to be. They thanked the man, paid the bill and left, traveling on foot towards the edge of Voldemort's forest. There was another tavern right on the edge of the tree line, one last building, one last sign of civilization, before nothing but dense and ancient forests for miles and miles. Having walked all morning, they stopped off there for lunch, and to see if they could pick up any more rumors. Are you English? The waiter asked them as he served them plates of baked chicken smothered in yogurt. They had ordered a brown fizzy drink that Muggles all seemed to drink to go with it. Coca-Cola it was called. They had something similar back in Bosnia, only that was called Pepsi, and they spent some time arguing about whether it was the same drink or not. They admitted to their Englishness and the waiter seemed to think this was a great coincidence. I had another English person in here just last night. Didn't seem sure where she was, but then she met a friend and went for a walk. I had no idea the English were so interested in Albania. It does seem the place to be this summer, Sirius said mildly. The waiter gave a proud smile. Well, it is a very beautiful country. Yes, especially the forest, Remus agreed. He lowered his voice, as if being conspiratorial. But we heard there was something in there, something dark. The smile drained from the waiter's face. There is evil in that forest, he said bluntly. It was not always so. When I was a boy, I used to play in there, but now I will not go, though once I knew it like the back of my hand. Where is it? Sirius asked. The evil? About 10 miles north of here. As you travel it gets darker, the trees are bare, the grass is brown and dying. There are no flowers, no birds, no insects. It is as if nature itself is afraid to go there. And then you reach the graveyard. The graveyard? A clearing filled with the bones of animals. Rats mostly, and snakes too. Once you reach the graveyard, you know you are close. The spirit will find you. What does it look like? Remus asked. It has no form, it is like a breath of wind. But it has eyes, red, glowing eyes that see through to your soul, that hiss things you do not want to hear. That makes you see things you are most afraid to see. There are those who have lost their minds in these woods. He left them alone, and they ate their meal in virtual silence. So, I suppose we're getting close now, Sirius said in the end. 10 miles. We can be there by evening. And he'll be there. Peter. Or Voldemort. Either. Both? We might yet have beaten Peter. We might have to wait for him to show, Remus said. Will that be safe? Voldemort is bound to recognize that we're not muggles. If he makes them see their worst fears, what will he do to us? I don't see that we have a choice. We have one advantage over the muggles though. We know that whatever he is conjuring is not real. We know he is just making us see things, just trying to frighten us. We can stand our ground. Until Peter gets there and then. He thought about the end of the sentence, thought how it might end in him having to murder yet another man, and trailed off. I only ever saw him once, Voldemort, Sirius said. Do you remember, in our 3rd year? He was just rising to power then, and he came to the school. Just before Christmas. We barely knew who he was, but we saw him. He was leaving the castle. We hid behind a suit of armor. I remember. His face looked like it had melted, and then, that spring, the Death Eaters did their first mass Muggle killing. We knew who he was after that. Did you ever see him again? No, I spent most of the war with the wolf packs. You can imagine, we were not exactly allowed to stand in his presence. Only Greyback ever saw him, and then I doubt he got a one-on-one audience. I never saw him again either. I chased down loads of Death Eaters, stopped them torturing Muggles a few times, but never saw him. I don't think by that time he was doing much of his own dirty work. He was a general, the Death Eaters were his foot soldiers. And as foot soldiers for the other side, we only ever saw our equal and opposite numbers. James and Lily saw him, Sirius said. I mean, before, well, you know. They escaped from him a couple of times. Near misses every time. Yes, well he was unusually interested in them, wasn't he? But we were nobodies. Far too lowly for him to notice us. Especially me, and now he must be unusually interested in Harry, in James and Lily's place. And we're the nobodies that are going to protect him and stop Voldemort once and for all. Yes, Remus nodded slowly. The major advantage to being so insignificant that nobody ever notices you is that, nobody ever notices you. It gives you a lot of freedom to get things done right under people's noses. I learned that the hard way, with Peter. His voice was dark. But Remus gave him a comforting smile. We won't make the same mistake again. Entering the woods was like entering a strange, underwater world. Everything was dark and gloomy, and eerily quiet. Birdsong and the chirping of crickets, such as it was subdued and seldom heard, as if only the bravest of their kind still ventured there, and even they weren't too happy about it. The wild flowers wilted in the drooping grass, their colors muted and fading. The Muggle barman had been right when he said it was like something was leeching the life from the earth. Even the sun seemed to be weaker, a pale lemon color whose light struggled to pierce through the creeping dark. It seemed to cast little heat, and though there was no breath of wind, the stillness of the forest was cold. The boys carried their wands out ready as they walked, raised and the tips lighted. They mostly walked in silence, there was a funereal quality to the woods and somehow chatter would seem out of place. The further they traveled, the darker and quieter the forest became. The cold began to nip at them, and there was something sinister in the staleness of the air. A few miles further in and they noticed that the trees no longer looked right. They were decayed, diseased, the leaves mottled and the bark peeling off in large strips, the remains of it rotting on the ground. A few miles more and the trees were now bare and the trunks bore signs of unnatural malady, they bulged and bumped, like leprous sores, and stinking, green ooze wept from cracks in their skin. Just as the sun was setting, Remus put his foot down and heard a very definite crunch. They came to a stop and pointed their wands at the ground, so the lights of the tips could shine down on whatever had just cracked. It was a tiny, rodent skull. They lifted their wands again, letting them shine ahead, and saw that the forest floor ahead of them was now devoid of all grass, flowers, all life, but carpeted in death. The skeletons of rats and voles and even snakes spread as far as they could see. A graveyard of animals. This must be it, Sirius said, he kept his voice low. This place seemed to demand silence, and neither of them were eager to alert the red-eyed spirit to their presence through needless noise. The graveyard of animal bones, this is where Voldemort is lurking. They both looked around, sharp and tense, and wary for any signs of what remained of the Dark Lord. Remus felt every hair on the back of his neck stand up, and a prickle of fear ran down his spine. Can you see him? Can you feel him? No, not yet, but it's just a matter of time. What do we do? He licked his lips nervously, his mouth was suddenly dry. I suppose I didn't really pay proper attention to what the Muggles were telling us about this place, thought that because we were magic. I'm not sure what I thought. But I don't want to stay here and wait for Peter to show. But Voldemort can't hurt us, can he? He's just a spirit, a shadow. Sirius shuddered uneasily. This place it's like nothing I've ever seen. But it's perfectly safe. He can make us see things, Remus reminded him. But those things aren't real. We just need to grit our teeth and ignore them. He'll talk to us, whisper things inside our heads. We just need to ignore that too. Though he still looked deeply unsettled. Merlin, but I hope Peter is somewhere close by. Shall we look around? Look for him. Whether it was a genuine eagerness to find Peter, or just a desire not to stay still, stay standing in this place of death where Voldemort could find them, Remus wasn't sure, but Sirius agreed to his plan very quickly. He kept his wand raised in one hand, but used his other to grip Remus's arm very tightly. Come on, then, he muttered. Let's keep moving. We'll circle around this spot, he can't be far. If he's here yet. Merlin, I hope he's here yet. They crunched their way slowly and carefully across the boneyard, alert for any noise, any shadow, any whisper of evil on the air, or glint of red eyes in the gloom. The sun sank lower in the sky and the sky itself grew dark. What were we thinking, getting here at sunset? Sirius hissed. Remus swallowed. We were thinking we had an important job to do, an entire world to save, and we could not let fear of the dark prevent us from getting it done. But every hair still stood to attention on the back of his neck, every nerve ending screamed out warnings to him, yelling at him to run as far and as fast as he could. Only he couldn't do that. Peter must be mental to come here alone, Sirius said. He had nowhere else to go. What? You think he's more afraid of us than he is of this place? I think he was more afraid of death, in the moment, than he was of what was lurking at the other end of the continent. He may well have changed his mind now. It might even be easy to convince him to come with us. I'd do anything to get out of here. He's facing Azkaban if we take him alive. Sirius looked around. This place is worse than Azkaban. Is it? Well, maybe not. But Azkaban is a long way away. Less immediate, and certainly this place is no better. They reached the edge of the field of bones. Although they still crunched the occasional skeleton, they were fewer on the ground. They kept walking. There were even some plants starting to grow. We don't want to go too far, Remus said. But Sirius suddenly gripped his arm even tighter and dragged him to a standstill. Shush, do you hear that? What? Something's moving out there. Something big. It can't be an animal. Nothing would come this close. No. So it must be. They crept forward, their wands still raised. Sirius was clinging to Remus's arms so tightly now it was painful. And every instinct Remus had was telling him to run away, to get as far away from this place as possible and never come back, but he kept on creeping forward, ignoring his fear, forcing himself to put one foot in front of the other and keep on following the sound of movement that was just out of sight. Eventually they came to a clearing, a glade where the diseased trees circled a bare patch of ground. Where weeds straggled and struggled for survival, but little else grew there. And that was where they saw him. A hunched figure was moving through the clearing, on its hands and knees, picking at the weeds. Master, the figure whispered. There is not enough, the ground is dead. Fool, a voice like an icy blast of wind answered. They could not see who spoke. There must be enough. I see your mind, Peter Pettigrew. I know you are already looking to leave me. Already you are regretting your return to my side. No, no, the figure, Peter, cringed backwards. My lord, never. I am loyal. But we must have Plockweed for the ritual, and the ground here is so barren. If you could but let me travel further away, let me find more, otherwise I cannot do as you ask of me. He hunched further over, sinking into a bough so low that his pointed nose almost touched the soil. Very well, the cold, high-pitched voice replied. But you will take Nagini. I will not let a servant out of my sight, not when I have waited so long for one to return to me. My lord, Peter bowed again, and struggled to his feet and then half stumbled, half ran out of the clearing. There was a rustle down by the boy's feet, and they stared as a massive snake slithered right past them, its body coiling and uncoiling as it followed Peter deeper into the trees. They looked at each other, peering through the darkness to see each other's pale and frightened faces. Sirius gave Remus a questioning look, and Remus nodded and, still clinging together, they followed Peter and the snake. They kept to the trees though, did not go through the clearing, did not go any nearer to that shrill, disembodied voice than they had to. They knew who that was, and even though he was nothing more than the meanest ghost, they still did not want to be anywhere near him. They followed the rustling sound of the snake and the blundering sounds of Peter for perhaps half a mile, and then suddenly they came to a stop. Peter was on the ground again, pulling up weeds, while the snake circled him, slithering in a wide circumference. The two of them exchanged another glance, nodded, and then, when the snake was at its most distant point, they stepped out of the shadows, wands trained on Peter. Hello, Peter, Remus said. Peter gave a little shriek and tumbled to the ground. He sat up, shaking. Remus, see, Sirius, what are you doing here? Harry told you if you tried to escape he'd let us kill you, Sirius snarled. Well, you tried to escape. Peter gave another shriek and began to wring his hands. There was a rustling through the grass, and the snake slunk off. They ignored it. Remus threw his arm out and gave Sirius a warning glance. You have a choice, Peter, he said. We can kill you now, and take your body back to the authorities, or you can come quietly. Remus, he struggled to his knees, and knelt there cringing. You surely can't believe. We have seen you with Voldemort. Peter shuddered at the name of his master. You cannot sit there and still claim innocence. Yes, I believe you are the servant of Voldemort, yes, I believe you have come here to help him rise again, and yes, Sirius and I are going to stop you. So what will it be, Peter? Sirius asked him. Death or Azkaban? No, please, please. He cringed again. He wrung his hands and wept. Enough of this, Sirius said, impatiently. In Carcereau, ropes flew from the tip of his wand and bound Peter hand and foot, who shrieked once more and toppled over, struggling against his bonds. The two of them walked over to him, wands still pointed. Don't even think about transforming, Remus said to him. No, no, please. He cringed and wept and shuddered, and then there was a rustle in the grass again, a hiss, a slither, and the snake returned. And Peter's tears dried instantly, as if they had never been real at all, and he began to laugh. You idiots, he said to them. He leered up at them from the ground, grinning. Look at you, standing there together, thinking you're still the biggest bullies in the playground, still the kings of Hogwarts, hexing your classmates for fun, thinking you're big men because you whip your wands out faster than anyone else. You're nothing. You were always nothing, it just took me too long to see that. My master is here. He will not let you take his devoted servant. He is greater and more powerful than you could ever dream of, and you will not stand against him. Your master is a broken-down wreck of a man. He hasn't even got a body, Sirius snarled. He's nothing. Anyone who needs someone as worthless as you is less than nothing. He can't hurt us, he can't stop us. Dear me, the voice like an icy blast of wind cut through the air. They both jumped and looked around, catching sight of a fleeting shadow, and red eyes, there and then gone in an instant. Is that what you think of me? You can't frighten us, Voldemort, Sirius said loudly. And you can't stop us. You dare say my name? We're not afraid of you. No, I see that is true. The voice came louder and then quieter, as if he was moving closer and then further away, there and then gone. I see your hearts, beating for each other. I see you are sentimental fools who believe in love and good and evil. Champions of that Muggle lover, Dumbledore. I see you care nothing for power or personal glory. I see I can get no foothold in your soul, Sirius Black, not when you have already given it over so completely to another. I see you have no fear of me. But I can see what it is you fear, Remus Lupin. And suddenly the voice was hissing right in Remus's ear. Don't listen to him, Moony, Sirius said, his voice was sharp. Remember, it's not real. Down on the ground, Peter was still laughing, and then there was a loud cracking noise and he vanished from his bonds. A pink tail like a worm whipped past the light of their wands for a moment and then disappeared into the long grass. Damn, he got away. We need to find him. But Remus was still frozen to the spot. The voice was still talking to him. I see what you're afraid of, the voice hissed. I see the darkest fear of your heart. You do not fear me but, oh how you are afraid of yourself, you're a killer, Remus Lupin. You have taken a life. You have a taste for it now. No, he said. Remus, we need to find him. Sirius was sounding angry, his wand was raised high over his head and he was looking around, searching for any sign of Wormtail. Oh but you do. You're a monster, Remus Lupin, and that monster has always been so close, under the skin of the man. And now the line has blurred, and you are afraid, so terribly afraid that you can no longer keep them separate. That it will not just be the moon that brings the darkness out in you. The animal has taken hold, got a taste for blood and there is no putting that genie back in the bottle. That's not true, Remus said. Though he could not move, could not make himself stop listening to this cold, high-pitched voice that was saying the things he would never admit, not even to himself, and never out loud. Moony, ignore him. Help me look for Peter. Moony, yes, they call you after your worst fear. Your friends, they name you for the animal you are. You want him to love you, Moony, don't you? Oh, that is your greatest, most secret, most dark desire of your heart, but you know he could never love a monster. And you know what you are, and you know it is getting stronger. Ever since you killed Yonut. You killed a man and you will kill more, and you will enjoy it, because the beast is just beneath your skin, ready to come out at any moment. I can show you. Don't listen to him. Let me show you, look. And suddenly the clouds parted in the sky and the moon was clearly visible, a thin crescent, but as Remus stared up at it, it started to grow, getting fatter and fatter, rounder and rounder, filling out. It isn't real, Moony, it's a trick. It can't hurt you. But Remus kept on staring upwards, unable to look away. And slowly the moon became a full circle, hovering right above him. It isn't real, it can't affect you. You can fight this, Moony, you're not a monster. You can't fight this, the voice hissed in his ear. This is what you are, what you have always been. You cannot fight your nature. No. But Remus stared up at the full moon, and felt his limbs freeze in place, and begin to tremble as the bones beneath changed shape. Remus, no. But his hands were curling into paws and fur was sprouting on the back of them. His face was elongating, and he was beginning to snarl and growl. The last thing he heard, as his human mind lost the struggle and gave up its consciousness to the wolf, was Sirius yelling at him, Remus, it isn't really a full moon. You can fight this. You're not a monster. You don't have to change, I do love you. And then there was the sound of a triumphant, cold, high-pitched laugh. The man was lost, and the wolf reared up, snapping its jaws. It threw back its head, howled at the false moon, and then tore off into the trees. Chapter 23, At Last. When Remus woke up he didn't understand where he was or what had happened. He was lying on the floor of the forest, the sun was beginning to rise, an entire night had passed and he had no recollection of it, he wasn't even sure where he was. And waking up like this, naked, somewhere strange, it was like the night after a full. Only last night hadn't been a. And then his memory went into fast forward, and he remembered the dying trees and Peter, and the snake, and then the voice, the cold voice that hissed terrible truths he was afraid to admit into his ear. He remembered the moon growing fat and him losing control of himself, he felt a stab of shame as he remembered Sirius telling him he could fight it, that he wasn't a monster. But he couldn't, and he was, and that much was clear now. He remembered running, howling, into the trees, and the giant, black dog that chased after him, tried to catch him, to calm him, to stop him from killing again. Sirius must have been so disappointed in him. They had had Peter, and Remus had let him go, because he could not fight what was inside of himself. Sirius could have cleared his name, got his life back, but now they were back at square one and it was all Remus's fault. He wondered what Sirius thought of him now. He remembered his last words, just before the wolf had taken him, before the man had lost out to the beast. Sirius had believed Remus was strong enough to fight. He had said Remus was not a monster, that he did not have to change. He had said. Remus furrowed his brow. In that moment he became aware of the weight of an arm casually slung across him, holding him. And he could feel the warmth of another body curled around him. And then he was suddenly very, very aware that he had no clothes on, and Sirius was sleeping beside him, holding him. And, as if he wasn't ashamed enough already, terror and excitement flooded ice-hot straight into his groin. He could feel the heaviness and the heat and the pleasingly frustrating tug of need, and he just lay there, horrified, not knowing what to do. He felt Sirius stir behind him, sending another shock of aching warmth straight between his legs. And then a sleepy voice said. Is it morning? Yes, he forced the word out, it came out breathy and slightly too high. We lost Peter. I'm sorry. It wasn't your fault. And the arm squeezed him tighter, and Remus closed his eyes, biting his lip so he didn't scream. Isn't it a bit strange, you lying here with me, like this? He asked. He could hear the frown in Sirius's voice. We always sleep like this. Yes, but I'm not wearing any clothes. You never are after a full moon. No, but normally I'm covered with a blanket. And this time he could definitely hear the smile in Sirius's voice. You don't think the wolf gets under a blanket or climbs into a sleeping bag all by itself, do you, Moony? What? He didn't understand what Sirius was saying. But now there was laughter in Sirius's voice. You pass out, when you transform back, dead to the world and completely naked, just wherever you end up, and I cover you with the blanket. Remus felt his face flush with heat, with the humiliation of all those past moons of their childhood. He had never realized. Why do you do that? The arm squeezed him tighter again. So you don't get cold, you idiot. And because I know you don't like people seeing you. Though when it's only me you don't have to worry, there is nothing of you I haven't seen a million times before. You don't ever have to cover up in front of me, Moony. He was still humiliated beyond belief. Though it did suddenly make sense why he had never woken up under a blanket in the 12 years Sirius had been in Azkaban. You are an idiot, Moony. Sirius's voice was unmistakably fond. He pulled his arm back a little, so it rested on Remus's arm rather than his chest, and began to stroke Remus's skin with his knuckles, softly, careful of any aches or pains or scratches the night might have brought on. Remus closed his eyes again, and struggled to breathe. And then he felt something on his shoulder, warm, wet, just there for a moment, pressure, and then it lifted, and then he felt it lower down his arm. He'd never felt anything like, he didn't understand, and then it hit him. What was happening hit him full force. What are you doing? The pressure lifted a moment. I'm kissing you. And then it came back. It felt like all the air was suddenly trapped inside Remus's lungs and he couldn't breathe in or out. He was just ready to explode. Why? Because I love you. And you love me. And Merlin knows I've tried to tell you 100 different ways, but you won't listen. You can't love me. See? Hopeless. He kissed him again. But I'm we're both boys. That doesn't stop you loving me. Why would it stop me loving you? Well, I thought there was something wrong with you. He kissed Remus again, softly, on his shoulder. I thought that too, once upon a time. I got over it. But and forgetting he was naked, in his confusion, he rolled over so he was facing Sirius. For how long? Since we were boys. Maybe since we met, but I was too young to recognize it then. His smile was soft, his hand came up and stroked Remus's hair. But how long did you know that you loved me? As long as I've known that I loved you. But you never said. Sirius gave his bark of a laugh. Oh come on, Moony. I've said it 100 times, in 100 different ways. Do you really think I know so little about the world that I don't realize grown men don't climb into each other's beds and hold each other every night? Did you think I just forgot how people behave, while I was in Azkaban? Well, you never behaved like other people anyway. No, I suppose I didn't. But, when getting into bed with you didn't work, I did try more direct methods. You could just never hear what I was saying. So, why are you being so direct now? His brow was furrowed. I'm tired of waiting, and I wasn't sure, after Azkaban. Well, I know what I looked like. What I look like. You loved me before, but I was handsome then. I didn't know for sure you would still feel, and of course you just turned up in the Shrieking Shack that night, Moony, completely out of the blue, and you hadn't changed at all, except to grow more beautiful. All that madness going on, and I thought I was going to die from wanting you. But I looked such a mess. Why would someone as beautiful as you want someone who looked like me? But then Voldemort said you wanted me to love you, that your heart beat for me, and I knew I was right to hope. His smile became broader. I don't suppose Lord Voldemort has ever played matchmaker before, but he has a flair for it. Remus was frowning. None of this made sense. Sirius wanted him. Sirius thought he was the beautiful one, and that he hadn't changed. Even though he was scarred and broken and graying, Sirius seemed to think he looked the same as he had when they were still practically boys. And Sirius seemed to think there was a chance that Remus wouldn't want him. That Sirius was too ugly to be loved. He was beginning to feel like he had slipped into some bizarre dream world where everything was reversed, fallen through a mirror and was living the reflection not the reality. Though really, having spent a lifetime hopelessly loving, he was just feeling for the first time what it was like to be loved hopelessly in return. But how can you want me? I'm a werewolf. Sirius's expression became suddenly fierce. That has never mattered to me. It doesn't change who you are. He grinned again. Honestly, Remus, it's only you who gets hung up on the werewolf thing. Everyone who knows you knows it doesn't make a difference. And it never made a difference to me. He thought of something else. Why did you never say anything before? I mean before it all went wrong, before we wasted our lives. The smile slipped from Sirius's face. I was afraid. But you said you knew I loved you. I know, I did. I wasn't afraid of you not wanting me. But I was afraid of what other people would say. If they would tell us it was wrong, if they would be disgusted. If they would laugh. I was afraid of what James would say. You think he wouldn't understand? I don't know, he shook his head. I still don't know. And I was too much of a coward to risk it back then. But you're not afraid anymore. No, and he laughed again. The funny thing about being wrongfully accused of being an insane mass murderer, and learning to live with it, is that it really stops you caring what other people say about you. Sod them all. I love you, Remus. If other people have a problem with that, that isn't my problem. And then his hand, entwined in Remus's hair, increased its pressure. He leaned forward, and brushed his lips against Remus's own. For a moment it was soft, gentle, barely there, hesitant and a little unsure, tickling like the dancing of butterfly wings. And then Remus wrapped his own arms around Sirius, pulling him closer, and the pressure increased, the intensity and the heat. Their lips parted and they were breathless, they held each other tighter, until finally they broke apart, gasping. Sirius's face was flushed, but it was like he was illuminated, something warm and wonderful lighting him up from the inside. He was smiling, both delighted and slightly shy, and he suddenly looked younger, and more handsome and more happy than Remus ever recalled seeing him before. And it struck him that maybe, as Sirius looked back at him, he saw the same thing. That maybe he didn't look old and broken down to Sirius, the way Sirius had never looked anything but beautiful to him. They stayed wrapped in each other's arms. Sirius was stroking his bare skin again. It was definitely worth kissing Mary McDonnell to get that right, he said. He leaned forward and stole another kiss. And now you can't say you have never kissed anyone, Moony. I still haven't kissed a girl. I never asked you if you'd kissed a girl. Yes you did. He sounded indignant, even to his own ears. Sirius looked supremely smug. No. I didn't. He kissed him again. I asked if you'd kissed anyone. Although to be clear, if you had ever kissed another boy, I'd have found him and ripped his ears off. I want you all for myself. There was never another boy I wanted to kiss. Why his ears? They look like the easiest part to rip off. And then he started to kiss Remus again, hot and heavy, and Remus got utterly lost in the moment. They were brought back by the distant sound of a snapping twig. They pulled apart, sat up and looked around. Do you think there's someone out there? Remus glanced down, and suddenly realized he had been naked this whole time, that he had been lying in front of Sirius, completely bare, semi-aroused and with every last one of his scars on show. He blushed, right the way down to his toes. I need clothes, he muttered. Do you? Sirius's grin became mischievous. Couldn't you just stay this way? For my pleasure and edification. Remus's eyes widened in outrage, and Sirius threw his head back and laughed. All right, I'll find the suitcase. Stay here. He got to his feet. Remus looked around in panic. You can't just leave me, he hissed. What if somebody comes? Sirius crouched down again and gave him a swift kiss. Look him dead in the eye and brazen it out. I won't be a minute. And then he walked off, leaving Remus all alone, stark naked in the middle of the forest, awkward, sweaty and desperately trying to will the proof of his excitement away. Fortunately, Sirius was true to his word. It was only a few minutes later that Remus heard footsteps returning to him. Sirius, he called. Padfoot, is that you? Relax, it's me. And a moment later, Sirius reappeared, carrying the suitcase and Remus's wand. We weren't that far from where you wolfed out, he said. I managed to chase you back in a circle. He knelt down on the ground, untied the neatly knotted string and then prized open the worn-through clasps and began taking out robes and underwear. Of course, what you were wearing yesterday is utterly destroyed, he said, handing the clothes over to Remus, and kissing him before he went back to closing up the case. Remus blushed again, and began to pull the folds of fabric over his head, thankful to be covered up once more. Though as his head re-emerged from his robes, Sirius was waiting to kiss him again, and there was an amused but disappointed gleam in his eyes as Remus's bare skin was once more hidden away. Once fully dressed, he got back to his feet. We need to find Peter. We do. I'm sorry about last night. Don't be, come on. And then Sirius reached out, took hold of Remus's hand, their fingers intertwined, he gave him a brief, shy smile, and started to tow him back through the forest, heading for the clearing where they had last seen Wormtail. There was no sign of him there and, reluctantly, they made their way back towards the graveyard of animal bones. As much as they did not want to return to the dead part of the forest, it seemed most likely that that was where they needed to be. Although, as gloomy and depressing as this place was, as weak as the sunshine was and as diseased and decaying the woods were, it somehow did not seem quite as bad as it was yesterday. Perhaps it was because it was earlier in the morning, and the promise of a new day, even in a place of death, was less sinister than the gloaming twilight. Or perhaps it was because they now held hands as they walked, their fingers interlocked, giving comfort to one another. And every so often they would glance at each other, and smile shyly and share a feather-light, tentative kiss. And each kiss told them both that there was more than a new day promised to them. Suddenly, the whole world, this place included, seemed very wonderful indeed. But even the flush of new love, or old love that had finally made itself known, could not completely hide the eerie lack of signs of life, or disguise the oozing sickness of the trees, or stop their feet from crunching over the tiny bones of dead vermin. And even the joy of hands held at long last, and the feel of warm lips pressed to lips after years of lonely wanting, could not block out the shivers that ran down their spines, the prickles of unease that this place gave them. They had reason, now, to want to succeed more than ever, something to live for and look forward to once they got away, but first they would need to get away. They would need to succeed. But just like Peter and Voldemort were not in the clearing where Remus had transformed, neither were they in the animal boneyard. They would need to keep on looking. They crept further through the trees, careful to keep their footsteps as quiet as possible, staying close to the bones of the rats but searching in an ever-widening circle. They did not believe Voldemort or Peter could be far. This was where the Dark Lord had lived these past 13 years, this was his haunt, this was his home. And if he was still no more than a spirit last night, then he was not yet up to leaving. They knew he must be somewhere in the part of the woods where the sun struggled to shine and the trees could not thrive. They knew if they traveled back to the living acres of the forest then they would have gone too far. Voldemort was close, they just needed to find him. They had been searching for about an hour, and had covered about 5 miles when they became aware of sounds in the distance. The forest was still unnaturally still, no animals, no birds, no breath of wind, but now they could hear the sound of something large slithering along the ground, and the sound of flames crackling and the sound of feet, just one set, blundering around. With a final glance at one another, a nod, and a squeeze of their hands, they made their way towards the noises, keeping low, careful not to be seen. They reached a muddy bank, where straggling weeds grew but no grass, and where bare and sickly trees stood like leprous sentinels above a large hollow. Leaving the case, they got down low and Army crawled their way to the edge. They peered over the brink and looked down into the hollow clearing beneath them. Peter was there, and the large snake, which slithered in circles around him. There was a fire lit in the middle of the clearing, green flames spat and crackled, and a large, stone cauldron was placed on the heat. Although there was no breeze, they felt something akin to one when they heard Voldemort speak in his icy blast of a voice. Add in the venom from Nagini, Wormtail. 3 dashes. And they saw Peter, the hood of his cloak pulled over his head, raise a vial in his 4-fingered hand and drip in 3 drops of an acid green substance. What next, my lord? The plockweed, and stir it anti-clockwise, 7 times. And this will work. This will return you to some form of body. You had better hope it does. Peter threw in the weeds. The smoke rose in purple spirals and a smell like burning nettles crept through the air. The potion in the cauldron began to bubble more rapidly. With another glance and another nod they backed away slowly, returning to the case and getting back to their feet. They tiptoed away to a safer distance before they began to talk. He's going to build Voldemort another body, Remus said. Of sorts, but what did he mean by some kind of? It doesn't sound like whatever they're doing will raise Voldemort back to full strength. Not yet anyway. No, but it will be a start, and it will be a start we need to stop. Easier to end this now than wait and let Voldemort become corporeal again. He furrowed his brow. But we can't just go rushing in there. After last night, we can't afford for me to, well, you know, not again. Sirius gave his bark of a laugh. Right, not least because we do not have enough spare robes in the case for you to keep destroying them. Then he saw the rather hurt expression on Remus's face and gave him a kiss. It wasn't your fault, he said. You couldn't help it. Not the first time, no. But we need to avoid a repeat performance. We need to go in there and stop Peter, without Voldemort stopping us, stopping me. Well, I could go alone, Sirius said. He looked troubled, and slightly guilty, as he suggested it. Voldemort can't touch me. He can't affect me the way he affects you. And there's nothing he can show me that will frighten me so much I can't stun Peter and tip the cauldron over. But what about the snake? That thing looks big enough to eat a man. And it's venomous. Just a bite could kill you. You can't be sure you can take on Peter and the snake at once. Well, maybe if you stay up on the bank, you stun the snake from a distance. I can do the rest. But if Voldemort works out I'm there, he'll come for me, he'll make me transform again. I don't want to let you down again. You didn't let me down. He sounded fierce again. That wasn't your fault. Look, there's no one in the forest, so if you transform you can't hurt anyone. You get the snake, I'll sort Peter, stun him, tie him up, take his wand, and once he can't escape, if it's necessary, I'll transform and come and get you back. But it's the daytime, I don't think you need to worry. I know you don't remember, but you turned human again the moment the sun began to rise. You always do. I don't think you can be a wolf during the day. He pulled Remus to a standstill, took hold of both of his hands and looked at him earnestly. I think we can do this. And I believe Voldemort can't affect you a second time. But I need you to believe that too. He stared into Remus's eyes, waiting for Remus to agree with him. After a moment, Remus nodded. Good, He pulled Remus into a brief hug, and then kissed him again. Come on then, it's the best plan we have. It's the only plan we have. And that's why it will work. Because it has to. They started to head back to the hollow. I still don't like the idea of you going down there, Al. Remus was suddenly cut off, when he tripped over something large and fell sprawled on the ground. Mooney, are you alright? Yes, he scrabbled around to see what had taken his feet out from under him. There was something bulky lying half buried beneath a mountain of dead and desiccated leaves. He began to push away the leaves to get a better look at whatever it was, and then he froze up and fell over backwards, staring in alarm. He had uncovered a face. A woman's face, with wide staring, glassy eyes. Her skin was cold and she was stiff. It was a body. He had fallen over a dead body. But it wasn't just the shock of that which was making him stare in horror, it was the fact that he recognized this woman. He had seen her before, spoken to her only 2 nights ago. He, personally, had lured her out of the tavern, where she had been safe, and bundled her into a taxi without caring where it would take her or what would become of her, just to protect himself and Sirius. And now here she was, dead. The body was Bertha Jorkins. Bertha Jorkins was dead. Chapter 24, Rebirth and Failure. He stared at Bertha's wide, staring eyes and then looked up into Sirius's shocked face. She's dead, he said, rather needlessly. He struggled back to his feet, Sirius held out his hand to help him up, and then they gazed down at her together. This is my fault. How do you figure that? There was a bite of impatience to Sirius's voice. Because I got rid of her, I sent her out into the night, just stuck her in that taxi and told the driver to take her somewhere else. And this is where she ended up. How is this not my fault? You didn't kill her. And anyway, you only did that because she wouldn't stop asking questions. She had stopped asking questions. She didn't know us, she had left us alone. I got rid of her as a precaution. Not because I had to. It was a sensible precaution at the time. She shouldn't have come over to us, she shouldn't have started nosing. It isn't Bertha Jorkins's fault that we're wanted criminals, Sirius, he yelled. She just came over to say hello because she recognized us from Hogwarts. And if she hadn't done that, she wouldn't be dead, so it's my fault. No. Merlin. Remus, you have to stop beating yourself up about everything that goes wrong. Not everything is your fault. You are not solely responsible for every bad thing that happens on the planet. Now. He pushed his hands through his hair, as he thought, making it all stand up on end and giving himself a rather wild appearance. Someone wielded the wand that killed Bertha, and that definitely wasn't you. They are the person at fault. And that person was almost certainly Peter. Maybe Voldemort. But not you, not your fault. She looks like they used the killing curse on her. Don't you think? Her face isn't marked, we can't see the rest. They looked at each other, both looking hesitant and apprehensive. Then they moved as one, kneeling down and using their hands to brush her body free of all the dead leaves that covered her. Oh God, Remus turned away, fighting the urge to be sick. What did they do to her? Sirius had closed his eyes, his face was all scrunched up and he inhaled sharply. Bertha Jorkins' body displayed the unmistakable signs of having been broken and ravaged by dark magic, and it was terrible to behold. We should bury her, should we bury her? We can't just leave her here, Sirius said. And we can't take her remains back to her family, not when she looks like. He trailed off, his face scrunching up again. But this place, no one comes here. It's all dead. If we bury her here then her family won't ever find her, won't want to come. Well, it's better to bury her than leave her out, for the animals. There are no animals. It's still better to bury her. It's all we can do for her now. Yes, you are right, of course. He got back to his feet and raised his wand, looking around for a suitable place for a grave. But just as he was about to cast the spell to shift enough earth to bury a body, he heard a faint popping sound. He had just registered it as the sound of someone apparating before he heard another, and then he and Sirius were surrounded by ministry officials, Aurors, hit wizards, and none other than Umbridge herself. Expelliarmus, one of the Aurors cried, and Remus's wand flew from his hand and fell to the ground. He blinked at it, rather stupidly, feeling too much was happening too fast for him to really understand what was going on. Bertha was dead, they were caught. Neither of you move, Umbridge said. We have you covered and there is no escape. She seemed to swell up with satisfaction, looking even more toadish than usual. Dear, caught red-handed in the very forest the Dark Lord calls home. There can be no doubt about your guilt now, no doubt of what you plan to do. It will be the Dementor's kiss for you both, and she gave a delighted little snigger. Sirius, still armed, had raised his wand and reached out for Remus, as if to apparate them away to safety. Don't be a fool, Black, one of the Aurors called to him. We can kill you where you stand. Sirius hesitated. We spoke to Ivan Karkaroff, Umbridge said, she was bristling with delight now. He told us you were coming here, and he told us something else. We know you are a Muggle, Mr. Black. That wand is for show, and the wolf is disarmed. You are helpless. Chain them up. The Aurors converged on them, conjuring great iron manacles from thin air as they roughly grabbed the boys and started to arrest them. And that was when they saw Bertha Jorkins. Or what remained of her. A deathly hush fell over the forest. What? What did you do? Umbridge sounded aghast. Bertha. And then her face went bright red, screwed up in anger. You filthy animal, she shrieked at Remus, pointing a stubby finger right in his face. What? He blinked again in surprise, not understanding. This is your work, you savaged her, unable to control your dark cravings. The full moon is no longer enough, am I right? You lust for the taste of flesh even in your human disguise, like Greyback. You feed even while you pretend to be a man. But you are always a monster. Remus turned pale at her words, and he was barely aware of the Aurors holding him, or the chains on his wrists, or the fact he was going to prison and Voldemort would rise again. He was barely aware of the roar of rage Sirius gave, his cry of, "How dare you!" He was sickened, and drowning in shame as he understood fully what she thought of him, what she was accusing him of in front of all these witnesses. In front of Sirius. No. He felt the tears swim into his eyes and threatened to spill over. No, I would never, I'm not, please. Greyback is the one who made you, isn't he? How like him you are. No. You disgusting old hag. Sirius yelled. He elbowed one of the Aurors who held him in the eye. Look at her, look what was done to her, that's dark magic. Someone has performed dark magic on her. Is that a confession, Mr. Black? It wasn't me, you stupid twit, and it wasn't Remus, we just found her this way. A likely story, you, the escaped convict, the mass murderer, the right-hand man of you-know-who, of course you did this. Who else would be able to perform magic so dark, so dangerous? She was trembling with rage and stamped her foot on the ground. I thought I was a Muggle. Sirius barked back at her. I thought the wand was just for show. Then the wolf did it, the beast savaged her and you let him, you sick, twisted. It wasn't us, it was Voldemort. As Sirius said the name, Umbridge let out a little yelp and shrank backwards. The Aurors dropped hold of both prisoners, shuddering. Sirius grabbed Remus again, holding him closer. Don't listen to her, he said, his voice lowered so only Remus could hear him. Only she thinks like that, no one else could ever think you would. He trailed off, as if the end of the sentence was just too disgusting for him to say. And then raised his wand. Stay back. He warned the Aurors, who had regained their composure and were closing back in to make their arrest. "Stay back, I'm warning you." But the Aurors kept coming, the circle around the two chained men grew smaller. Sirius tightened his grip on Remus, as if determined that they would not be separated, that they would not be taken away from each other, just as they had finally found each other. And then a loud and thunderous rumble shook the earth beneath their feet. The whole ground began to quake, and fissures opened up, cracks splitting the soil and running like rivers through the earth, scars marring the landscape. "What are you doing?" Umbridge cried. "You cannot frighten us." Though her voice held an edge of panic that belied her words. "Enough of your dark magic, Wolf." "It isn't him," Sirius yelled. The dead trees began to sway their diseased branches, the air began to crackle with static, the skies grew dark overhead, and then there was the sound of an explosion from not too far away. A muffled roar of sound, followed by a great wave of green light, liquid in consistency, shooting straight up in a column, like a waterfall flowing backwards, 100 feet into the air. It hit the air and condensed in a smoky cloud, and gradually the cloud took on a shape, a skull, with its tongue out, but its tongue was a snake. The Dark Mark. After all these years, the Dark Mark had appeared in the skies once more, the whole group stared up at it in horror, and then it too exploded, a bang, a flash, and a swarm of green stars, and half the Aurors were knocked unconscious. Sirius and Remus stared around. The Ministry Hag was out cold, so was most of her backup, and those still on their feet were still staring up at the sky in horror. Remus took his chance and flung himself on his lost wand. He scrambled back up with difficulty, due to his heavy chains. Here, he vanished the manacles on Sirius, and Sirius repaid the favor for him. "What was that?" Sirius asked. "The ritual," Remus said. "Whatever Peter was doing, it's done now. We're too late. So Voldemort has a body. We need to get out of here, grab the case." But Remus's sudden movement seemed to bring one of the Aurors back to his senses. "Stop right there, werewolf," he said. He tore his eyes from where he had seen the Dark Mark reappear after more than a decade of security, and instead leveled his wand at the prisoners. "Whatever that was, it won't save you. It's all over for you. Black's a muggle and you can't duel us all by yourself. Come quietly now, it might work in your favor." Remus and Sirius gripped hold of each other, ignoring the Auror. "Ready? Ready." But then, before they could vanish, a figure appeared in the tree line, short and plump, his face covered by the hood of his cloak. There was a snake slithering by his feet, hissing away, like a hideous travesty of a loyal pet dog, and the figure carried something in his arms, a small bundle, wrapped in dark cloths, which stirred feebly, though they could not get a good look at it. They were thankful for that, at least. At the sight of this strange party, and the feeling of menace that seemed to exude from them, the Aurors seemed to forget all about the two prisoners, and instead turned their wands on the newcomers. "Who are you?" one yelled. "Identify yourself." The hooded figure said nothing, nor did it move. But the thing, the creature, whatever it was in his arms, stirred again, and then, unbelievably, raised a wand. Sirius and Remus looked at each other, for just a fraction of a second, both understanding what was happening and what they needed to do. And then, moving as one, they hit the floor, just as the icy blast of Voldemort's voice cried out, "Avada Kedavra." Jets of green light passed harmlessly over their heads. But from the cries cut short, and the dull thuds of bodies falling to the ground, they knew before they even looked that their would-be captors had not fared so well. "There you go, Nagini," that chilling voice said. "You may feed." And then came the sound of the snake slithering across the ground, her massive body coiling and uncoiling as she slid towards the downed humans. Remus and Sirius struggled back up and raised their wands. Not all the humans on the ground were dead. Those that had been knocked out cold by the explosion were still very much alive and, despite the fact that they had been trying to arrest the boys, despite the fact that they included the Ministry hag herself, the pair of them were not about to allow living humans to be eaten. There was a high-pitched laugh. Voldemort was laughing, as he saw them standing there, trying to protect those that wished themselves so much harm. There was a dull chortle alongside. Peter was laughing at them too. "Do you think they will thank you?" Voldemort asked them. "Do you think they will ever care that you stood your ground, stood and faced Lord Voldemort himself, to protect their lives when they could not protect themselves? You pitiful fools, they will throw you to the Dementors as soon as they wake. Now is your chance to escape. To go. Let Nagini finish them off and you can be free." "That isn't going to happen," Sirius said. "We won't leave until we have stopped you. It's what we came here to do." "And yet you have failed," Voldemort sneered. "The noble heroes, the wizarding world's great protectors, you have lost. I will be reborn. I will recover what your friends stole from me. I will kill that boy you both love so much. Prove once and for all that the true power lies with me and not him. And what do you have to say to that?" "You're not reborn yet, Voldemort," Sirius answered loudly, defiantly. "I don't know what you are." His nose wrinkled in disgust at the bundle. "But you are not anything to fear yet." The laugh came again. "And is that too what your lover says? Do you have anything to fear, Remus Lupin?" I'm not afraid of you," Remus said. "And you haven't won yet." "Perhaps. This is just my first victory, and your first taste of defeat. But believe me, we will both know them better by the time all this is over. I shall glory in my victories, revel in them, and you shall sink in your failures. You had your one chance to stop me last night. The wolf ruined it. It was too weak, too bestial to stand against Lord Voldemort. It was foolish of you, Sirius Black, to bring an animal as your backup." Sirius gripped his wand tighter and glowered. "Your backup is Wormtail. I wouldn't be gloating yet. At least Wormtail is a human. After a fashion. Are you happy now, Peter?" he addressed his erstwhile friend. "Now you hold that thing in your arms. Is this what you wanted? Is this what you hoped for? Was this really worth betraying your friends for?" And Peter spoke for the first time. "Once my master is fully risen, I will be rewarded beyond all others, given riches beyond my wildest dreams." "And will that make up for James and Lily? Does that give you back the 12 years you spent as a rat? Everything we did as boys, everything we thought we would do as men, the life we thought we would all have as a family, our lifetime together. Does the promise of Voldemort's riches make up for everything you betrayed and abandoned?" And his voice trembled as he spoke, as if the dashed hopes of their youth, and the bitter regret of all that had followed, was causing him pain, even if the memories did not pain Peter. How touching the bundle in Peter's arms mocked. "But love is a weakness, it is the preserve and pursuit of fools. Power is what matters, and Wormtail has learned that, even if the two of you cling to your old, childish beliefs the way you cling in each other's arms. But what's this? Your chance to escape is slipping away, old enemies are awakening." And sure enough, down on the ground, Umbridge was starting to stir, waking up at last, after the explosion. The boys turned from Voldemort, to watch her. They were trapped, frozen like deer in the headlights between the threat of Voldemort, and the threat of Umbridge, and not sure which way to look. She got to her feet, shaking her head groggily. There was something bemused and confused about her expression that suggested she didn't quite remember what had happened. And then she saw the Aurors on the ground, the ones knocked out, and the ones with their wide, staring eyes, unmistakably dead. "What did you do?" she screeched at the two of them in rage. "Another mass murder." She took a deep breath, and started to swell up, looking like a toad about to explode. This must have been the wolf. A muggle can't use the killing curse. "Oh, I don't know what punishment we have that is worse than the Dementor's kiss, but believe me, werewolf, I will find it and I will personally make sure you suffer it. And then I will." "Madam, you have quite the lust for vengeance," Voldemort said to her, cutting her off mid-rant. I wonder that you never joined my legions. She came to a stop and frowned, her little, froggy eyes narrowed, and then she stumped forward, pushed her way past Remus and Sirius and stared at the hooded figure of Peter and the bundle in his arms. "Who are you?" she asked. "You do not know me. I confess, I am a little hurt. Tell me who you are, and what you are. What manner of creature?" "I am Madame Umbridge, I am Senior Under-Secretary to the Minister of Magic himself, and I demand that you identify yourself to me at once." "What is your name?" "You know my name, though you fear to speak it." She stamped her foot, her voice became querulous. "I have no time for riddles." "A pity, for you see, I am one." "You will identify yourself to me." "I insist, I invoke the authority of the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Tell me who you are and what you come to be doing in this forest. Identify your species, are you human? I see you hold a wand, have you a right to that? If you are in violation of Clause 3. I grow weary of this. Of the Code of Wand Use of 1631, which states no non-human shall carry a wand. The wand was raised. Remus realized what was about to happen. "Then I will have you arrested and brought before the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures." "Avada Kedavra," Voldemort cried. Remus lunged forward, tackled Umbridge and pushed her to the ground, just as the curse flew straight at her. He shielded her with his body as it flew harmlessly over their heads, and then he scrambled back up. Umbridge choked and spluttered, and went bright red with rage and indignation. "How dare you touch me, you filthy half-breed? What was the reason for that unprovoked attack? I will have you clapped in silver chains for that. Your kind has no right to touch decent people, and I will have your skin burned away so that you remember it. Never, in all my life have I been." Stupefied, Remus flicked his wand at her, regretting, already, the impulse that had spurred him on to save her life. She stopped mid-sentence, her wide mouth hanging open. Her eyes crossed and she tumbled over backwards. Nagini slithered towards her, jaws wide and, wondering why he even kept doing this, Remus flicked his wand again and cast the knockback jinx, sending Nagini flying backwards through the air, away from the unconscious woman. "Truly pitiful," Voldemort said. "That you can be so lacking in pride that you will save the life of someone who hates you, who sees you as nothing but an animal, but then I suppose an animal such as yourself has little cause for pride." Sirius was by Remus's side again, he took hold of his arm. He shook his head slightly, at the hopelessness of Remus being so good and noble and heroic that he would even save the life of the Ministry hag, but then turned back to Voldemort, his wand gripped firmly in his hand and pointed it at Peter and his master. Remus did the same. "Come now, Wormtail, Nagini," Voldemort said. "Let us leave." "You can't think we're going to let you do that, Voldemort," Sirius called. "Stupefy," he yelled. But the bundle in Peter's arms cast a silent shield charm so quickly, that the curse bounced straight back off, and Sirius had to duck. Know when you are beaten, Sirius Black. Know when you are standing in the presence of your betters. The wolf should be able to help you out there, for every human it meets is its better. Wormtail, leave. Immobulus, Sirius yelled, but again, the charm rebounded from Voldemort's shield, and Sirius staggered. "You will not stop fighting. I respect that." "Master, just kill them," Peter said. "No. My lord. I said no. I can see it, what they have done. They have spared your life, Wormtail. They had you at their mercy, and they gave it to you. They could have killed you, and they didn't. You are in their debt, as I am in yours. This is ancient magic, a debt of blood and honor that must be repaid. And if we were to kill them now we would suffer the consequences. I have already suffered the consequences of ignoring ancient magics. I will not make the same mistake twice. We shall spare their lives, for now. After all, our two great heroes are wanted men, they are surrounded by the ministry and are not only hunted for historic crimes but are now believed guilty of the slaughter of 3 Aurors and poor, blameless Bertha Jorkins. They have quite enough to contend with. I fear they are in too much trouble themselves to threaten any trouble to us. Killing them will serve no purpose. Letting them go to prison for our actions will grant us greater freedoms. We shall leave them. Though we do not have to leave them able-bodied. He raised his wand and, before either of them could react, cried Patrificus Totalis. Both men were hit at once, they seized up, stiff as boards, and toppled over backwards, unable to move. As they lay frozen on the ground, they heard the sound of Peter's heavy footsteps walking away, and the snake slithering along at his side. They grew quieter, more distant, and then died away altogether. Peter was gone, and Voldemort with him. Meanwhile, the ministry wizards, the ones who weren't dead, were waking up. These were the ones who had been knocked out in the explosion, who had never seen Voldemort and Peter, who took one look at their dead colleagues, and assumed Remus and Sirius had killed them. There were cries of rage, and the Aurors circled around the 2 frozen men, their wands trained on them. "You bastards," one of the Aurors snarled. "Thompson had just got married, his wife is expecting a baby, and you Dark Lord-loving sons of bitches murder him in cold blood. It's the Dementor's kiss for you, boys, we'll summon them right here, you'll not get away." Remus stared up at them, his eyes were the only part of him still able to move. This seemed utterly hopeless, there was no possible way out, and then he saw Sirius's left arm twitch. It was just his left arm. No other part of him could move yet, Voldemort's body-binding curse was holding strong, but one arm was enough. Especially when the Aurors believed him to be a muggle, incapable of magic. His arm twitched. It twitched again and then, it just had enough feeling in it that he was able to reach out, grab Remus and twist them into thin air. Still almost completely frozen, they apparated away to safety, leaving the Aurors staring at nothing but a patch of empty ground. Chapter 25, The Rightness of Being Wrong. They were still partially frozen when they landed, their stiff bodies slammed down on the pavement, which would have caused them to cry out in pain, except they could not yet speak. Sirius used the slight feeling in his left arm to squeeze Remus reassuringly, and then they lay there, waiting for Voldemort's body-bind curse to fully wear off. It was a few minutes before they were completely able to move freely again, and they sat up groaning and rubbing their backs, which had felt the full force of impact as they landed. "Thanks, Sirius, I thought we were done for." "Nah, the ministry are totally incompetent. We left the case behind." "Yes, so it's imperative you don't transform unexpectedly again, because we don't have replacement clothes anymore. Not that I would be complaining in those circumstances, of course." He grinned flirtatiously and leaned in for a swift kiss. "But you get very whiny about being naked in public." "I don't whine," Remus replied calmly. He took hold of Sirius's hand and leaned in for another kiss. "Anyway, it's not just the clothes. It's the map and the money. We can get another map. We can get more money. It's the stash of tea bags. Damn." He gave his bark of laughter. "That's it. We're not continuing without tea bags, let's go home." Remus laughed as well, until his brow furrowed and he actually thought about the problems they were now facing. "Where are we going to go now? What do we do? We've failed. Voldemort has a body. Not much of one. I didn't get a good look at it, did you?" "No, it was too wrapped up in the cloths. I just saw the wand. But we can extrapolate that he has a hand, if he can hold a wand. And a mouth if he can talk. But he can't walk. And he's about the size of a newborn baby. Whatever shape he's in right now, this isn't his final form. He hasn't risen again. Not properly. We haven't failed yet. We just need to find them." "They'll be going home, won't they?" Remus asked. "Back to Britain. That's where his followers are, that's where he wants to take over. Which works out well for us, what with the teabag shortage and all. Remus gave him a shove. This is serious. And I am being deadly serious. Look, it's better than you think. The Ministry think we went to that forest to help Voldemort rise. They think we failed and Voldemort is still there, therefore they think we'll be sticking around. The last place anyone is going to look for us is back in England. We'll practically be free men once we're home. And, there is no way Peter can apparate home, not while he's carrying Voldemort in that weak form, and not with the snake. They're going to have to walk all the way back. And he can't even travel as a rat, and he doesn't want to be seen, so they'll have to go carefully, travel at night, whereas we can apparate back home in a couple of days. Exactly, Sirius nodded. We can be back there waiting for them when they turn up. We can ambush them. Remus nodded. Well, that might be easier said than done. Britain might not be the biggest country in the world, but it's still pretty big when we have no idea whereabouts he might go. Come on, Sirius got to his feet and held out his hand to pull Remus up. We'll worry about that once we're home. First, let's figure out where we are and which direction we need to head in. It turned out Sirius had managed to apparate them south to Tirana, the capital of Albania, and, using their now perfected move of borrowing a muggle's money and using the Gemino charm on it, they replaced the cash they had lost along with the case, at least enough to buy them a new map and cup of coffee. It wasn't a magical map of Europe, of course, but that did not matter. They were not planning to stop off at any all-wizarding towns on the way home, they just wanted to get home quickly. But, eager to avoid another splinching, they would be traveling in shorter stages than was strictly necessary. They examined the map as they sat at the pavement cafe and began to trace out a route for themselves. Remus was not keen to return to Montenegro, and the scene of his crime. And neither of them were anxious to travel across war-torn Bosnia again. Look, Sirius tapped the map, if we apparate further south, down to this bit of coastline, he indicated a small stretch of land that stuck out further than the rest of the country. Then it should only be a small hop across the water to Otranto, in the south of Italy. The last hop across the water we tried, we ended up very much in the water. We'll be more careful this time, we won't be under pressure. It's the closest point between the two countries, I think we can make it. And then we can just travel up through Italy. He looked thoughtful for a moment. I liked Italy. It was romantic. So you said, Remus said, sounding amused. Sirius leaned across the table and kissed him. And now you know why. And it had nothing to do with Mary Bloody MacDonald. So, as we'll have time, we could stop off a few places, you know. What do you mean? Just, you know, he shrugged. Like Rome, or Venice. We're hunting down a dark wizard, not going on a honeymoon. We'll be traveling much faster than Peter and Voldemort and the snake. I don't see why we can't do both. This adventure has been nothing but a pain in the backside. That's because that's what adventures are, and I told you not to call it that. But we could still salvage something of it. Turn it into a bit of a holiday, Sirius finished up, as if he hadn't been interrupted. I'm not sure that's wise, we should stay focused. But Sirius's voice became wheedling. I spent 12 years in prison, Moony, he said. Unable to think happy thoughts, staring at the same four walls, don't you think I deserve a weekend in the Eternal City, with my boyfriend? Remus raised an eyebrow. Is this going to be a thing going forward? Every time you have a ridiculous idea and I tell you, no, am I going to be met with, but 12 years in Azkaban, Moony, let me do what I want. Because that's just emotional manipulation. You want emotional manipulation? His tone became even more wheedling, and his grin was mischievous. How about if I mentioned that for 12 years you believed everybody when they said that I was an insane mass murderer, so, when you think about, Moony, you really owe me. Remus tutted. Oh, for Merlin's sake, when they came to arrest you, you stood there laughing your head off, like a maniac. What was I supposed to think? That I was too handsome and noble to possibly be the spy? What? You mean like you thought I was? Oh, throw that back in my face, why don't you? Remus grinned as well, and this time it was him that leaned over for a kiss. Two can play the emotional manipulation game. Don't even try me, Padfoot. I'll take you down. I think I might enjoy that. Their kissing became more intense, though neither of them stopped grinning throughout. Remus brought his hand up and his fingers twined into Sirius's hair.
Stop that, is disgusting. Leave no.
They broke apart, and looked up in surprise at the angry Muggle waiter standing over them. What?
Leave. No. Putting off other customers. Men kissing men. Is wrong. Disgusting.
Oh, Remus blushed bright red. We're not hurting anyone. Sirius said.
God does not like it.
Sirius looked around, up at the sky and all about the street, as if checking for something. God's not here.
He ever here.
Come on, Remus mumbled to Sirius. He could feel everyone's eyes on them, and couldn't believe they had been so stupidly wrapped up in each other that they would forget themselves so completely. Let's just go, it's not worth it. Fine, Sirius got to his feet and then glowered down at the waiter, who shrunk back a little. Sirius was very tall, and could look very intimidating when he chose to. But we're not paying. And he walked off without a backwards glance. Remus felt flustered. Sirius had the money and had left him behind. He looked between the waiter and Sirius's retreating back. Sorry, he mumbled again, and scurried off after him, ignoring the cries of the waiter telling them to come back and pay their bill. When he caught up with Sirius, Sirius reached out and took his hand, but Remus flushed again and pulled away. Sirius came to a stop and stared at him. What? What do you mean? Why did you just pull away? He looked down at his feet, miserably. Oh, for Merlin's sake, Moony. Sirius sounded exasperated. You're not going to back away from us, after all these years, just because one Muggle didn't like it? No. No, of course I'm not backing away, I just won't be seen with me in public. That's ridiculous. We're standing in the middle of the street together. We're not holding hands. People don't like it. Who cares what people think? Sirius yelled so loudly passers-by turned to look, but he ignored them. You can't live your whole life being held back by the opinions of other people. Remus flushed, and this time he felt a snap of anger, could hear it in his voice. Yes, I can. I've lived that way my whole life. Not because I want to, but because other people have all the power to treat me badly and I have none. That might be your first time getting kicked out of somewhere, but it certainly isn't mine. I love you, Sirius, but if loving you is just one more thing for people to hold against me, then I want to love you in private, like I choose to keep my condition private. You mean you're ashamed of me, of us, of how you feel? Other people think it's something we should both be ashamed of. I shouldn't have to be ashamed of being a werewolf, other people make me ashamed. Bollocks to other people. Again, his volume turned heads. Is that your final word? He ignored the stares of the Muggles in the street and folded his arms across his chest. His voice was cold. And when exactly is it that you'll be telling Harry? It was Sirius's turn to flush bright red. Well, he rubbed the back of his neck. He's only a kid, I mean, it wouldn't really be appropriate. See? Don't take the moral high ground with me, Sirius. You're perfectly happy for us to be publicly together here, where no one knows us, where we don't understand half of what they say. Where we're here for a couple of hours and then move on and never look back. He shook his head. But you're not going to be holding my hand in Diagon Alley, not now, not ever. His mouth fell open and he gaped for a moment, before recovering himself. That's not true. I'm not ashamed of how we feel. Yes, all right. I'll believe that when we see it. Look, we can both agree, whether you want to admit it or not, that when we're home this will just be between us, when we're alone. So we might as well start living that way now. He sighed. I don't want to fight. I do love you, but I don't like getting kicked out of places just for being myself. I've had too much experience of it. Come on, let's apparate to the coast. Let's get out of here. They successfully made it back across the Adriatic without falling in it this time. They apparated from a point just south of Vlore, in Albania, to Otranto in Italy, which formed the narrowest crossing of the sea. Otranto was at the very bottom of Italy's heel, and they apparated north to Altamura, and then northwest to Naples. Naples was a big enough city that they were safely hidden among hundreds of thousands of Muggles, but where one or two wizards almost certainly lived, meaning their use of magic would not raise any red flags with the Italian ministry or any other. Having borrowed another handbag and geminode a whole wad of lira, they got themselves a hotel room near the port. Once safely inside, Remus reached out for Sirius, pulling him closer to kiss him, but Sirius pulled away and sniffed disdainfully. Remus felt his heart sink. Sirius. You're the one who backed away, not me. Remus tutted, shook his head and stalked off to the window to look out. Their room had a little balcony and he stepped out onto it, and stared in surprise at all the ocean liners parked at the end of the road. It was like they were cars, but they were massive ocean-going, cruise ships, all lined up in the harbor. Sirius, come and look at this, it's weird. Still looking surly, Sirius stepped out onto the balcony, and his expression changed to mildly impressed, before shutting back down to surly almost immediately. Well, we're right by the port, he shrugged. Yes, but there isn't a port. There's just the end of the road and then a bloody great ship. But Sirius only shrugged again and went back inside. Remus followed him. Oh, come on, you're the one that wanted to turn this nightmare into more of a holiday. You can't then just ignore all the amazing stuff we see. I wanted a holiday with my boyfriend. Not someone who's too cowardly to be that. Remus flushed. That isn't fair. Isn't it? You don't understand. I just cannot take any more hatred. I'm sorry, but I can't. I cannot bring myself to willingly hand more ammunition over to people who don't like me just for what I am. I am used to people's disgust, I do not want more of it. And I can't bear people being disgusted with me because of you. But what does it matter? It matters, when you live with it every day, your whole life, it matters. It gets in your head and you start to believe them, you start to see yourself differently. I've lived my whole life thinking loving you was wrong, that there was something wrong with me. Maybe there is, but it's wrong with you too, and that means we can be happy. But we can't be happy if people make us hate ourselves for what we're doing, and they will. I know they will because they have been doing it to me ever since I got bit. Nobody likes people who are different. But... His tone of voice became wheedling. He climbed onto the bed beside where Sirius was propped against the pillows and took hold of his hand. Sirius didn't pull away, and he took that as a good sign. If we just keep it a secret, between us, a wonderful secret, then no one can tear us apart, or make us feel ashamed. Nobody needs to make you feel ashamed, Remus, you're doing it all by yourself. He relented, and leaned forward to kiss him. Fine, if you're not ready, we can keep it a secret for now. But this isn't forever. I'm not hiding away the best part of my life, I'm not living my whole life pretending to the world you're just a friend. He kissed him again, and it was a fierce and angry kiss. You're more than that. So much more. Am I really your boyfriend? Is that what we are? Well, I don't know another word for it, do you? No. But James was Lily's boyfriend. Boyfriends have girlfriends, not other boyfriends. Sirius shrugged. I never knew another wizard like us, never heard about one, did you? No. Then, in the absence of any other word for it, we can stick with the one we know. He kissed him again, and this one was a little more friendly. Come on, we need to buy more clothes, since we lost the case. It's hot as hell, here, we'll start to stink if we don't have anything to change into. They spent 2 days in Naples, bought another suitcase and some Muggles clothes. Remus had to take the lead on that. Sirius had never been allowed Muggle clothes as a child and had spent the last 12 years in prison, and, truth be told, he didn't have much of an eye for colors that went together anyway. They went to the Archaeological Museum, which held a secret collection of erotic Roman art discovered at Pompeii that was so graphic it made Remus blush. He'd never seen anything like it. Sirius, on the other hand, looked at one particularly eye-watering mosaic, pointed at it and said, "They're two boys together, right there." There were ancient Romans like us, and in the afternoon they looked around a castle up on a hill. They nervously eyed up the distant, looming hulk of empty Vesuvius and discussed in hushed tones the likelihood of it erupting while they were there. "Maybe I'm not a real Gryffindor," Sirius said. "But I don't think I'd want to live this close to a volcano that I knew had previously destroyed other towns." And they tried something called pizza, which Remus said he thought Muggles ate quite frequently. They go to some kind of hut to have it, he told Sirius, but was unable to answer any more questions on the subject, having never ventured inside one, and drank espressos. And if they ever found themselves in an empty little alleyway, they would link hands for the briefest moment and steal a kiss. They spent their nights wrapped up in each other's arms as usual, but other than that no one would ever know that they were more than just two friends, out sightseeing. And if Sirius was still annoyed about this, he was at least keeping it quiet and respecting Remus's wishes. After 2 days in Naples, they apparated north again, this time to Rome, and once again found themselves a quiet little hotel to hole up in. This one didn't look out on the sea, of course, it looked out onto a courtyard with overflowing rubbish bins. But if they stood on the bed and then stood on their tiptoes they could just about see the top of the Colosseum in the distance. They spent the evening wandering the streets. It was still hot, but now it was dusk it was more bearable, but even though the night was drawing in, the city was not going to sleep. The traffic was something else, it was madness on a level they had never seen before, tiny little cars hurtling in all directions and cutting each other up and swerving across 6 lanes of traffic and not really paying all that much attention to the lights. After one terrifying attempt to cross the road at a zebra crossing, which no drivers stopped for anyway, they agreed they would just apparate across in the future. It's not like anyone would notice in the madness. The boys had liked Naples very much, but Rome was cleaner, larger and far more impressive. Ancient monuments loomed everywhere, and they were lit up in the darkness, making them look more like backdrops at the theater than real buildings. And it wasn't even just the famous buildings that were impressive. Just around the corner from the Pantheon, which definitely didn't look real, it looked like a painting, even when they were stood right by it. Sirius jabbed it with his wand a couple of times to check it was really there. They stumbled across a colossal foot on a plinth. Just a foot, sitting on its pedestal, all that was left of a colossal statue. "How big do you think it was?" Sirius asked, staring upward. "Big," Remus replied simply. They wandered for hours, happily getting lost in the dark alleyways and happening across ancient ruins or ornate fountains in the middle of piazzas. The whole city seemed to be teeming with feral cats and, missing Crookshanks, Sirius kept trying to entice them to come close enough so he could pet them. Eventually, they found their way back to the main road that led up to the Colosseum and stopped off at a pavement cafe. There were 2 very handsome, young men sitting at the next table from them. They were smoking roll-up cigarettes and talking in very fast Italian. One of them had draped one leg over the other with the kind of casual elegance that Remus had only ever seen Sirius manage before now. There wasn't much room between the tables, and the smoke drifted across to them, permeating the air with its acrid smell. "What spaghetti?" Sirius asked, reading the menu. "Don't get it." "Why not?" "You'll only embarrass yourself trying to eat it." "Same goes for tagliatelle," they're all long and stringy. Stick with something like penne. You know a lot about pasta, Remus. I told you, they sell it in packets at the Muggle shop near my house. I'll make you spaghetti when we get home, and it won't matter that you can't eat it neatly and you'll get sauce all down your chin. They ordered, and watched the people walking past, and drank wine, and then, just as they were scraping their plates of the last of the pasta, the two handsome, young men at the next table stubbed out their cigarettes, and started to kiss each other. Remus dropped his fork in surprise and stared. Sirius turned to see what he was looking at. They watched open-mouthed, as the two men kissed, seemingly oblivious to all around them, and people continued to walk past as if nothing was happening. There was an old couple, in the corner, with their noses wrinkled in disgust, but they weren't saying anything. And all the other people in the restaurant were just carrying on eating. The waiter came out with 2 glasses of yellow liqueur on a tray and plunked it down on the two men's table.
Limoncello,
He said, without giving them a second glance. They didn't even come up for air. I told you. Sirius hissed. I told you it wasn't just us. And look, no one cares. It was just that one waiter that didn't like it. I doubt it was just that one waiter. Alright, well, no, I imagine other people don't like it either, but clearly it's not unheard of, or against the rules or anything. And they don't mind being together in public. He nodded at the kissing couple, and then arched a challenging eyebrow at Remus. But I've never heard of a wizard like us, Remus argued. No, but there are loads more Muggles, aren't there? Stands to reason that, in all their billions, some of them would be like us. And the Muggles don't mind? Sirius shrugged. Obviously some of them do, but none of these ones care. But it's not, right? Says who? Sirius was grinning now, looking delighted. Finally, the two men pulled apart and lit up more cigarettes, and noticed the boys staring at them.
you have problem.
One of them asked, rather belligerently, blowing smoke straight at them. No. Remus said. No, we really don't have a problem at all. And he felt his own face break into a grin as wide and delighted as Sirius's own. After they had paid their bill, they walked back to the hotel together, holding hands the whole way. Chapter 26, For the Greater Good. The longer they stayed in Rome, the better it became. They went all over, and had an easier time of it than the Muggles, because they would just apparate into the bigger tourist attractions and jump the queue. The Colosseum was even more amazing inside than it was out, the Forum was fascinating, but there was absolutely no shade to be found anywhere, and so they hurried through faster than they would have liked. The Mamertine prison was delightfully cool afterwards, though it was so small they could not stay in there for long. They dragged it out for as long as they could, though, examining the face print in the wall that was said to be St. Peter's own. I don't think it's a real face print, Sirius said. How could he get it in the stone? Well, it was supposed to be a miracle. Was St. Peter a wizard? Sirius scrunched his nose up. Wait, was Jesus a wizard? Water into wine is a pretty easy charm when you know how. Was Jesus just a Muggle-born wizard? I don't know, I'm not even sure if he was real. Well, what's the difference between magic and a miracle? Marketing. You get burned at the stake for one and called a saint for the other. He tugged on Sirius's hand. Come on, back out into the sunshine. Do we have to? Yes, he gave him a kiss. He felt the eyes of the old, Muggle man who had let them into the prison on them, but the man didn't say anything, and Remus ignored his staring. Grazie, he said to the man, as they left.
Prego,
The man replied, keeping his eyes on them. Now he knew to look out for it, he kept seeing other people like them. Other couples. Just, hidden among the crowds of everyone else, he would catch a flash of two men holding hands, or sitting just slightly too close together, one of them's hand on the other's leg. He even caught a glimpse of two girls kissing each other. He hadn't even considered that as a possibility until he saw it with his own eyes. "It's a bit like the wizarding world, isn't it?" he said, one time, as two women in their 50s, wearing big boots and with severe haircuts, dashed across the street holding hands. "How do you mean?" "Well, there's people who are different, just hiding in plain sight among all the normal people. And you don't even realize they're there until you stop and look for them. And then they're everywhere. I'm beginning to think there might be more muggles like us than there are wizards, full stop." Sirius grinned and squeezed Remus's hand. "You know, the more time we spend in the muggle world, the more I think we wizards lead very sheltered lives. Come on." They went everywhere, the Vatican, the Spanish Steps. There was an English tea room there that they were very grateful for, after the disastrous loss of their own teabags, the Trevi Fountain, the Circus Maximus. But their absolute favorite place to go was up on the Palatine Hill, among the ruins of the palaces of the emperors, where they would take a punnet of strawberries and some chocolate and find a quiet, shady spot to just sit. They went there every day. Today, they were in the shade of a cypress tree. Remus was sitting with his back leaning against it and Sirius lay sprawled on the ground, his head in Remus's lap. Remus stroked his hair absent-mindedly, while Sirius read a guidebook. "You want a drink?" Remus asked, proffering the bottle of brown, fizzy, muggle drink they had bought. It was Coca-Cola today. Sirius took a swig. "I still don't see how that's different to that Pepsi stuff. They taste completely different." He was lying, he couldn't taste a difference either. "You just have an unrefined palate." Sirius choked and spluttered mid-drink. "I have an unrefined palate." He propped himself up on his elbow, so he was facing Remus, his expression one of mock outrage. "I am the last living scion of an ancient and noble household, the very last black, toujours pure. As pure-blooded and aristocratic as they come. Who are you to call my palate unrefined? You half-blood, son of a muggle, werewolf. Oh, but you forget, they gave you muggle blood when you got splinched. You're no aristocratic son of ancient lineage now. You're even more common than me, and your palate has been blunted accordingly. Mud-blood. Half-breed." They kissed. "It tastes the same." "I know." Sirius grinned, and lay back down with his head in Remus's lap once more. "I don't ever want to leave here," he said, after a while. "The longer we stay, the harder it is to go. If it wasn't for Harry, and a looming war, I'd say let's never go home again. Let's just stay here until we get bored and then find another amazing muggle place to go and explore. We could travel the whole world, just the two of us, doing this, every day for the rest of our lives." Remus smiled wryly. "But we lost our teabags." "Oh, yeah, we should go home." Smiling wider, Remus leaned down to kiss him. "And there is the whole Harry and the looming war thing to contend with." "Yes, I've been thinking about that. About what we need to do." "Oh. Yeah, at first I thought we should head back to Dumbledore, tell him what we know. But now I think that's a mistake. For a start, it would put him in an awkward position, if the two most wanted wizards in Britain just turned up on his doorstep. And he's done enough for us both already as it is." A shadow crossed his face, as he remembered the night he escaped from Hogwarts, and how close he had come to losing his soul. "Besides," he continued, shaking himself free of the memory, "whatever Wormy and Voldemort are planning to do, we can assume it will involve very dark magic. Maybe even darker than the stuff they were up to back in the forest." "I suppose that's true. And Dumbledore. I know he's a genius and everything, but he isn't a dark wizard. I'm sure he knows about some dark magic, of course he does, but he isn't an expert. These are spells he might read about but would never, in a million years, consider trying. I think, when it comes down to it, that he might not be the best person to second-guess what sort of magic Voldemort might perform in order to rise again. Or where he would go to do it. We need another dark wizard. Remus wrinkled his nose. What? Are you saying we should go speak to Lucius Malfoy or something? Ha! Sirius barked his laughter. That Burke? No. I doubt he has any better idea what Voldemort might be up to than we do. Plus he'd hand us over to the Ministry hag before you can say, but you're the only real Death Eater here, you foul, poncy git. Well, that is quite a long sentence. Sirius laughed again, and hit Remus on the arm. Ow. I'm being serious, we need a wizard of the same type of standing as Voldemort. One that was as dark as he was, has the same kind of power, the same kind of scope. And, do you have any idea where we might find a wizard that fits that description? And one who won't just turn us into toads just for daring to stand in his presence? Yeah, I do, actually. I was thinking, much as I don't ever want to leave here, maybe we should travel north, and stop off at Nurmengard. Nurmengard? Remus scrunched up his face, not understanding, and then it hit him. Grindelwald? You want us to stop off and talk to Grindelwald? If anyone can second-guess Voldemort's plans, it's him. But, he's the most highly guarded prisoner in one of the most highly guarded wizarding prisons there is. I wonder what that's like. Come on, Moony, if I can break out of Azkaban, I can break into Nurmengard. It will be dangerous. Sirius sat up, grinning. Incredibly dangerous. Maybe the most risky thing we've done so far, walking straight into a prison, forcing our way into a cell and making the dark wizard inside talk to us, all without the guards noticing, and then hoping we can just walk right back out again without sounding the alarm. It's madness. It's an ad. Don't say it. Venture. He stole a swift kiss. What do you say? Would you listen if I said no? No. Then I suppose I say yes. Will we set out tomorrow? We probably should. They went quiet for a moment, watching the sun set over the Palatine Hill one last time. Though I don't want to go. The next day they apparated in short stages, from Rome to Arezzo and then from Arezzo to Venice, where they stopped for the rest of the day and stayed the night so Sirius could look at the canals. He stared at the streets made of water and the little boats going up and down them, like cars. Muggles are mental, he said, his voice was odd. But in a totally brilliant way. Then, with a great deal of regret, they left Italy behind and apparated to a little town called Meierhofen in the Austrian Tyrol. After the slightly sewagey stink of Venice, the crisp freshness of the mountain air made them almost lightheaded. But the town was small enough that they thought it unlikely there would be many, or any, wizards about, and therefore they were back to being cautious with their magic use, in case they alerted the authorities with their presence. Although we should be fine once we're within a few miles of Nurmengard, Sirius said. They must use loads of magic on that place. No way some job's worth at the Austrian ministry would notice us using the milk summoning charm. Let's just get there first. They caught a bus and traveled a few hours east to Schladming and then went on foot to the mountains just outside of the town, where they believed Nurmengard was hidden by many enchantments. The going was tough, the terrain was rocky, the paths, such as they were winding and the earth was loose underfoot. Although they were now wearing the Muggle clothes they had bought in Italy, and not their heavy wizard's robes, they still found themselves over hot and sweaty. Their faces were red, from both exertion and sunburn. Whatever that thing is, I wish we could use it, Sirius said, pointing upwards where, inexplicably, little seats dangled from high wires, going up the mountain. Why have the Muggles built it if it's not even in use? Maybe they use it in winter, when the snow makes the paths impassable. Why on earth would anyone want to come up here in winter? They found the answer to that question, sort of, when they passed a large billboard. Its picture was frozen and static, the way all Muggle pictures were. It showed people in heavy winter gear and goggles, holding poles and with big planks of wood strapped to their feet. Skying, Sirius read the sign. What skiing? Skiing, Remus corrected him. I think my mum mentioned it once. What is it? He shrugged. Something posh muggles do, my mum had never been. I think. He wrinkled his nose and pointed to the picture. See those planks of wood on their feet? I think they use them to slide down the mountain. What? You mean the people who live at the top? No, I think people go up the mountain to slide back down it, they must use the dangling chairs to get to the top. What? Sirius burst out laughing. You're making that up. You're just teasing the clueless pure-blood who doesn't know any better. No way, do muggles strap wood to their feet and slide down a mountainside? That's the stupidest thing I ever. We sledged down the hill at school when we were kids, is it really that different? But, they're standing up when they do it. Yes. That's so dangerous. Yes. Brilliant. He turned to Remus, his eyes shining. Can we come back in winter, when our names are cleared? Can we go skiing? Skiing. That too, can we, Moony? Remus started to laugh. Well, as long as you're paying. Like I said, posh muggles do it. Not riff-raff like me. And if you end up breaking your neck, put me down for a big, I told you so. Totally mental, Sirius breathed, in awestruck tones, shaking his head. Then, with a last, longing look at the billboard, he took hold of Remus's hand and started pulling him along the path, heading away from the Muggle ski resorts and towards the more remote, inaccessible part of the Alps, where the prison was more likely to be. It was after several hours hard walking, huffing and puffing their way up the mountainside, that Sirius suddenly came to a stop and reached out with his hand and pressed against the thin air. You feel that? He asked. What? Muggle repelling charms, we're close. Oh, thank God, can we apparate now? He swiped at his forehead, wiping away the beads of sweat. Yes, I think so. They gripped each other's arms, nodded at each other, and then twisted into nothingness, feeling the blackness and the pressure squeeze them until, with a loud popping sound, they arrived on a mountain ledge. They were on one peak, but there were 3 others surrounding them, forming a sort of mountainous circle and, down in the middle, hidden away in the valley, loomed the forbidding, dark tower that was Nurmengard Prison. The boys peered over their ledge, looking down at it. It rose 500 feet in the air, and was made entirely of black rock, which shone darkly in the evening sun. Its long shadow streamed out eastwards, rippling across the ground like a creeping lethifold. Right at the top was one crooked tower, with a turret, and a little window that had bars on it. There was a great doorway, with iron doors, and above that was inscribed the words, "For the greater good." Sirius felt a shiver go down his spine. Looking at this place, it cut a little too close to home. It was nice of him to write that in English for us, he joked, to try and cover his discomfort. I think it's enchanted, I think everyone sees it in their mother tongue. Sirius frowned. Really? Do you see it in Welsh? Mother. Not mothers. In their native language, and to be clear, my mum's first language was English as well. She spoke a bit of Welsh, she wasn't fluent. I was joking. No, you weren't. So, we have to break into that. He nodded at the dark tower. Yes, it is rather a bit daunting now we can see it, isn't it? Remus replied mildly. Shush, look. Sirius hissed, grabbing hold of Remus's arm and pointing down into the valley, where a whole troop of guards were marching towards the iron door. The boys lowered themselves to the ground, keeping hidden. The guards marched in pairs, they wore long coats with military epaulets and large, fuzzy bearskin hats held on with a chin strap. They carried long spears and their feet hit the ground in a steady rhythm, making the ground shake. At least they're less terrifying than the Dementors, Remus said. Easier to impersonate too. Sirius stared after the guards, watching them disappear inside the iron doors. When the last one had vanished, the doors slammed by themselves, and the clang reverberated through the valley, bouncing off the mountainsides. The earth trembled and more than a few stones worked loose and tumbled downwards. Sirius had frozen, staring down at the doors, and suddenly all the light had left his eyes and they looked deadened, his expression was closed. "Padfoot?" Remus said, gently. Sirius didn't react. "Sirius?" He put his hand on Sirius's arm. Sirius jumped. He shook himself. "Moony?" "What?" He glanced at Remus, and then it seemed like his eyes were magnetically drawn to the prison, and were pulled back there, and he was still again. "Sirius, are you okay?" "It's reminding you of Azkaban, isn't it? Now you can see it. It's like being back." Sirius nodded slowly. And then looked surprised as Remus wrapped his arms around him and held him. "You don't have to go down there, I can find a way in by myself," Remus said, his voice was still gentle. "What if you get trapped? What if you can't get back out again?" "I won't. I can't let you go in there alone. I'm not leaving you with a chance of getting stuck in a place like that forever, all alone. You don't know what that's like." "No, I don't. But if it's too much for you. This was my idea. And you can change your mind." Sirius stared down at the prison, his brow had furrowed, his breathing was shallow and it seemed for all the world like he was in some form of terrible pain. Only the pain was not physical. And then, with great effort, he wrenched his eyes away and looked at Remus instead. He shook his head. "No, I'm going in. We're both in this together, we don't ever leave the other one alone. That's when disasters happen. We are stronger together. We both go in together. We both get out together or we both get stuck in there forever together. That won't happen, I promise." He squeezed Sirius tighter and kissed him. "Like you said, you got out of Azkaban, you can get into Nermangard, and back out again. Those guards are only wizards. It's not like we have Dementors to contend with." "You're right," he took a deep breath, stiffened his spine, and nodded. "Let's find a way in." Slowly, they got to their feet and crept down from their ledge, heading down towards the valley. One of the iron doors creaked open, and they both hit the floor and watched closely to see what would happen. 2 guards came marching out. The boys gripped each other and held their breath. The guards came closer, they were walking right towards them, right underneath where the 2 of them were hidden. They waited, and then, at the right moment, Sirius pointed his wand and muttered, "Diffindo." He severed the branch from an overhanging tree, it groaned and creaked and then plummeted to earth. The 2 guards looked up in alarm, cried out, and then were knocked unconscious by the falling branch. The pair of them hurried down to the valley floor and over to the downed guards. Keeping an eye on the tower, they stripped the guards of their coats, hats, key rings and spears and put them on themselves. And then, marching in step, they headed towards the iron door. "That was easy," Remus muttered. "Getting into a prison is never the hard part," Sirius replied darkly. As they walked through the door, Remus felt Sirius stiffen up again, and he reached out and took his hand, glad that the capacious sleeves of their coats could hide what he was doing. He gave his hand a squeeze. "You okay?" Sirius nodded, swallowing hard, and they stepped further inside. It was very dark in the prison, the entrance chamber was windowless, and the iron door clanged shut behind them, making a sound that made Sirius shudder from head to foot. Remus squeezed his hand again. Flaming torches hung on the wall, but the smoke just added to the thickness of the dark, and the light did little to penetrate the gloom. They walked through an archway, out of the antechamber and into the prison proper. Cells lined the walls, prisoners were visible huddled in the dark behind the bars, muttering to themselves. A staircase spiraled upward. They stared at it. "I heard he was right at the top," Remus said. "So we go up." Down the corridor, They heard the sounds of boots, and decided now was not a time to hang around thinking things through, and headed upwards. Their hearts hammered in their chests, but they made themselves march in time, as if they were just a pair of guards, going about their duty. The stairs wound round and round, hundreds of feet up, to a dizzying height. There was a sheer drop on one side, and the higher they went the narrower the stairs got. And then from above them came the sounds of footsteps tramping down towards them. There was no room for everyone on the staircase, and the boys glanced at each other in alarm and then pressed themselves against the wall, shrinking as far back as possible and hoping to stay hidden in the shadows. At least the gloom and their hats disguised their faces. 2 guards came down the other way.
Gefangene auf dem Weg nach unten,
One of the guards said as he passed. Danke, Remus said. The guards moved further away. What did he say? Sirius hissed. No idea, Remus shrugged. But they got their answer, when there were more footsteps overhead. 3 sets this time, one was shuffling and reluctant, and came with a clanking of chains. And 2 guards appeared, flanking a prisoner. Even in the dark it was clear to see the prisoner was emaciated, filthy and unkempt. His eyes were dead, the way Sirius's had looked when he had stared down at Nermengard. He was mumbling and moaning and sobbing softly to himself, while the guards ignored him and dragged him downward by his elbows. Pressed against the wall, Remus felt Sirius wobble beside him, like his knees were buckling, as if he was going faint, and he gripped tighter hold of him. We won't get trapped here, he promised, keeping his voice low. That will never be you again. Once the guards and their prisoner were out of sight and earshot, they started climbing again, once more winding their way higher and higher right the way to the top. Eventually, there were no more stairs, they came out on a narrow landing. There was one slit of a window right at the end, it was barred, though there was no need. 500 feet in the air, no one was escaping through there, even if they were thin enough to squeeze out of it. It did allow for a weak shaft of sunlight to fall into the hallway, though, the first they had seen since they had been swallowed inside the prison. Dust motes danced in the pale beam, their movement only highlighting the eerie stillness of the rest of this place. The light fell on a thick wooden door, the only one on the landing. The door was locked, and no doubt, Alohomora would not get them anywhere, but they had keys and, as quickly and as quietly as they could, set about finding the right one. The door creaked open, and they were met with another flight of stairs, leading up into the pitch black. The walls pressed in on either side. They crept up. They must be in the turret now. There was a final door at the top, thick and metal and with a barred window in it. Once again, they rooted through the key ring until they found the correct key and then unlocked the door. Sirius's breath was ragged, as the door pushed inward, and Remus gripped his hand all the tighter, giving it a comforting squeeze, as they stepped inside the dank little cell at the very top of the tower. It had thick stone walls that dripped slime, and a narrow rickety bed and nothing else. There was what looked like a heap of rags lying on the bed, but then the rags stirred, the sign of life revealing there was a body hidden somewhere in those rags, a man. The man got to his feet, and the architect of Nermengard himself peered at the pair of them. You boys aren't real prison guards, Gellert Grindelwald said. Chapter 27, The Darkest Wizard of His Age. Grindelwald's voice was croaky with underuse. His eyes were sunken, his skin shrunken back giving him the appearance of a skull. Most of his teeth were lost, what hair he had left was whipsy. He stood stooped and bowed-shouldered, and his prison robes hung off him in folds, speaking as to how thin he must be beneath them. This was Grindelwald. The darkest wizard of his generation. Reduced to this, a creaking shadow in his own prison. You boys did not come all the way here just to stare, he said to them, and he grinned, a toothless sort of grin. Who are you? Who sent you? Was it him? Has he remembered I am here? That he left me here? Has he had mercy, has he sent you here to kill me, at last? No, Remus gave himself a shake. We're not here to kill anyone, we don't. But Grindelwald peered closer at him. You have killed, boy, I see it. That was an accident, we're just here to talk. But you belong to him. To Dumbledore. We know Albus Dumbledore, yes, Sirius said. We fought for him in the war against Voldemort, and that's why we're here now, to prevent another. Voldemort, Grindelwald cackled, sounding quite deranged for a moment, before the laughter cut off just as suddenly as it started. Yes, even in here, I heard tell of him. I heard most dare not even speak his name, so terrible were his crimes, so great was the fear he inspired, but you, only a boy, say it bold as brass. We're not afraid of names, Sirius said. No, you are afraid of bars, and chains, and unceasing loneliness and aching emptiness gnawing its way inside of you. And he turned his gaze on Remus, he is afraid of the beast inside of himself and what he might do because of it, and what he has already done. With such horrors in your past, why would either of you fear a name? A simple word? No doubt he taught you not to fear names. His eyes fell to the floor and darted around, his voice became a low mumble, as if speaking only to himself. He understood the power of things. The ancient magic of the everyday. Names have power, but only if we let them. He would teach the boys who belonged to him not to give power to the inanimate. Grindelwald, Remus glanced towards the door. We don't have much time, we could be caught at any moment. We need to ask you for help. Voldemort is trying to rise again. There will be another war. We want to stop him, but we don't know his next move. And you think that I can second guess it? The sunken eyes were snapped back on the pair of them, they glinted alarmingly in the dark. I cannot think of anyone better to tell us what a dark wizard may be up to, than another dark wizard of equal standing. Grindelwald tutted, and shook his head. He hobbled his way back to his bed and sat down on it. Equal standing, look at me. Look at where I am. What makes you think I could possibly know? You know, Sirius interrupted him. You haven't forgotten who you are or what you are, locked up all these years. I know that, better than anyone. Yes, my boy, yes you do. So, you know we have something in common. We have an understanding. Now, for years, Voldemort was nothing but a spirit, a malevolent whisper, incorporeal and virtually powerless and living in an Albanian forest. But like you, like me, he never forgot what he really was. And now he has a body again, not much of one, from what we can tell. But it's a start. And we want to know what he will do next, so we can stop it from happening. Grindelwald shook his head and muttered again, it seemed like he was arguing with himself, though the two of them could not make out the words. All of a sudden, he looked back up at them, grinning his toothless grin. And what's in it for me? Why should I tell you? Remus and Sirius stared at him, they had not thought of an answer to that. It will save countless lives, Remus said, hesitantly. Stop another needless war and... What do you want? Sirius interrupted. His voice was sharp. But, unlike Remus, he understood prison bargaining. Grindelwald was not asking for a reason, he was demanding a reward. That was how things got done inside. Bearing in mind we're not officially here, we don't have much time, and there's not much we can do for you, what is it you want from us? Grindelwald's grin grew wider. It's always easier talking to someone who understands the unwritten rules of the jailhouse. All right, I'll tell you what I want. Do this for me and I'll tell you what it is you need to know. That seems fair, Remus said. Sirius hit him on the arm and gave him a disbelieving look. And Remus called him naive. Let's hear it first, we're making no promises. Tell us your terms and we'll see if we can strike a deal. The ancient head bowed in a nod. I want you to take a message for me. To him. To who? Remus didn't understand. Voldemort. Voldemort. Pa. He spat. What do I care for that jumped-up muggle born with big ideas and a silly name? No, to him. To the real power. To Dumbledore. We can speak to Dumbledore for you, Sirius said, though his voice was still wary. This seemed far too easy a request. There must be more to it than that, the other bludger must be about to drop. What shall we say? Grindelwald didn't answer at first. Instead, he licked his finger and then lifted it, trembling, to the walls of his cell. He traced a shape into the grime, a triangle, with a circle inside and a line running right through the middle. He didn't speak until he was done. Tell him I remember everything. His sunken eyes closed, his toothless smile became almost wistful. Every moment. I remember them all. And tell him I know he remembers too. Because I can still feel him, he tapped his skeletal chest. In here. Tell him I don't have much time left, my quest is almost over, and I am no master of death. Tell him, if I could have my time again, I would have done things differently. I hope he knows that. Remus and Sirius glanced at each other, mystified. That's it? We can tell him that, Sirius shrugged. Grindelwald looked up at them, his eyes open once more, flashing. You must promise to tell him, you must vow. We promise. No, make, with me, the unbreakable vow, that you will tell him what I asked of you. Sirius barked a laugh. Are you mad? What's the point of making an unbreakable vow over something as small as that? We'll tell him, you have our word. No. And he leapt to his feet in a frenzy and thumped the wall with his bony fist, before stumbling towards them, shaking his finger. And, indeed, he did look quite deranged all of a sudden. I must know, before I die, I must know he forgives me. Nothing else matters, and you boys, you are a miracle sent to me before the end. Two of Albus's boys, walking into my cell, headed back to him. I cannot let you leave here unless you promise, and I can only believe the promise if you make the vow. I cannot bear it otherwise. You don't have the power here, Grindelwald, we can just leave. And if I raise my voice? If I call for a real guard? And you are found? What then? Sirius, Remus took hold of his arm. I think we have to do this. It's madness. Dangerous madness. It is, but it's our only chance, and we will tell Dumbledore that message, there is no harm in it, we will have opportunity. If it makes things easier for him. Sirius glared at the old prisoner, and then seemed to relent. Fine, but I'm making the vow. I don't mind doing it. I mind you doing it. No, me and Grindelwald understand each other. We will make the vow together. Get your wand out, you will need to be our bonder. He stuck his hand out and grasped Grindelwald's bony claw. What is your name, boy? Grindelwald asked. Sirius Black. Then, do you, Sirius, promise to deliver my message to Albus Dumbledore as I have given it to you? I do. A thin tongue of brilliant flame shot out of the end of Remus's wand and wound its way around their clasped hands, like a red-hot wire. Do you promise to beg his forgiveness on my behalf? I do. Another tongue of flame shot out and linked with the first. And do you promise to tell him I remember it all, just as he does? I do. A third and final tongue of flame shot from Remus's wand and twisted itself around the others, where they hung wrapped around Sirius's and Grindelwald's arms, like chains. They glowed brighter for a moment and then vanished away. So, Grindelwald said. What is it you want me to tell you? Grindelwald settled himself back down on his bed, as if nothing at all untoward had just happened. Remus and Sirius glanced at each other, disconcerted, and then Remus put his wand away, shook his head as if to gather his thoughts and started to speak. Voldemort did a ritual back in the forest, we don't know much about it, but it included plockweed and snake venom and I believe the potion was green. It exploded into the air. After that he appeared before us in a rudimentary form of body. Do you know what it is he did? Do I know the exact magic? No, but it surely does not take the darkest wizard of his generation to tell you he devised some kind of potion that would give him back some semblance of physical form. But his form, whatever it is small, and weak, Sirius said. He's about the size of a baby. Well, it was a rebirth, that would make sense. Will he grow? No, plockweed and snake venom cannot give him a permanent form, at least not one that is of much use. You know, when a person kills someone it tears their soul apart. And he has killed so many that his soul must have been deeply unstable at the moment of his downfall. What fled to the Albanian forest was merely a fragment of what should have been. That fragment has now been given physical form, but it is a form fitting of a fragment, weak and small and helpless. He will need to build himself a better body. Pour himself into that. Can he do that? Remus asked. Grindelwald sighed. He stared up at the strange symbol he had drawn on the wall earlier and then used his hand to smudge it out. Voldemort's path to immortality was never my own, he said. In my youth I thought to conquer death, but I saw it as a glorious quest, an adventure. To be young and strong and live forever, because life was worth living and I thought the world was mine for the ruling and it would forever need my presence. To see my ideals stand forever. He looked around his cell, his eyes held that same deadened look that mirrored Sirius's own. I was a fool. But perhaps I was not so much a fool as Voldemort. I wished to conquer death in order to embrace life. He wished to conquer death merely because he was afraid of it. But whatever our reasons, we both ended the same way, our powers broken, our lives ruined. Our fates are different only because our methods were. Voldemort lost his body because he feared it. A body is mortal, and in shedding it he achieved immortality, and yet he lost everything. I was never in that danger, perhaps I took better care of my soul, but I did once see a spell. A spell? For restoration. Ancient magic, dark and powerful, to give form to the formless. It was only necessary for those who had performed magic darker than I would ever have wished to do. Darker than I had need to do, and yet still I remember the spell. What is it? Remus asked. Voldemort will have to grow stronger, before he is ready for this. Otherwise he will not survive his resurrection. But when the time comes he will need 3 ingredients to bring himself back to life: blood, flesh and bone. That's just a body, Sirius said, frowning. That's all bodies are. Yes, but he will require the blood of an enemy, the flesh of a servant and the bones of his father. And together those 3 will see him regain all that he once was. The boys looked at each other. He already has a servant, Remus said. He can take from Peter. And an enemy, there's no shortages there. But he's only got one father, Sirius said slowly. Yes, but I don't know who his father is, or where to find him. They turned to look at Grindelwald. Can you tell us? But the old wizard only shrugged. I've been in here since Voldemort was only a boy. I cannot tell you who his father is, or where you may find him. I have told you all I know. Then we need to leave, thank you for your time. Gellert, Remus said. I don't need your thanks. Just deliver that message. I don't exactly have a choice, do. But Sirius was cut off by Remus flinging out an arm to silence him. Remus held a finger to his lips, and they all listened. Footsteps were headed their way. We need to get out of here. They headed back to the door and pulled it closed, locking it behind them. Remember my message. Grindelwald called out to them. They ran back down the dark stairs, to the wooden door at the bottom, and pulled it open. And then they froze. There was a guard standing at the other side.
Was machst du?
The guard asked. He was carrying what appeared to be Grindelwald's evening meal.
Warum warst du da oben?
The guard was starting to look suspicious.
Wer bist du? Identifizieren Sie sich.
Stupefy. Sirius cried. Red sparks shot from his wand and the guard squealed and then collapsed. The tray of food fell to the ground. Quick, in here, Sirius jumped down from the last stair, out onto the landing, picked the guard up under his arms and hauled him part way up the flight of stairs. Then he pulled Remus out into the hallway, slammed the wooden door shut and locked the guard inside. It won't hold him for long, he'll have the keys too, we need to run. And as dizzying and as narrow and as winding and as precarious as the spiraling stairs were, the two of them fled downward as fast as they dared. They tripped and tumbled and both nearly went over the edge several times, only being hauled back by the other at the last moment. Round and round and round and down and down and down they ran. They were sweaty and out of breath, and the stairs did not seem to be getting any fewer. They kept on going. On and on. On every landing they could hear the boots of the guards and the mutterings of the prisoners. Once they could hear someone clanging the metal of their bars, running something across them causing sparks to fly. A bit further on and they heard a wild, inhuman shrieking coming from one of the cells, and the panicked voices of guards.
Gott, schnell, schnell. Liebermann hat einen anderen Anfall.
Every sound of the prison, from the guards, the inmates, or just the echoes from the walls made Sirius shudder as he ran, his whole body trembling as if he was being hit with curse after curse. Remus took his hand and squeezed, without even breaking stride, soon they would be out of here. Soon Sirius could start to forget again. But as they finally reached the lower floors, when the entranceway was in sight, they heard the sounds of a disturbance. Juddering to a halt and pressing back into the shadows, they peered down, and saw the two guards they had knocked out with the tree branch back inside, missing their coats and hats and complaining loudly. They were being led down to the hallway, and the two of them waited until they were out of sight before making a mad dash for the door. But just as they reached the archway to the antechamber a voice cried out,
Warte! Wir versiegeln das Gefängnis.
Not understanding, they continued to run.
Halt! Halt!
They understood that, but they ignored it, until they felt a jinx wash over them, holding them in place like they were rumpans trapped in tar.
Wo gehst du hin?
The guard asked. He pointed his wand at the archway. Remus watched, understanding what was about to happen, and only having a moment to act, he wrenched himself free of the halting jinx and shoved Sirius as hard as he could through the archway. A moment later, bars slammed down, trapping Remus inside, and Sirius just beyond them. What did you do? Sirius sounded panicked, his eyes were staring in horror at the bars. Go.
Was ist los?
The guard asked. Stupefied Remus knocked him out and turned back to Sirius. Go on, you're free. Run. I'm not leaving you. He tugged at the bars. They won't move. Look, go as far as you can. Get back to Meerhofen. I'll try and blend in here, hope they don't realize I'm the imposter, and I'll get out as soon as I can. That will never work. You don't understand what they're saying, of course they'll know it's you. Sirius, he reached through the bars and took hold of Sirius's hand. Stop looking at the bars and look at me. With great effort, Sirius wrenched his horrified eyes away from the metal that held Remus prisoner. I'll be all right. Remus said gently. You need to get away. You can't stay here. I know you can't. Get back to Meerhofen, and if I've not met you in 3 days, apparate straight back to Dumbledore, you hear? Give him Grindelwald's message and tell him where I am and what we were trying to do. Voldemort needs to be stopped, and you need to do it. Dumbledore can help. He'll at least know where to find Voldemort's father. And once your name is clear, mine will be clear, and you can come and get me. I will survive here until then. This isn't Azkaban, Sirius. These guards are not Dementors. I can't leave you here alone. You have to. He heard the sound of guards coming down the corridor behind him. Go. And with one last, regretful, reproachful look, Sirius turned away, and ran through the iron doors to freedom. Remus turned to face the oncoming guards. He didn't speak any German, he didn't think he could fool them for more than a second that he was one of them. He needed to hide, he needed to slip into the shadows and keep himself to himself until they opened the doors again, and then he would escape back to Sirius. He ran back up the stairs, only going up one flight this time, but getting away from the guard he had just stunned. It wouldn't do to be caught red-handed, standing above his victim with his wand out. There was a window on the landing and, as he passed it, he just caught a glimpse of Sirius running across the valley floor and headed for the mountain slope. "Apparate away," he muttered under his breath. "Go on, get out of here." And then he heard footsteps. He turned. Oh bugger. A whole swarm of guards had come up behind him, and they were not looking friendly. He was arrested and taken down to the office of the head guard, where he was roughly thrust into a chair and a light was shone in his eyes.
Wie heißen Sie?
What?
Englisch? What is your Name?
Severus Snape, he answered without hesitation. He glanced behind himself. There were 2 guards at the door, and then their boss was doing the questioning. Just the 3 of them, then, and they hadn't taken his wand. Well, they were prison guards, not Aurors, they weren't used to dealing with armed wizards. Everyone in Nurmengard would have had their wand taken from them long before they set foot in the tower.
And VHY, Herr Snape, did you break into Nurmengard?
I'm on holiday in Austria, I came to do some sightseeing. The head guard banged his fists down on his desk.
This is not a joke. What were you doing?
I told you, I wanted to see Nurmengard. The guard narrowed his eyes.
What is that you do, Herr Snape?
Do.
What is your profession? Were you sent here to SPY?
No. I'm a teacher. I'm the potions master at Hogwarts. He hoped they didn't take out a cauldron and ask him to whip something up to prove it, he was lousy at potions. I work for Albus Dumbledore. He'll vouch for me.
He is not here.
There was a rap on the door, and another guard entered. He whispered something into the ear of one of the guards and then backed out. This second guard left the door and went to whisper in the ear of his boss. Remus couldn't hear what they were saying. He eyed up the door. There was only one of them blocking it now.
You were upstairs.
The boss said, his words came out in short, sharp bursts. What? Remus turned back to look at him.
You knocked out another guard upstairs. 2 outside, 1 by the door, and 1 upstairs, you had been in Grindelwald's cell.
If you say so, he kept his voice mild and smiled pleasantly. The head guard leaned on his desk and glowered menacingly at him.
Aye do sei so. You were in Grindelwald's cell, you spoke with him. You are a dark wizard like he is.
He made a noise of protest. No one has ever accused Severus Snape of being a dark wizard before, he said. Though that was a lie, Igor Karkaroff had, and he was right to do it.
You were planning to help him escape?
If I was planning to help him escape, why would I lock him back in his cell and leave him there? The guard opened his mouth to answer, and then conceded the point.
Very well, what did you talk to him about?
What did he say we talked about?
He will not tell us. He seemed agitated to hear of your capture.
Remus nodded to himself. The only thing Grindelwald wanted in the world was for his message to be delivered to Dumbledore. He would not say anything that would jeopardize the chances of that message getting through.
Tell me what you talked about, Herr Snape.
The guard said again, leaning heavily on his desk once more and looming over him. Remus put his hand in his pocket and gripped his wand. He would just wait for the right moment. Very well. I was talking to him about Lord Voldemort. The effect was instantaneous. All the guards quailed and, in that instant, Remus took advantage of their distraction and whipped his wand out. Impressio, he yelled, pointing his wand at the desk. It immediately flew backwards through the air, hurtling across the room and pinning the head guard against the wall. The head guard gave a startled cry and began to struggle. But Remus was on his feet. The other guards rushed at him, and he took them both out with a tripping jinx. In Carcero, he flicked his wand at both prone men, tying them up, and then made a mad dash for the door. He thundered down the corridor, knowing he didn't have much time. Sure enough, the yells from the office alerted the other guards and he soon found himself being chased. He pointed his wand towards the spiral staircase. Reducto, he yelled. His wand went off with a blast like a cannon and then the staircase came tumbling down, stones and rocks falling on the guards, the debris blocking their path. The bars were still in place across the archway, and he realized, with a sinking heart, they had not yet unsealed the prison. He pointed his wand at them and cried, Reducto, again, only this time nothing happened. He didn't think it would, but it still left him with another sinking feeling. He came to a stop and stared at them, thinking hard. He could hear the wand blasts and the sounds of the guards magically clearing away the rubble, fighting their way through to him. He did not have forever. And those bars would not move by brute force. He needed to be clever. He took aim. Venumio, he yelled, flicking his wand the way Professor McGonagall had taught him to, back in first year, when they had studied switching spells. The bars were transfigured into thick, leafy jungle vines. He was just about to push his way through, when the first wizard cleared the blockade and came running after him.
Halt!
He didn't halt. Defindo. He cut down one of the vines, and then flicked his wand again. Serpensortia. What had been a metal bar, and then a jungle vine, was now transfigured into a 6-foot-long python. It slithered its way along the ground and then wrapped itself around the guard and began to squish. Remus ran, pushing through the last of the vines and heading out to the iron doors. Freedom was just a few feet away. But behind him, he could hear the guards vanishing the python, and then he heard a yell of Expelliarmus, and his wand flew from his hand and landed on the floor. He turned back for it. In Carcero, he was suddenly bound in ropes, and he tumbled to the ground. He saw the boots of the guards getting closer. He had been so close. The door was right there. And then he heard a low rumbling sound, that for a moment he thought was thunder, but a moment later his ears identified as growling. And the boots were backing off, and the guards were sounding alarmed. And then a giant, black dog bounded over the top of Remus and threw itself at the prison guards, snarling and snapping and lunging at them. Unnoticed, Remus made a lunge for his fallen wand, used it to cut his ropes and then scrambled back to his feet. Padfoot, back, Sirius backed away, and Remus thrust his wand out. Impetua, and the atmosphere rippled as a charge blasted out of the end of his wand, pulsing through the air and creating a force field which knocked the guards off their feet. It held them in place as well, just long enough for the boys to escape. Sirius was now a man again, and the two of them grabbed hands and raced back through the iron doors, out into the crisp mountain air, and then, once they were several feet clear of the prison, they gripped each other harder, raised their wands, and apparated away. They landed on the mountainside beside the billboard for the ski resort. Remus blinked at Sirius in shock. "You came back for me." Sirius grabbed hold of him, pulling him into a rough hug. "Of course I came back for you, I wasn't leaving you alone in a place like that." He kissed his forehead and then his lips, hard, almost angrily. "You said it yourself, Moony, we're stronger together. We don't separate, that's when disasters happen." And then he was hugging him again. "You shouldn't have risked being captured again, for me. You're the only person worth risking capture for, and I'd do it again, in a heartbeat. I couldn't let you stay there alone. Either we escape together or we get trapped together. But we're not being separated ever again. Well, we escaped together. Thank you, by the way." Sirius kissed him again. You're welcome. I know you do the same for me. He finally let go of him, and they started walking down the mountain. So, now we have an idea of what we need to look for when we get home, Remus said, eventually. Lord Voldemort's father, let's hope he's not too hard to find. He's probably dead, isn't he? Voldemort's not young. Knowing Voldemort, he probably killed him. True, Remus conceded. We need to find where he's buried then. Come on, let's get the hell out of Austria, before the Ministry hag realizes we were here. Chapter 28, A True Gryffindor. You know that's the second suitcase we've lost, Sirius said, gloomily jabbing his fork into his Apfelstrudel. Yes, it's almost like the universe doesn't want us to have clothes. Ha, for a moment, Sirius's eyes lit up. I'd be alright with that, Moony. I'm sure you would. The spark in Sirius's eye gave him a moment of hope, but then it died away again just as quickly as it had come. They had apparated into Germany, back to Baden-Zaubera, where they were guaranteed a hero's welcome and wouldn't have to worry about being reported. They were staying with Wolfgang and his father, who were delighted to have them back, and were taking advantage of this safe haven to lie low for a couple of days, see what the newspapers were reporting about them, and discover whether or not their activities at Nurmengard had been picked up on. So far, it seemed like no one had made the link between the break into the Austrian prison and the two wanted Death Eaters believed to be at large somewhere in the Balkans, and that came as a relief. They weren't being trailed, they were several countries removed from where the Ministry hag thought they were, and they were as safe as they could possibly be, while still being the two most wanted wizards in Britain. And Grindelwald was clearly staying silent as to who his mysterious visitors had been. His desire to get his message to Dumbledore meant they could count on him to not betray them at least until they were clean away, no matter what methods the guards used to make him talk. However, for all that things were going as much their way as they could hope for, considering nothing ever went their way, Sirius was still quieter than normal, his expression was more closed and his eyes more haunted. Being at Nurmengard had affected him badly, far worse than he had thought it would, and Remus was worried about him. He hadn't seen him like this before, even right back at the beginning. Sirius had been a year out of Azkaban by that night in the Shrieking Shack, and though he had been by no means free of all he had suffered, he had long since left behind chains and bars and cramped enclosed spaces. He had grown used to freedom, even if it was an uncomfortable and precarious sort of freedom. But now he had come face to face with the stuff of his nightmares, brought all those memories to the surface, and gone was his quick laughter and the light in his eyes. And Remus did not know how long it would take for these nightmares to sink back into the sort of nothingness where all distant unpleasantness dwelt. Especially as they had been separated, even if only for about half an hour. That brief time Sirius thought Remus was going to be left alone, locked away, like he had been, had eaten into him, left him afraid, and ashamed to admit it. Remus held him, when they were alone, and tried to reassure him, tried to get him to open up about Azkaban, and, when that failed, tried to distract him with what they needed to do next. But too often it would not be enough, and Sirius would stare blankly at the opposite wall, his eyes dead, his body stiff, lost in his unbearable memories of unbearable loneliness. This sudden remembrance about the case, that flicker of light in his eyes, was a good sign, but it was gone too soon. And Remus knew there was going to be no shortcuts to recovery. They had needed to go to Nurmengard, the information Grindelwald had given them was invaluable, and would help them track down Voldemort when they got home. But some moments it felt like maybe the cost had been too high. Rome, and their golden days spent there, seemed like a very long time ago now. Watching Sirius, the way he had shut down, the way he now always seemed on edge, the tense way he held himself, like a coiled spring ready to burst out, Remus began to think they needed to get moving again, and the sooner the better. They needed to be further away from Nurmengard. And, as friendly and welcoming as Baden-Zaubera was, they needed to be back out in open spaces. Perhaps, once they were on the move, the miles between Sirius and the prison growing wider by the moment, things would be easier. Perhaps, when they were no longer staying in a small room, in a small house, in a small town, the walls pressing in on them, Sirius's fear of being trapped would start to recede again. To that end, Remus spoke to Wolfgang's father, while Sirius stared moodily out of the window and paid no attention to anything around him. There were children playing just outside, their happy voices loud and shrill. The streets were filled with round-faced, smiling children playing games now, and that was all the boys doing, but Sirius stared moodily past them, unseeing, unhearing. Meanwhile Remus and the man pored over a map, the pair of them having lost their second map along with their second suitcase, looking for the best route to take back to England, and specifically looking for ways that would take them through remote, rural places, where the land was open and the sky was vast. Remus was sure the openness would make Sirius feel better.
How does he feel about forests?
Wolfgang's father asked. I think he likes them. There was a forest at our school, we have a lot of happy memories there, from my transformations. He hid in it for most of this last year when he was on the run.
Gut, well, Cere ist ein Forest.
He tapped the map.
Der Diemersteiner Wald. Is beautiful place, clean air, trees. Ja, Cere ist Somme.
He bounced his head from side to side as if he was weighing up his words.
Creatures in Cere, it is best to avoid the wild hunt, but I am sure you will be fine. You rescued our children, you boys can handle yourselves. Take him Tiere, travel took on foot for a while to let him see the outdoors and teen.
His finger traced higher up the map.
Next stop Bonn, see the river. It is great, blue ribbon crossing past. But only stay if he wishes, it is ein city and he might wish to move on. And then to the border, with the Niederlande. Loads of open space in the Niederlande. The country is flat, you can see for miles.
That should be good. And then, if he's feeling up to it, maybe we can stop off in Amsterdam. He liked it when we stayed in Rome. And he liked the canals in Venice.
There is no shortage of canals in Amsterdam. And 10 is small hop back to your own country.
We've been on the run so long, I almost can't believe that we might ever possibly get there.
You will get there. You have got this far, nein?
It was still early in the morning when they touched down in the Diemerstein forest. The air was clean and the dappled sunlight shone through the canopy of leaves overhead. Remus took out his wand, murmured "Point me" and waited until his wand had finished spinning and was now pointing due north. I think we want to head in that direction, then, he said, pointing off vaguely to his left. All right. Sirius's voice sounded dull, and Remus tried not to let his heart sink, as he took hold of his hand and started walking the way he had pointed. Sirius followed along with no complaint, for a while at least. The path underfoot was rough, tree roots snaked through the ground and then bumped upwards, loose stones slid and crunched as they walked, big boulders blocked their way and, although it wasn't especially steep, there could be no denying they were walking uphill. Why aren't we just apparating through to the next place, again? Sirius finally asked, when he had tripped over his 10th tree root. He sounded put out, which was definitely a step up from his blank monotone. I just thought it would be nice for us. Fresh air, it's pretty, sort of romantic, it's not like we're in a hurry. He made a disbelieving sound through his nose. Well, okay, I thought it would be good for you. I know you like forests, I know you need big, outdoor spaces, so here we are. We won't be here long if you don't want to be. No, it's nice here. He tripped over another tree root and swore. Remus smiled to himself. You know there are goblins under the ground here, he said, after a while, when Sirius had gone quiet again. Huh? What? Goblins, he repeated. This is where their enchanted silver mines are. Apparently there are whole warrens of workrooms and forges under the earth. This is where they dig up the silver and then make all the goblin-made armor and weapons and jewelry that wizards pay ridiculous amounts of gold for, and weave their spells into them. Huh, you think they're short-changing us on the silver in those two? Like with the sickles? Maybe, but then again, I think they take more pride in the stuff they create than in the coins they cast. You know, they don't really think goblin-made items can be bought by wizards. They think we just hire them. We pay our hundreds of galleons and then we get to keep whatever it is until we die, but the way the goblins see it, it then reverts back to their ownership. They take a very dim view of wizard inheritance laws. Yeah. I remember something about that in A History of Magic, something about an enchanted belt buckle and a war that raged for hundreds of years. You remember something from A History of Magic? Remus was impressed. I didn't remember what I'd heard 5 minutes after leaving the class. I couldn't remember what Professor Binns was saying before he even got to the end of his sentence. The only thing about that class I remember is the day he died and came waltzing through the blackboard, as if nothing had happened. You really are a big brain. I got the full package. It's why I'm such a catch. Remus laughed. Believe me, I know. He tried to hide how pleased he was that Sirius had made a joke. He didn't want to frighten him back into moroseness. He kept on talking, as it seemed to be working a little. I heard one of the enchantments they put on their silver is that it can always be called back to the place it was mined from. Apparently there are great heaps of treasure under the ground here, where things have just apparated back by themselves, and the wizards who own them are never any the wiser as to what happened to them. The Muggles don't know it, but this whole forest is completely hollow, and just teeming with goblins and metal and magic beneath the ground. Sirius furrowed his brow. Are you okay then? What do you mean? Well, we're walking over silver mines. Are you okay? Oh, yes. As long as I'm not actually touching the silver. He felt another stab of pleasure, this time that Sirius had come out of himself long enough to worry about something else. Though obviously he was not hiding how pleased he was as well as he thought. I will be okay, you know, Moony, Sirius said. I know. I know you're worrying about me. I'm not. Liar. I know you keep staring at me when you think I'm not paying attention. You have been doing it for days. I can feel it when you do it. It's bothering you that I've gone quiet. You think I'm touched in the head. I do not think you're touched in the head. And it's not bothering me. I'm just worried. I hate to see you being unhappy. Sorry. Remus rolled his eyes. You don't have to apologize. I want you to feel better, but you don't have to feel bad about being unhappy. I just want to find a way to make you happy again. You do make me happy, Moony. Even if I'm not showing it. You being here, it makes a big difference. His face went blank and he stared off into the distance. Remus came to a stop, pulling Sirius to a standstill as well. So, if I make you happy, why do you look like someone just died right after saying that? Sirius shrugged. Because you make me happy. But I don't know when I'll feel better again and, you might get bored of me being miserable all the time. If I don't start feeling better soon you'll just give up and leave. I wouldn't blame you. Who would want to be stuck around a black cloud of despair all day? But then I'll be alone again. And I know the answer is to cheer up, but I can't, and then worrying about you leaving just makes it even harder. I'm not leaving. Not ever. Remus stared at him, thunderstruck. Sirius, I spent 13 years all alone because I loved you and you were in Azkaban and I never got to a point where I was ready to move on. I never moved on from you. Now I have you back, you think I'm going to leave because you've gone quiet? You always used to go quiet and sulk, when we were young, I'm used to it. You are a sulker, Sirius Black, you always have been. And I'm a worrier. It is what it is. But I don't want you to feel better because I'm bored of you being miserable. It isn't about me. I want you to feel better so that you feel better. I want you to be happy. That's all that matters. What if I'm never happy? I will never stop trying to make you so. You really think you can put up with me, like this, forever? Sirius, I have been putting up with you since I was 11. You have always been infuriating and ridiculous and prone to sulking and just going off the deep end and going mental. I have always put up with you. I will always put up with you. I love putting up with you. It was just for a moment, but there was a ghost of a smile on Sirius's face. That's probably just part of your angsting about being a werewolf. You think you don't deserve any better than someone who is as difficult as me. It probably is. I don't deserve nice things. I got you, and I'm a glutton for punishment. I like having you. The smile came back, and stayed for slightly longer this time. Remus smiled back at him, soft and encouraging, hoping to keep the moment going. There was a sudden rustle in the underbrush. What was that? Sirius asked sharply, his head turning to look. Hines said there were creatures in the forest. Hopefully that was just an animal, but maybe we should get moving again. They walked along for a few hours, mostly quietly. And although Sirius's eyes still held their haunted look, he was at least looking around and noticing the forest around them. He was not staring off into nothingness, and that had to count for something. Every so often Remus would perform the point me spell to check they were still headed in the right direction. The sun grew hotter, their shadows shorter. The underbrush continued to rustle, and both of them eyed it warily. What sort of creatures did Hines say lived in the forest? Sirius asked, as something seeming particularly large slunk past them unseen. Well, he didn't actually say. Though he said he was sure it was nothing we couldn't handle. Oh, and there's something called the wild hunt that we should probably avoid. Yes, I don't much feel like being hunted. They walked on, the bushes rustled, and Remus was torn between suggesting they move on and apparate straight to Bonn for safety's sake, and letting Sirius wander in the woods for a bit longer. After the scare of Nurmengard, the feeling of freedom, the fresh air and the open spaces was the best thing for Sirius, and the city could not offer him that. But at the same time, the creatures did seem to be getting closer. I'm getting hungry, Sirius said after a while. I brought food, Hines packed us some. That was nice of him. Remus smiled. When you rescue someone's son from Erklings, it does tend to bring out the helpful house elf in them. They walked until they found a clearing, where there were no bushes to rustle and offer cover to creatures that might sneak up on them, and then sat down in the shade of a tree and took out their picnic. Although he had said he was hungry, Sirius ate slowly, thoughtfully. Do you mean it? He said at last. That you'll put up with me as long as it takes? Of course I do. You put up with me, don't you? You don't take a lot of putting up with. You're never any trouble. Say that again at the next full moon. You can't help that. And you can't help this. I don't expect you to be all right away, Sirius. You came face to face with your worst nightmare. You have all these terrible memories and they got dredged right back up to the surface. I know I don't know what you've been through, what it was like all those years, but I do understand about fear. And how it gets to you. Remember how I was after Montenegro? He shuddered. You were being an idiot. Maybe, and you put up with me being an idiot. But, I still dream about him, you know. I still dream about it. And when I'm awake I still worry about what it means about me. That I killed someone so easily. I do understand why you've gone quiet, and I do not blame you for it. I just want to help you. Like you helped me. Sirius gave him a speculative look. What? I don't think I like you having dreams about men who aren't me. Remus laughed. Well, I don't have nice dreams about men who aren't you. And, to his delight, Sirius began to laugh too. And then, to their horror, they heard their laughter being taken up all around them, from strange and wild voices, raucous cackling and hootings. They stopped laughing, but the unearthly and invisible voices did not. They got to their feet and drew their wands, and that was when they heard footsteps, and hoof steps, and paws bounding on the earth and even the beating of wings in the air, and they were rushing around and around, circling the clearing, though the boys could still see nothing. The footsteps and the laughter got louder and louder, faster and faster, wilder and wilder, and then a horse broke into the clearing. There was a man on its back, almost completely naked, 8 feet tall, painted in woad and with antlers growing out of his head. He raised a horn to his lips and blew. And as if the horn blast had summoned them there, other creatures began to materialize from thin air, ghosts and valkyries, Erklings, fairies, ghouls and even slavering hounds were circling the pair of them, moving so fast they were only a blur. The ground trembled beneath their footsteps and the air crackled in their presence. "Ah," Remus said. "I believe the wild hunt has found us." The hunter on horseback blew his horn again, and the others all came to a stop, and began to press in on the boys. "So," the giant man boomed, staring down at them. "What do we have here?" "2 more souls for my hunting party. Join us." They looked at each other. Thanks, but we have somewhere to be," Remus said. The hunters all laughed their screeching, eldritch laughs again. "You have a choice, my fine men," the hunter said heartily. "You can join my hunt, or be the hunted." Sirius rubbed his forehead, he looked like he was getting a migraine. "Look, you wouldn't believe the things that have tried to hunt us in the past month and a half. I mean, really, if 2 people ever had the most rotten luck. But here's the thing, Mooney and I are still standing, not everything that came after us can say the same. So just, back off. Walk away now, and we won't kill you." But that only made the hunting party laugh all the louder. "Ho ho," guffawed the giant man. "I like your spirit. You will make a fine addition to my merry band." He sniffed. "You are heroes." He sniffed again and grinned. "Untouched heroes, that is rare." They looked at each other, blushing. "I told you we should, you know," Sirius hissed under his breath. "Well, when have we ever had time?" Remus snapped back, he flung his arm out gesturing to the wild hunt. "This keeps happening to us. We could have in Rome. It was too hot in Rome." Gentlemen, the hunter grinned down at them. His voice was still hearty. "There is no need to squabble, I am sure some of my ladies can take care of you before your souls depart your bodies." Sirius eyed the Valkyries, with their streaming, long hair, and heaving bosoms popping out of breastplates. "Thanks, but they're not my type. Come now, enough talk." He raised his horn to his lips again, blasted it once, and suddenly Remus and Sirius found themselves being seized by a swarm of Valkyries and ghouls and Erklings. The giant man turned his horse and rode away, and the hunt followed him. Sirius and Remus being dragged along with them. The hunters raced through the forest, jumping over tree roots and skipping over boulders. The fairies flapped around, their wings making buzzing noises. The ghosts moved more silently, but they made up for it by screeching and wailing as they went. Every so often the horn would blast. The boys were pulled along, helpless and with no idea where they were going, until they reached a mighty oak tree standing in the center of the forest. It looked to be hundreds and hundreds of years old, with sturdy roots and gnarly boughs. And there was a hollow in the trunk, as high and as wide as a cave opening. As the giant man rode towards it, it stretched even higher, allowing his antlers to pass under without even brushing the bark, and then the rest of the hunt followed on, taking Remus and Sirius down into the dark with them. The hollow tree led into an earthy passageway that wound down and down, until they were deep beneath the forest, in the underground warrens Remus had spoken of. As they were dragged along, they caught sight of goblins, in the distance, working the earthen walls, mining the silver for their craftwork. The hunting party swept on. Remus was pushed and shoved and nudged along the uneven path. He stumbled in the dark and put his hand out to balance himself. It hit against the walls, and he immediately felt his palm burn, and a hideous burning smell rent the air. He yelped in pain. "Mooney!" He heard Sirius's worried voice. I burned myself. I'm okay, there's silver in the wall. Eventually they were taken into a large underground cave, where great heaps of treasure glinted, even in the darkness. When the giant man lit a flaming torch, Sirius and Remus saw piles and piles of goblin-made riches, diadems, and belt buckles, breastplates, and helmets, shields, swords, goblets, anything a wizard might want fashioning from silver lay here in glinting mounds. Enchanted objects summoned back spontaneously to the mine where they had been fashioned. And though the treasures were clearly hundreds of years old, they were not rusting or blackened with age. They glowed as brightly as the day they had been forged, for goblin silver only took in that which made it stronger. Remus cringed away from the treasure trove, and felt Sirius wrap his arms around him, as if to protect him from the harm the gleaming metal posed to him. By this time, the giant man had dismounted his horse, though he seemed no less giant for it, his antlers brushed the ceiling of the cave. He strode towards them, still hardy and red-faced. So what do we have here? What have we found? 2 heroes, this one. He pointed at Sirius. He has a mark on him, some magic, a curse or an enchantment or... Frida. He snapped his fingers at one of the Valkyries. Reveal what it is that marks this wizard. Frida stepped forward. She wore a long, white robe over her armor and carried a long wooden staff. She struck the ground with the staff. Green sparks flew into the air, and she began to mutter in some strange tongue. Not German, it was older, and more guttural sounding. Sirius just stood there looking surprised. He had no idea what it was the giant man saw on him. Frida made a complicated gesture with her left hand and finished her chant, striking her staff on the ground once more. The green sparks flew again, this time hitting Sirius, and wove their way around him, until they settled on his right hand and wrist, where they turned into tongues of flame, 3 of them, which encircled his arm like chains. The unbreakable vow, Frida announced. This one has made the unbreakable vow, and has not yet fulfilled his bargain. The hunting party began to laugh and jeer and hoot, their cackling voices bouncing off the walls and magnifying 100 times. The giant man blew his hunting horn again. Enough. They went silent. Very well. He was grinning, his cheeks were ruddy red and his eyes were glinting. We shall have merry sport with this one. We shall leave him alive, and see how long it takes for the unbreakable vow to kill him. We shall lay bets. He addressed Sirius, then, clapping him on the shoulder in a friendly sort of way. Do not fear, my friend, your soul will still join my party once the vow has taken your life. He turned then to Remus. And this one is afraid of silver. I wonder. He sniffed again, and once more his face lit up in delight. Oh, this one only hides behind a human face. It will be more fun by far for our hunt if we keep him in his other form. Frida. He clicked his fingers again. A separation ritual, he said to the Valkyrie. He signaled some of the others. Hold him in place. Remus felt himself snatched up again, he struggled, but the Valkyries holding him were firm. You have nothing to fear, the giant man said to him. For a creature of duality, such as yourself, this will not hurt. One blast from Frida's staff and the wolf and the man will separate forever. The man will die of course, but your soul will live on in wolf form, ravening and slavering and hungry. You can join my other dogs. He indicated the pack of hounds. No. Remus struggled harder. Please. There is no need to fight, this will set you free. You will be your true self forever. No, please, don't do that. He twisted in the Valkyrie's arms and fought as hard as he could. His heart had turned to ice at the thought of being wolfish for all eternity, unable to control himself. But though his heart was ice, the shame was burning inside of him, red hot and sickly. Just kill me, please, but don't. Tears were shining in his eyes. Sirius. Mooney. You may want to step back, the giant man told Sirius in his booming voice. A separation spell will not hurt the wolf, but for any other mortal it will result in the most agonizing, slow death. Even for immortals like us, it can be nasty. Believe me, back away. Remus was still fighting. No, please, anything, but that, don't make me the wolf, don't make me be the wolf. Frida raised her staff. No, please. I'm not the wolf. I'm not the wolf. She spoke an incantation, and Sirius elbowed his own captor in the face as hard as he could and broke free. As the green spark shot from the end of the staff he dove in between it and Remus, shielding him from the spell. He braced himself ready for it to hit, ready for agonizingly, slow death, when something silver winked in the air above him and, without even thinking he reached out and grabbed it. It was a sword. He took it by the hilt and, again without thinking, swung the sword with all his might. The green spark hit the blade, instead of him, bouncing off the silver, refracting, expanding and crashing onto the gathered hunting party. By the time Sirius had finished swinging the sword, half the hunting party were on the floor, Frida and the giant man included, and they were screaming. The skin was peeling from their bodies, and their limbs were slowly pulling apart, being disjointed, cracking as if they were being racked. They writhed and screeched, their eyes rolled in their heads and their cries mingled with the tearing of their flesh as they were separated from themselves. It was like watching a roast chicken get torn apart, there was gristle and bone and meat. It was the most horrible thing Sirius had ever seen. He looked away. He pointed the sword at Remus's captors. Let him go. They did, with no arguments, shrinking away from the blade, and the man who had torn apart their leaders. Sirius grabbed his hand and, still with the sword raised, ran past the agonized hunters being ripped apart, and their horrified, panicking companions, and back through the tunnels until they reached daylight. They collapsed on the ground outside, panting and sweating. Are they dead? Remus asked. I don't think so, I think they're just hurt. They're immortal, they'll get better. We shouldn't hang around. Why did you? He gasped and held on to a stitch in his side. Sirius, that could have killed you. It would have been a horrendous death, you saw what happened to them and they are immortal. Why did you jump in front of me like that? Sirius had collapsed, prone, on the ground, but he opened one eye and squinted up at Remus. When we were in Nurmengard, you knew we were about to get trapped. You knew those bars would come down and I would be locked behind them. You had a moment, you could have saved yourself. You didn't. You saved me. Because it was my worst fear, you made sure I didn't have to face my worst fear and you put yourself in danger instead. Well, I know what your worst fear is too, and Remus, I would die 1,000, slow, agonizing deaths rather than let you get trapped as the wolf for all eternity. You're an idiot. He lay down on the ground beside him, his whole body was trembling. So are you. They held hands, squeezing them tight while they struggled to get their breath back. I don't understand, Remus said, eventually. Where did the sword come from? I don't know, it wasn't there and then it was. It was like it came out of thin air. It must have been mined in the chamber, it must have been summoned back. That was lucky, he forced himself back up and examined the ancient sword he had just been presented with. It was a beautiful weapon, it glistened in the sunlight. Large rubies were embedded in the hilt and there were words inscribed beneath them. He peered at it. Hey, Moony, look at this. And holding the sword carefully, so Remus didn't have to touch it, he showed him what was written on the sword. It was just 2 words, a name. Godric Gryffindor. Chapter 29, La Belle Dame. Once they had their breath back, they agreed they needed to get far away from the hollow oak tree and the wild hunt, before the creatures down there had time to recover and come looking for them. But Remus squinted down at himself, and then glanced across at Sirius. We're absolutely filthy, he said. Covered in mud, our clothes, our skin, plus the sweat, We can't apparate into a civilized place like Bonn looking like this, they'll call the Muggle Horrors on us. We look like the undesirable element. Escaped convict and werewolf, Sirius yawned. We are the undesirable element. There's still no need to look that way, we need to clean up. Come on. He stood up and laid his wand on his palm, as if he was about to use the point meat spell, but instead he said Agua Divino and his wand span around and pointed off to the southwest. There should be a river or a lake or something somewhere over there, he said pointing. He held his hand out and pulled Sirius to his feet. Sirius picked up the sword, looking like he was wondering exactly what he should do with it. It was large and cumbersome to just carry around. I'll steer, Remus said. Try not to get splinched. And, with his hand holding on to Sirius, he twisted into thin air, felt the familiar squeezing and blackness of nothingness, and then they popped out on the edge of a river bank. It was a beautiful place, the grass was lush and verdant, the water tripped and trickled like a silver ribbon over the rocks, the trees grew gracefully along the bank, their boughs dipping down to touch the surface of the stream, and the sunlight shone gently in dappled patches and danced on the water. It was a place of stillness and peace, and it felt like an enchantment had been laid all around it. It reminded Remus of the settings for the Muggle fairy tales his mother used to tell him when he was a boy. And, muddy and sweaty and out of breath as they were, the pair of them seemed very much out of place, like they had no business intruding on this ephemeral forest glade with their real-world sweat and grime and noise. Sirius lay his sword and wand down on the bank and then dipped his hand into the river, before retracting it, hissing. It's cold. Well, it's all we've got. He conjured 2 blocks of soap and some towels. Here. Immediately, Sirius began to strip off, divesting himself of his shirt and trousers so he was in nothing but his underwear in a matter of moments, and then an instant later, they were gone too. And then, much more cautiously now, he picked his way into the river, hissing and gasping at the cold, and yelping as he was finally submerged to the waist. Remus got undressed much more slowly. Even though he knew he was being silly. They had shared a dorm for 7 years and got used to a total lack of privacy. And it turned out there wasn't an inch of him Sirius had not seen 100 times, in lurid and close-up detail, due to his transformations. And they were in love. He shouldn't feel embarrassed about getting undressed in front of a man he was in love with, who loved him back. And yet, his shame over his scars overrode all those facts, no matter how sensibly he put them to himself. And it wasn't just the brokenness of his body. It was one thing to share a dorm and have various bits on show at times, unrelated to all other bits that remained covered. It was one thing to discover, after a lifetime of blissful ignorance, that he collapsed publicly nude on the floor every time he changed back from being a wolf. It wasn't like he was awake and aware when that happened, so didn't have to deal with the humiliation of it. It was quite another thing, though, to slowly and deliberately strip away all his protective layers and purposefully expose all of himself in front of Sirius. Come on, Moony, Sirius called, sounding impatient. He had picked up his shirt and was attacking it with the soap. It's not so bad once you're in. Though his teeth were chattering as he said it. Blushing bright red, and feeling the heat of it creep up all over, everywhere, Remus slid off his underwear and then retraced the path Sirius had taken to get into the river. The water was freezing, and just dipping his first foot in made him yelp and retract it. You're just going to have to grit your teeth, Sirius said, matter-of-factly. He was still scrubbing away at his shirt, seemingly engrossed in the task, but Remus had a feeling that he was peeking sly looks at him from under his lowered lashes. I don't like the cold. He struggled his way over to where the river bed dipped suddenly, where he would at least have his modesty protected, the way Sirius's now was, closed his eyes, took a breath, and then splashed his way in, falling face first into the water. Graceful, Sirius said, once he had re-emerged spluttering and dripping. Though Sirius was right, once you were in it wasn't that bad. In fact, with the heat of the sun and all the exertion they had pushed themselves through, it wasn't long before the water felt deliciously cool and soothing. He grabbed at his own shirt and began to scrub away at it with the soap, trying to knead out the mud and the grass stains and the sweat that clung under the arms. Once he had done the best he could, he moved on to his trousers, and then his underwear and even his socks, and once all his clothes were as clean as he could get them, he laid them out on the bank to dry and started on himself, sluicing away at the grime and sweat of the day. Sirius finished first, and once he was done he lay on his back, half floating, half resting in the shallows. "I don't want to get out," he said. "No, it's nice. It feels strange here, don't you think? Like the whole place is under some enchantment." "Maybe it is." He finished up and swam over to rest by Sirius. As soon as he was beside him, Sirius rolled over to wrap one arm across Remus's chest and gave him a kiss. "You know, it's quiet here, and peaceful, and private." "Yes it is," Remus agreed, not knowing where this was headed. Sirius kissed him again, and then nuzzled into his neck. "So, we could, you know. Right now? In the water? It would make us less attractive to vampires, and wild huntsmen." Remus thought about it, biting his lip. "Safety is important," he conceded. Sirius grinned, his whole face lit up and he looked more like himself than he had done in days. He sat up fully, pulling Remus up with him and then wrapped his arms around him and kissed him, slightly nervous, slightly hesitant. Remus was having trouble trying to keep the daft smile from his face as he kissed him back, and his hands were trembling as they wound their way through Sirius's thick hair. Then Sirius tugged him back into the deeper water, so they were standing up again, the river flowing past them just at waist height. Sirius's hands drifted down to Remus's hips and held him tightly, while Remus wrapped his arms around Sirius's neck. Their kissing deepened, and Remus felt a sudden heavy tug between his legs and something pressing against his thigh that told him Sirius was in the same state. Sirius's left hand wandered backwards, caressing and gripping Remus tighter towards him, while his other, trembling, hand crept its way between Remus's legs. And then an unearthly, indescribably beautiful singing broke out from the river bank. And the two boys pulled apart in alarm and turned to look. They couldn't see anything at first. They could just hear the sound. It was the purest, loveliest thing Remus had ever heard, like bubbling, liquid gold turned into words, and listening to it, he felt the heaviness between his legs start to melt away, and reluctantly he let go of the flushed feelings of desire. "What is it?" "There." Sirius pointed, and his skin had lost its blushing rosiness as well. Their moment had very definitely passed. He pointed to a heap of boulders on the edge of the river bank where, perched on one of the flattest rocks, was a young woman. Though she was like no woman Remus had ever seen before. Her hair was white blonde and fell in a rippling cascade about her bare shoulders. Her eyes were icy blue, like frozen crystals, and her skin had a silvery sheen to it. She looked like she was glowing, like she was softly emitting moonlight. She was undeniably as beautiful as her voice. And while the boys were naked, the girl was not wearing a whole lot more. A shimmering, gauzy petticoat clung close to her skin, highlighting every perfectly proportioned curve. She caught them looking, and stretched out one of her long and shapely legs, and flipped her gossamer hair. "What is she?" Sirius muttered. "There's no way she's human." She smiled at them, revealing perfectly even, white teeth, and her smile was warm and welcoming. "How wonderful," she said. "You came straight to my river, two of you." Sorry," Remus said. "We didn't know this was your river." He glanced at Sirius and gestured with his head. "We'll leave." "Nonsense, it's not often that I get two gentlemen visitors at once, two such handsome men." Her cold eyes took on a hungry gleam. The pair of them backed away a step or two. "Really, we'll just go. We didn't mean to be any bother." She flipped her hair again, slowly, so they had time to see the sunlight glint on every strand, and began to sing once more in her golden, enchanting voice. Sirius looked puzzled. "Is she all right?" he asked. Why is she singing? But Remus was silently kicking himself. They'd both remarked on how this glade seemed enchanted. He had thought to himself how much it was like something out of one of his mother's Muggle fairy tales, and now he was remembering stories his mother had told him. Of women just like this. She's a siren, he told Sirius. Or at least some form of one, maybe a type of nymph. It was strange, some of the legends that had stayed in Muggle consciousness, even when all belief in magic had long since been stripped away. He supposed some stories just cut too deep to go away. Well, what's she playing at? She's, well, a siren sort of lures men in with her song, and then she, knows with them, and then kills them. Well, that's not very friendly. But at least she's prettier than the Striga, so, why is she singing? She's trying to seduce us, magically. It's not working. No, he bit his lip, biting back a laugh and felt himself blush. Well, you see, I think, when it comes to us, she's rather barking up the wrong whomping willow. Sirius furrowed his brow, and then his expression cleared and he began to laugh as he caught hold of Remus's meaning. Well, if ever there was proof that the way we feel isn't wrong, the fact that it protects us from the dubious charms of singing murder bints is probably it. Remus began to laugh too. The siren stopped her singing and looked annoyed. Why are you laughing? You should be falling at my feet and offering me the world on a platter if only I will hold you in my arms for just one night. They looked at each other, slightly sheepish and embarrassed. Well, you see. Our arms were already full when you got here, Sirius told her. With each other. No offense. I'm sure lots of men would really go for you, but... She snorted, suddenly sounding a whole lot less ephemeral. She folded her arms across her chest and stuck out her lower lip, pouting. Oh, your sort. I hate it when I get your sort. It looks so bad for numbers. I do have targets to meet, Well, I'm sure Sirius and I are very sorry that you can't murder us in order to meet your monthly quota. We didn't mean to let you down. No, it's fine, she sighed, missing the sarcasm entirely. She flung a slender, silvery arm out towards their clothes. Just get your things and go. She came to a stop, and stared. What is it? Remus asked. Where did you get that? She asked, pointing at the sword of Gryffindor. Oh, it just sort of appeared to me, Sirius told her. The sword of Gryffindor can only appear to worthy Gryffindors in times of great peril, it must be taken under an act of extreme valor. The pair of them looked at each other and shrugged. You were doing something stupidly heroic at the time, Padfoot, Remus said. The siren was looking at them once more, she was smiling again, as if somehow, despite the shortcomings of their sexual orientation, they had pleased her. You must be a very brave and worthy hero to have been given that, she said to Sirius. He is, Remus assured her. So's Remus, it was just my turn to do something stupid. I got lucky. But the siren shook her head. The sword of Gryffindor does not present itself to the lucky. It presents itself to the courageous, well. She gave them another smile. I'm really quite glad I didn't now lie with you and then eat your skin. They looked at each other in alarm. Oh, only after you were dead, don't be such babies, she said dismissively. If you are heroes, are you on a quest? They looked at each other again. Of sorts. Then I will help you out, she looked directly at Sirius. I will allow the great hero to ask me 3 questions, and I will answer them truthfully, anything you need to know to complete your quest. Can I confer with Remus? She nodded. They put their heads together and whispered for a long while the siren waited patiently and brushed her long hair. Eventually, they thought they had it. All right, Sirius said. First question, where can we find the bones of Lord Voldemort's father? She closed her eyes. Tom Riddle sleeps beneath the soil of his native home, in the village of Little Hangleton, in England. He has been there these past 50 years. That's a good start, Remus muttered. Second question, can we kill Lord Voldemort? The siren looked at them appraisingly. She traced her lips with an elegant finger, and then shook her head. Though you are brave and noble heroes, both, I am afraid that is a task that must fall to a hero even greater than either of you. Remus felt his heart sink. Sirius looked equally downcast. But he rallied himself for his third question. All right, last of all, if we can't kill him, can we at least stop Lord Voldemort from rising again? She glanced across at the sword, glinting in the sunlight, and then back at the boys. If you know what to do, you can delay his rising only. Until he that must face him is ready to do so. And then, the air crackled, and just like that, she was gone. Well, that was more useful than our average encounter turns out to be, Remus said. He began to swim back to the shore and hauled himself out on the river bank. And far less deadly. Instead of drying himself and getting dressed, he just stretched out on the grass, feeling the sun on his skin. A moment later, and Sirius was stretched out next to him. You know, the next time you turn up unexpectedly at my house, and ask me to run away with you, I'm saying, no, Remus told him. He closed his eyes in exhaustion. This has been the stupidest few weeks of my life. I don't know, Moony, it's not been all bad. He nuzzled into Remus's neck. His hand was resting on Remus's chest, and his fingers were playing with the golden hair that grew there. You know, having just looked at the singing murder bint, and how slippery and silky she looked, I think I've finally worked out why I just didn't particularly enjoy kissing Mary McDonald and Lily's cousin, why I like kissing you so much more. Apart from that, I'm in love with you, of course. Yeah, he raised his eyebrows but didn't open his eyes. Why is that? It's the textures. Now he opened his eyes, and squinted down at the dark head resting on his shoulder. I don't understand. Well, girls, their skin is all smooth, and their lips are all soft, and I'm sure that's great. I'm sure James absolutely loved that about Lily. But you. He nuzzled into Remus's jawline, kissing along it. There's all this stubble. Everything is much coarser and rougher, your skin, your hair, your lips, and it just feels better. More exciting, more right. And I like the way you smell. And girls are so small and fragile. You have to be careful not to crush them. I like that I don't have to worry about that with you, I don't have to hold back. You don't have to hold back. I think kissing boys is just more fun than kissing girls. Especially when the boy is you. Remus smiled. I think most men probably like that girls are all delicate and fragile and they have to hold back. It probably makes them feel all manly. Yeah. Well, maybe they should try kissing a man. I don't see how two men is less manly than one. You just have to let them get on with it, Sirius. You don't want to kiss girls. James didn't want to kiss boys. You'll just have to agree to disagree on which is better. Sirius nuzzled again closer. Did you ever want to kiss a girl, Moony? Remus frowned. I don't really know. I mean, when you're a kid that's what you're taught, isn't it? What you expect. You'll grow up and marry a girl, and you don't really think about it. But then, with being a werewolf, I knew I could never have a wife or children, I knew no woman would ever want me. So I suppose I never let myself feel anything. It was easier, less painful. Maybe I would have, without the wolf, we'll never know. He shrugged. I mean, I did like Mary McDonald's nose. Well, it was an amazing nose. Only. What? Well, I was never taken off guard by a girl, you know. I could admire that they were pretty, but it was always perfectly controlled. But when it came to me, Sirius said sagely. Remus laughed. That wasn't the anecdote I was going to tell. No, he dropped a kiss on the top of Sirius's head. You're far too big-headed as it is to ever be told the story of how I fell in love with you. No, I was just remembering. Do you remember Alexander Wood? He was the Quidditch captain our first year at Hogwarts. Sirius nodded slowly. Well, I saw him coming out of the showers once, with nothing but a towel around his waist. There were all these water droplets dripping down his skin and he had all these Quidditch-toned muscles. I was only 11 but, well, I never felt that way about a girl. It was right in that moment that I knew there was something horribly wrong with me. Horribly right with you, Sirius corrected. It was that moment that just saved you from the singing murder bint. I suppose. You know what's really strange? I was teaching Alex Wood's son this year. Oliver. Also the Quidditch captain. You cannot know how surreal it is to be teaching a boy about how to defeat Inferi when all you are thinking is, your dad was my sexual awakening. He looked just like him, but, whereas I remember Alex being about 8 feet tall and so impossibly grown up, Oliver, at the exact same age, was just a boy. I think we must be very old. I think we are. Though it's no bad thing you're not into teenagers. Remus laughed. No, though you're lucky I never met a man who had Mary McDonald's nose and Alex Wood's rippling pectorals. I'd have been his in an instant. I'd have ripped his ears off. That would be all right, it wouldn't be his ears I was interested in. Then I'd rip something else off. He grinned mischievously and leaned up for a kiss. Definitely better with more textures, he mumbled. They lay there for hours, naked and in the sunshine. Remus drifted in and out of sleep, and he assumed Sirius did too. They hadn't put up any protection spells, or muggle-repelling charms. He didn't know what he would do if some ramblers happened across them. Though he supposed his dying of embarrassment would probably save him from having to think of an appropriate way to react. Sirius's hand was still on his chest, his fingers curled into the hair, and Remus stared down at it, thinking it was strange that Sirius seemed to like so much how hairy he was, and his scars, when what he liked about Sirius was the smooth, flawlessness of his skin. He didn't know if it was because he was a werewolf, or just an unfortunate genetic predisposition, that had caused him to grow hair, everywhere. But if Sirius liked it, he supposed it wasn't so bad after all. Though he still definitely preferred the way Sirius looked, the way his muscles were so clearly defined because there was no downy covering of hair to hide them, that his skin was so unmarked, even the color of his skin. It was like a creamy marble with shots of blue through where his veins were. Sirius's whole body looked like a perfect statue, and just stupidly elegant and aristocratic. He remembered how they used to tease each other at school, Sirius teasing him for being rough, him teasing Sirius for being posh. Sirius had started copying the way he talked, in an attempt to distance himself from his family and make himself seem cooler, and rougher. As if anything could ever make Sirius seem rough. Not even 12 years in Azkaban. And anyone who came across them lying here, though he shuddered at the thought, would be able to tell at a glance which one of them was the son of an ancient and noble lineage, and which one was the oik. They had once been such worlds apart, the eldest son of the pure-blooded black family and the half-blood werewolf without any money. Not that it had ever stopped them being friends, but on occasion that gulf could seem insurmountable. They could never have foreseen how the tides of life would buffer them, change them, and make it so it was now hard to tell, as they lay here in each other's arms, which one of them was the bigger outcast. Equal at last, in not belonging and not being wanted. Not that it mattered, they belonged to and wanted each other. But still, life was strange. He stole a glance at Sirius's face, and frowned when he saw his expression had become closed off again, his eyes were deadened and haunted once more. "What are you thinking?" he asked. "I'm not thinking anything." "Liar." He rolled onto his side, and wrapped his arm around Sirius, bringing his hand up to stroke his hair. "Tell me what it is that's making you look that way. Maybe it will help." "I was just thinking about Grindelwald, alone in that tiny little cell. For 50 years. He deserves to be there. He did terrible things. He seems to regret them. You said it yourself, being sorry doesn't undo the harm. He has to pay for the damage he caused, the lives he ruined. You think they could ever put Voldemort in a prison? No, Grindelwald is there because he allows himself to be. Voldemort will have to be killed. It won't be us that does it, you heard what the singing lady said. No, it won't be. It will be Harry. Remus sighed. Probably, but she never said he couldn't have help. It was Sirius's turn to sigh. You know, my cell was 12 paces from the window to the door, he said. And 7 from wall to wall. I measured, every single day, for 4,285 days, I measured, just to see. Always the same, 12 and 7. Yeah. How many paces was it corner to corner? The blank look was replaced with an expression of deep irritation. I never thought to measure that. And despite the seriousness of the conversation, Remus had to bite back a laugh. 12 years in one room and you never walked in a diagonal line? Or checked if both diagonals were the same length? Tell me you at least measured the perimeter. Look, there were Dementors right outside my door, I spent most of my time as a dog. I wasn't doing my best thinking, okay? If they catch me and put me back in prison, I'll be sure to let you know how long the diagonals are. Remus's smile became more sympathetic. They're not going to catch you and put you back in prison. Maybe, I hope not. I couldn't bear it if they did. Because of the Dementors? But Sirius shook his head. No. They say people go crazy in there because of the unrelenting misery, and maybe they do. But I think they go crazy because of the boredom. That's what I can't stand to think about, one tiny room, barely room to move, I couldn't even stand up straight in my cell. And nothing to do, day after day, month after month, year after year, but count the paces. I can't go back to that. You won't. I promise. I would die 1,000, slow and agonizing deaths before I let you go back to that. And I can't stop thinking about Grindelwald. 50 years. In that dank, cramped little cell, with nothing to do. I can't stop thinking about it, but I can't bear the thought of it. Well, he brushed his lips against Sirius's own, just the barest trace of a kiss. Once our names are cleared, we'll send him a crossword puzzle book to say thank you for his help. And a ghost of a smile flitted back across Sirius's face. All right, we'll do that. The sun had set by now and the stars were coming out to shine, tiny pinpricks of light, more of them gathering by the moment. Sirius stared up at them. Can we stay here tonight? He asked eventually. Out in the open. So that was what they did. Chapter 30, Holland and then home again. Although it had been a warm day, it did get cold enough, in the middle of the night, that they woke up and reluctantly put their clothes back on. And once it was morning, and they were starving, they apparated to Bonn, where they found a little cafe by the river to have breakfast. From Bonn they apparated to the border with the Netherlands. And as they traveled northwest through the country, they discovered Heinz had been right, the land was very flat, they could see for miles in every direction and the sky was vast. Tension just seemed to drain right out of Sirius, as he looked around the expansive vistas of not much, with not a wall to be seen. They went slowly through the Netherlands, although they could have apparated from place to place in a matter of minutes, every time they touched down they stopped to wander, to lie in the meadows and look at the clouds, to just let Sirius breathe. There were fields filled with tulips, and wooden windmills, country roads filled with muggles bicycling along them, ringing their bells to tell the boys to get out of their paths. There were quaint little cottages that looked like they should belong to wizards, but really muggles lived there. There were meandering rivers and then there were very very straight canals. They landed in Amsterdam the next day. Remus squeezed Sirius's hand. We don't have to stay, he said. If you'd rather move on. He looked at the tall, gabled houses squashed side by side, like elongated gingerbread houses looming over them. If you want to find somewhere more open. Sirius had been staring blankly off into space. He shook himself. What? No, it's fine. I want to explore. Well, let me know the minute you want to leave, the buildings here do crowd in rather. But even in a city, it is possible to find wide open spaces, and they went out to the museum quarter and wandered through the parkland there. They went into the Rijksmuseum and stared bemusedly at the paintings which all stayed frozen in their frames. They went out to the zoo and looked at all the Muggle animals, and they went on a boat ride along the canals. Sirius liked the canals here almost as much as he liked the ones in Venice. These ones were cleaner and more contained. They didn't sprawl their way up to the doorsteps of the buildings and spill wildly onto the pavements. But they were still impressive, neat bridges spanned across them and there were streets on either side, though some buildings came very close to the water's edge. Why do they all have that? Sirius asked, pointing upwards to the top of the towering houses, where they each had one double window easily as big as a door, that led out onto thin air. Above the window was a pole sticking out horizontally from the building. The more they looked, the more they saw them, especially on the older buildings. They got an answer a bit later on, when they saw a barge moored outside a house. A steel rope had been tied to the pole sticking from the house, and a grand piano was being winched from the boat, through the air and up to the large windows under the roof. Why are they doing it that way? Sirius laughed. An elderly Dutchman, who was also watching the delicate operation, smiled at him.
Inside the house will be too narrow, there will be too many stairs, too many twists and turns. It would not get through the front door and then I could not get it where it was going. This way it is easier. The merchants built their homes this way back in the old days so they could get their wares inside.
Sirius laughed again. God, they think of everything, Muggles, don't they? He said. When you don't have magic to make everything easy for you, I suppose you learn to be clever, Remus smiled. As the evening drew in, they wandered the cobbled streets hand in hand, and not one person gave them so much as a second glance. I don't like that smell, Remus said, as they walked past a cafe. It was an acrid, tangy, and bitter sort of smell. It's everywhere. It's coming from his cigarette. Sirius pointed at a man, who was sitting quietly by himself, puffing on a roll-up, his eyes slightly glazed. Cigarettes don't normally smell like that. They normally smell horrid, but not like that. No, remember in 4th year, when we learned cheering charms and calming charms, and we found that if you put them both on one person at once the person would go a bit loopy? Oh yeah. Remus smiled reminiscently. I haven't done that in years. Well, I think that cigarette is the Muggle version of that. Look at his eyes. They really do think of everything. They stumbled across the Oud Kirk, with its gables and spire, and stared up at it. A plaque told them it dated from the 13th century, and was not to be confused with the Nieuwe Kirk, which only dated back to a rather paltry 16th century. Then everything went a bit weird a couple of streets later, when they found heavily curtained windows under neon lights and girls in their underwear sitting behind glass and looking bored. They came to a stop outside a shop window which contained the most eye-watering display of things, that they could only begin to imagine what people were supposed to do with them. Blimey, Sirius said. You don't get anything like this in Diagon Alley. What is that? Remus asked, tilting his head to one side to see if it made any more sense. He shuddered. And please don't tell me, I don't want to know. It's okay, I have no idea. He whistled. I didn't know, was so complicated. Maybe we're not ready, maybe we should get a manual. I don't think James had a manual. I think he just knew what to do. I thought I knew what to do. I didn't know there were things like that. He pointed at the offending item. Remus laughed. I don't think it's necessary. And I don't think it's for beginners. Come on, he pulled Sirius away from the window. Before we frighten ourselves. They were heartily relieved to get away from the red lights and the toys, and wind back up among the normal shops and the flower markets and the cafes. They stopped for something to eat and then went to find a hotel. While Sirius was peering out of the bedroom window, his nose pressed flat against the glass as if longing to go back outside, Remus lay down on the bed, closed his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't said anything, but the next full moon was fast approaching and his bones were beginning to ache. They left Amsterdam first thing in the morning and, not quite believing, after all this time, that this was really happening, they apparated into Norfolk. As Remus felt his feet touch English soil, and he looked around at the flat fens of East Anglia, he just sank to the ground and began to laugh, and he wasn't sure why, or when he would stop. "I didn't think we'd ever get here," he gasped between his wheezes. "I didn't really believe we could ever get home." They found their way to a small Muggle town, and into a greasy spoon cafe, where they ordered copious cups of tea and bacon sandwiches. "God, I love England," Sirius mumbled through a mouthful of sandwich. "God, I love the food." "There's no place like home," Remus said, remembering something his mother used to say. And that's the truth. He took another hearty bite of sandwich and then immediately swilled it down with a mouthful of tea. "God, we lost our tea bags a long time ago." "Do you know what day it is?" Remus asked. "No, Tuesday." "No. I mean date, it's the 30th of July. It's Harry's birthday tomorrow. We should have got him something, in Amsterdam." There was nothing in Amsterdam that would have been appropriate for you to buy your godson. He remembered the window display and blushed, and he caught Sirius's eye and knew he was thinking of the same thing. "Well, we'll get him something here then. You know, we're not far. 100 miles or so, we could go visit him." But Remus shook his head. "Too risky, we're back home now, where we literally are the two most wanted wizards. We need to lie low and, it's the full moon in 4 days. Oh." Sirius chewed more slowly, swallowed and then wiped his mouth with a napkin. "Sorry, I hadn't realized. That was selfish of me. Don't be soft. I only know because I can feel it in every cell in my body. But it means we need to find somewhere out of the way, hunker down, and see out the moon. And then we can go on to Little Hangleton." When they had finished their breakfast, and had 7 cups of tea each, Sirius got up as if to go to the bathroom. Borrowed a purse that was hanging from a lady's chair, and when he came back out of the men's, he paid up the bill with his Geminode Muggle money and they left. They went into a newsagent's and bought a birthday card and a large block of Muggle chocolate and then apparated away to Foxley Wood, finding the most isolated spot they could to settle down and set up their protection and Muggle-repelling charms. They would visit nearby towns when they needed food, or to scrounge a newspaper, but this would be their base until the moon began to wane. Sirius ripped the cellophane off the birthday card, Remus handed him the Muggle quill he had stolen from the hotel in Amsterdam, and he began to write. "Dear Harry. Happy birthday. Sorry the present is a bit rubbish, events have overtaken us and we only just realized what day it was. We're still free, we're still safe, it's nearly a full moon so we're having to rest for now, but it really is almost over. We should have cleared our names in no time, and then we can see you again. Don't let the Muggles get you down, and once we're free men again you can come and stay with us for the rest of the summer. Stay out of trouble. Sirius and Remus." Sirius then spent 10 minutes trying to coax an owl down from a nearby tree, before tying on the card and present and sending it off to Little Whinging. Then he looked at Remus, noted the dark circles under his eyes, conjured them up a mattress and helped him lie down, wrapping his arms around him and holding him while he slept. It was mid-afternoon when Remus awoke, though he still felt exhausted, and he ached all over. Sirius's arms were still wrapped around him though, and he was stroking his hair absent-mindedly. His eyes were looking haunted once more. "You're brooding again," Remus said, sleepily. "Oh, you're awake," he gave him a swift kiss. "I was just I'm okay. Does it bother you being here? With nothing to do? The boredom? But Sirius only squeezed him tighter. I could never be bored when I'm with you. No. I'm just thinking how close we are to the end, and how I can't bear it if it goes wrong. It won't go wrong, we'll be careful, we'll prepare. To fail after all this. We won't fail. The singing murder bint said we could stop Voldemort from rising, and we will. He closed his eyes again. I hate it this close to the moon. He felt Sirius's lips press against his own. I hate it for you. I was thinking I should go out and find us something to eat. Remus opened his eyes again. I'll come with you. No, rest. How can I rest when I'm terrified you'll get caught? I won't get caught, I'll go to one of those Muggle supermarkets and buy us enough stuff to last until after the moon. Maybe some spare clothes. So we won't have to leave again. Alright, but hang on. He took out his wand and pointed it at Sirius, transfiguring him into the blonde-haired, wide-nosed, freckled version of himself that he had used as a disguise back in Montenegro. No one will know it's you, come back quickly. I will. And with one last kiss he was gone, and Remus went back to sleep, cold now that he did not have Sirius's arms to keep him warm. True to his word, Sirius returned in under an hour. He held a bulging plastic bag in one hand and a whole pile of newspapers in the other. I took a chance and went looking for a wizarding house, he told Remus. I thought Agatha Tim's eel farm might be around here somewhere, and I was right. That was really dangerous. Not looking like this it wasn't, speaking of. Remus waved his wand and put him back to normal. Thanks. Anyway, her farm was all shut up. No one around. But there were days and days worth of the paper piling up on her doorstep. So I thought it was best if we knew what they were saying about us. They lit a fire, made a cup of tea, took a pack of biscuits out of the carrier bag for dunking and set to reading the papers. They still think we're in the Balkans, Sirius said at last. Completely lost all trace of us, that's good. This is the last place they'll think to look, right under their noses. Yes, there was a piece from 2 days ago saying they were extending the search into Greece. Sirius snorted. Totally the wrong direction. But apart from that, there isn't much interest in us. The Quidditch World Cup is on. He lifted the paper showing the headlines that detailed England's disastrous defeat to Transylvania. That seems to be all anyone is talking about. And should be keeping the ministry nice and busy. Organizing something of that size, they can't have much in the way of manpower left to look for us. No, it's probably just the ministry hag now. She won't ever give up. Well, she's hot for you, not that I blame her. Remus hit him. Ow. The evening drew in, they conjured bowls and spoons and used magic to heat the tins of soup Sirius had bought and then settled down to do the Daily Prophet crossword together. A couple of days later, as Remus drifted in and out of consciousness, he became aware that Sirius was alert and at the very edge of their protection charms, peering out. He tensed up. What is it? I think Hedwig's trying to find us. There's a snowy owl circling our protection charms and looking increasingly put out. Remus smiled sleepily. Good to know the charms work, go and get her then, she'll not find us by herself. Sirius stepped beyond the invisible wall of their protection charms, they rippled for a moment, and then a moment later, he stepped back inside with Hedwig on his arm. Hedwig fluttered down to the ground, hooting, and held her leg out to have the letter taken. Sirius untied it while Remus stroked her head fondly. Dear Sirius and Remus. Thanks for the card and present. I wasn't expecting one what with everything that's going on and everything, but the chocolate is a lifesaver. The school nurse at Dudley's, he's my cousin, school has insisted he go on a diet, and Aunt Petunia is making us all follow it. She's given me nothing but grapefruit and lettuce for weeks now. Mrs. Weasley sent me a food parcel at the beginning of the summer, but it's getting increasingly stale. I won't ask where you are, and I know telling you to be careful is almost entirely redundant because neither of you ever seem to be, but the newspapers, when they report on you, are saying very strange things. They say you're in Greece. I hope it's nice there, though I don't know how long it will take Hedwig to reach you. And they're reporting you killed a ministry witch, in a really horrible way. They say it's likely Remus did it, as you're a squib now, Sirius. What on earth is going on? And that he tried to kill another ministry witch while she was peacefully interrogating a strange man who may have been a witness to the first murder. Sirius broke off reading and gave a dark laugh. Oh, yes, I'm sure he was a witness to the first murder. I told you you shouldn't have saved the ministry hag's life, Moony. She's actually holding it against you. It seemed like the right thing to do at the time, Remus said placidly. You're an idiot. A hopeless idiot who is too good for this world. He gave Remus a quick kiss before he continued reading. Obviously I know Remus isn't going around attacking ministry witches, and so do Ron and Hermione, but the news about you just keeps getting weirder and weirder, and Ron says even Fred, George and Ginny are getting a bit confused as to why Professor Lupin has started murdering people. Percy supports the ministry 100% apparently. He has started working there. Sirius frowned. Who on earth are all these people? Ron's sister and his older brothers, Remus laughed. There are a lot of Weasley children. They're nice kids but Percy is a bit of a stickler. He was the head boy, he takes rules very seriously. Yeah, it sucks the joy out of everyone. Even James started taking rules seriously once he was head boy. At least you still had me to get in trouble with. Sirius laughed again and lay down next to him, taking his hand. Yeah, at least you never abandoned me. He held the letter up so he could read it from his new position. Anyway, I know there's no point saying it but, stay safe. I should tell you to stay out of trouble only, it's a bit late for that. I hope the full moon isn't too bad for Remus and he feels better soon. Don't get caught. I can't wait to come and stay with you, I can't wait to stay anywhere where they don't make me eat grapefruit. Harry. You're going to buy a whole load of grapefruits before he comes to stay with us, aren't you? Remus said. Yes. You're a horrible person. I know. They laughed, gave Hedwig a biscuit as a thank you, sent her back to Harry and then settled down to do another crossword. It started to feel, to Remus, like he was dreading the moon and yet at the same time it couldn't come quickly enough. His muscles ached, his head ached, he was constantly tired and his bones felt like they were on fire, and though Sirius tried his best to hide it, he was chafing at being trapped under the protection charms, even if they were outdoors. As much as Remus never ever wanted it to be the full moon, he also desperately wanted it to be over. Eventually, the day itself arrived, and Remus slept for most of it. When he finally drifted into consciousness it was to find Sirius standing at the perimeter of their protection charms, waving his wand around and muttering. What are you doing? Just beefing these up for tonight. I made them so people couldn't get into us. I'm now making them so you can't get out to them. Thank you. Sirius paused, and it felt awkward. Will you want a cage again? He asked, his voice sounding uncomfortable. It's probably safest. But. He frowned, realizing something. Will you be okay? I know you don't like bars. I don't want to upset you. But you don't want to kill anyone even more. I'll be okay. It'll be you inside them, not me. And. I'll be in control of them. It's not so bad when I'm in control. It's being trapped and having no way out. His eyes looked haunted for a moment, but he shook it off and forced a smile. He finished up, made them some lunch and then they spent the afternoon resting together. At 7 p.m. they decided it was time to start the preparations. Sunset was not until 8:30, but they did not want to take any chances. Sirius transfigured the mattress so it was two separate ones and dragged them apart. Ready? He asked. As I'll ever be. Discipulate him. And with the flick of his wand the iron bars began to shoot through the earth again, enclosing Remus inside a cage. Once it was finished, they both checked the bars to make sure it was sturdy. Then, blushing once again, and wondering when it was he would get used to this, Remus stripped off his clothes and handed them through to Sirius. Then he lay on his mattress, and Sirius lay on his, and they held hands and faced each other through the bars. Are you sure you're all right? Remus asked him. Sirius snorted. You're the one locked in a cage waiting to go through an extremely painful transformation. Yes, I am, and yet it is you I am worrying about. Well, you shouldn't. Don't you hate this, Moony, for your own sake? Yes, but I hate everything about being a werewolf. I hate being a werewolf. I hate the cage, but it's a symptom, not the disease. I hate the shrieking shack just as much. And I hate my house when I have to barricade myself inside. I hate what it all means. I hate how dangerous I am and that I have to do this at all. But I hate all the places I've ever been chained up equally. Sirius furrowed his brow. But you've never been literally chained up. Yes, I have, long ago. He smiled at Sirius's look of outrage. It was when I was younger and there was no real choice. When I was first bitten, when I was very small, it was enough for my dad to just enchant my bedroom door and window. That would contain me. But as I got bigger, that wasn't safe anymore. That was when we moved to the house near Wales, and it had a cellar. I used to transform down there and my dad would attach a shackle to my ankle and chain me to the wall. Sirius made a growling sound in the back of his throat, his face was looking thunderous. There wasn't much choice. I wasn't properly separated from humans, the wolf could smell them, and the smell drove it into a frenzy. But my parents could hardly leave me overnight when I was that young, they had to stay, so I had to be restrained. That was from about the age of 9. And then in the summer holidays, after second year, I woke up one morning to find myself pulled free from the wall. The shackle was still around my ankle, but I was on the other side of the room. The next time I spent a full moon at home, my dad had put a cage in the cellar. Like this one. I'm sorry. I had no idea. I was always too embarrassed to mention it, when we were young. When it was happening. It was just easier to pretend it wasn't happening. None of you ever thought to ask about my transformations at home, and so I never told you. We should have thought to ask. It was so thoughtless of us not to ask, you must have thought we didn't care. But Remus only smiled again. I'm glad you didn't ask. I would have hated to have to tell you. I would have been so ashamed. I would have probably lied anyway. So why are you telling me now? He squeezed his hand. I have nothing to hide from you now. He glanced down at himself. Literally, his lips twitched into another smile. So is that it? No more horrible secrets you've never dared admit before? Remus hesitated. Sirius saw. What? He demanded. Well, you must promise not to get upset. Oh great, I'm going to get upset. It absolutely wasn't your fault. I never blamed you, even before I knew you were innocent. Blamed me for what? Sirius demanded, his voice was sharp and his eyes were narrow. All right, he sighed. After James and Lily died, and you had been arrested, the ministry, well, they arrested me too. What? He sat straight up and stared around angrily, as if planning on going straight down to the ministry and starting tearing people limb from limb. Lie back down. What happened? Lie down and I'll tell you. Muttering darkly beneath his breath, Sirius lay back down and held Remus's hand again. You know I'd been with the wolf packs, living rough, barely in contact with anyone. Ungrateful bastards, Sirius muttered to himself. Remus smiled again. Yes, I thought so too. Well, the news came in, what had happened, it took a day or two to reach me so deep underground. He made it sound like he didn't remember exactly, as if 3:07 p.m. on the 3rd of November was not engraved eternally on his heart. I didn't want to believe any of it. I'd have happily taken another 10 years of war for it to not be true. But if the war was over, my assignment was done, and I headed home, thinking I would contact Dumbledore and beg him to tell me none of it was real. But they were waiting when I got there. The Ministry. Well, I suppose you can imagine how it looked to them. You a crazed, mass-murdering Death Eater and me your werewolf best friend, guilt by association, and species. I cannot imagine. Of course you can. Everyone would have thought the same. I'd just come back from living with Fenrir Greyback. I didn't stand a chance. They kept me in the Ministry dungeons for a few days, interrogated me every so often. Why did they let you go in the end? Dumbledore came for me. So he should. Remus laughed. Well, that's everything. Now you know everything. Sirius's expression became softer. He reached through the bars to stroke Remus's face. When I'm ready, I will tell you about Azkaban. I know you will. He looked up at the sky. You should change into Padfoot, it will be soon. With a last embrace through the bars, Sirius got to his feet, backed away and transformed, and a few minutes later Remus's body seized up and he was taken by the wolf. He woke up again when the sun rose. The bars were gone, the mattress was one big one again and he and Sirius were curled up on it together. Thanks, Padfoot, he murmured, before falling back asleep. Chapter 31, Little Hangleton. They stayed hidden under their protection enchantments for one further day, while Remus slept off the after effects of his transformation. It hadn't been too bad, for a change. Sirius had managed to keep him calm for most of the night, the dog and the wolf had curled up on their respective mattresses and rested. Of course a transformed werewolf cannot be quiet all night, and there had been times where he had howled at the moon and thrown himself against the bars in an attempt to escape. His ribs were a little bruised and tender the following morning. But all in all it had been better than expected, had been easier than either of them had hoped for. And this is how it will be always from now on, Sirius told him, as he cleaned up the deepest of Remus's scrapes and cuts. I'll always be with you to keep you calm. Every moon for the rest of our lives. It'll be like it was at school. He gave him a kiss. You'll be okay. I know. The following afternoon, when Remus felt much stronger, they cleared away any signs of their ever having camped out in the woods, took down their protection charms, held on to each other and, with Sirius steering, apparated to Little Hangleton. The village of Little Hangleton was nestled among rolling hills and was, according to the sign-post, 6 miles away from Great Hangleton. Perhaps Great Hangleton had more going on, because, aside from a few quaint, little cottages, a pub called The Hanged Man, a tiny church and a crumbling graveyard, there was nothing of any note to the village at all. The only thing that stood out was the one large house, standing on the top of a hill and looking down on the rest of the hamlet. Clearly it had once been very fine, but its grandeur was fast fading. It was uncared for, unloved and unlived in. The tiles were falling from the roof, the chimney had a crack in it, the paintwork was peeling, and there was just something about the way the blank windows stared out like baleful, malevolent eyes that made Remus shudder. He turned away and looked at the churchyard, at the broken-down fence and the bumps of the headstones just visible beyond it. So, you reckon he's somewhere in there? Sirius asked, nodding towards the graves. Voldemort's dad. Must be. What should we do? Let's head to the pub, see if they've got a room for us to stay in, ask around, see if anyone has noticed anything funny going on. But I don't think Wormtail and Voldemort can be here yet. It takes a long time to hike across Europe. We should know. They wandered over to the Hanged Man and went inside. It was gloomy and small, with little round tables, exposed beams in the ceiling and, despite the heat of the day, roaring log fires lit in the fireplaces. There was a small, dim entrance porch which held a plastic stand packed with tourist leaflets. Remus picked one up and frowned. "What's wrong?" Sirius asked him. "We're in the Peak District," Remus said, holding up the leaflet to show him that it did indeed read, "Welcome to the Peak District." That would explain all the hills. According to this, Sheffield is only 15 minutes away on the train. So. He looked nonplussed. So. Sirius, Sheffield is in Yorkshire. My house is in Yorkshire. Do you have any idea how close to my house we are right now? All this, and we could have stayed home and Voldemort would have come straight to us. It's all been for nothing. We're not that close to your house. About 50 miles. Even the Muggles could get there in well under 2 hours. Oh. He rubbed the back of his neck and shifted his weight uncomfortably. I mean, depending on the traffic, maybe not. You getting splinched. Me killing a man. All those nights sleeping on a forest floor. Getting hunted by the Ministry. Being accused of the murder of Bertha Jorkins, being accused of cannibalizing her. They're talking about giving the Dementor's kiss to me too now. And we could have stayed home and had a cup of tea, instead. But, look, think of it this way, we wouldn't have known to come to Little Hangleton if we hadn't bumped into the singing murder bint. So we did need to go through all this. Remus only snorted. We could have gone for a romantic weekend getaway in the Demerstian forest and been no worse off. The sword might come in useful. He had put a concealment enchantment on it while they traveled through the last leg of their journey, so the Muggles wouldn't spot it and panic, but it was strapped to his waist still. I can't even use the sword. I can't pick it up without burning and blistering my hands. You might be a worthy Gryffindor, Sirius, but apparently I am not. That's not true, his voice had become stern. I'm sure if Godric Gryffindor had any idea that one day a man like you would belong to his house, he would have made his sword out of any other metal. This belongs to both of us, even if I'm the only one who can wield it. Come on, you're always a bit tetchy after the moon, you'll feel better after a cup of tea. Let's go and see if they've got a room. Still glowering, Remus put the leaflet back in the stand and followed Sirius into the taproom. They went up to the bar, where a large, meaty-looking man, with no hair but more than a few folds of skin in the back of his neck, was polishing a pint glass with a rag. Afternoon, he nodded. What can I get you gents today? Actually, we need somewhere to stay, you don't have any rooms available, do you? Sirius asked. Only got one free, I'm afraid. That's fine, we only need one. The man put the pint glass down. Couple of poofters, is it? The boys looked at each other in surprise. The barman held his hands up. Look, I'm not judging. It's nearly a brand new millennium and we have to move with the times. What two men want to get up to behind a closed door is none of mine. Thanks, we'll bear that in mind. So, about the room. I'll get the key. He wandered off and returned a moment later bearing a brass key on a green key ring. Last orders at the bar are at 11, he told them. I lock the front door of the pub at midnight. If you're out, you need to be back by then. I'm not getting up to let you in. Room 4, up the stairs, first on your left. Thanks. So, what brings you to Little Hangleton, anyway? Romantic break is it? Remus snorted again, and looked put out. Sirius gave him a dark look. No, we're waiting for someone actually. Someone who used to have family around these parts. Families have lived around these parts for hundreds of years, who is it? Maybe I know him. The boys exchanged another glance, this one a little hopeful. Well, he didn't grow up here, Remus said. But his family name was. He searched his memory for what the singing murder bint had said, Riddle. His dad was Tom Riddle. The barman began to choke. Riddle? Riddle? You know him? Blimey? Do I know him? He clutched at his heart as if it were racing a mile a minute. Only thing that ever happened in Little Hangleton. Right after the war, the Riddle murders. Well, we all know Frank did it, but he was never charged. Frank Bryce still lives here, bold as brass, as if we don't all know he's a murderer. You should speak to old Ally Stimpson, his dad was in here the night it all went down. He knows the story best out of everyone left. Right, where can we find Mr. Stimpson? He usually comes in here around 8. If you're in the bar, I'll send him over to talk to you. Thanks. They headed up to their room. The stairs were narrow and winding. The roof was low and they had to duck their heads, but the room itself was clean and comfortable, with a large double bed covered in a cheerful eiderdown and a chintzy armchair in the corner. Best of all, was a kettle and some tea bags on the side, next to the moving picture screen. They stashed away the sword, and the clothes Sirius had bought them, and made a cup of tea. Are you still tetchy? Sirius asked. Yes. The tea isn't making it better? No. He leaned in for a swift kiss. Cheer up, Mooney. If we hadn't gone on our ad. Don't say it. Venture. Then we might never have. He kissed him again. I might not be able to do that. We might still be pretending that we're just friends. Pretending to be friends has got us through 20 years, Remus said sniffily. But not pretending is better. Please don't be cross. His eyes were all big and sad and soulful as he stared at Remus. Remus narrowed his eyes, and then his lips twitched into a smile that he couldn't fight down. All right. I'll work on getting over it. You're a hero, he gave him another kiss. I know. Once they had finished the tea, they went back outside and went for a walk in the hills. Sirius had been chafing at the walls, but once they were outdoors again he seemed to relax. And once they were miles from anywhere, hidden in some woodland, he transformed into Padfoot and ran back and forth along the path barking and snapping at pigeons. He plunged headlong into a small stream and emerged on the other side, shaking himself and flicking the water from his fur, while Remus followed more slowly across the bridge, laughing at him. He disappeared into some underbrush, and Remus stood on the path waiting patiently, listening to the rustling as Sirius rooted through the bushes. There came a loud squawk, and a yelp of surprise from Padfoot, and a brace of pheasants flew out from the trees, and Sirius came bounding out, chasing them. Padfoot! Come on, now! He abandoned barking at the pheasants and gambled his way back along to where Remus was waiting for him. As he reached him, he jumped up, his tail wagging, woofing excitedly. He managed in knocking Remus off his feet and they both fell over, in a tangle of limbs and tail and fur, and then Sirius started licking him, slobbering all over his face while Remus batted him away and laughed. That's disgusting. Stop it. Come on, I want my boyfriend back. And a moment later, his arms were no longer full of dog, but full of man, and Sirius rolled him over and exchanged the enthusiastic licking for enthusiastic kissing. You're in a good mood, Remus observed dryly, as they struggled back to their feet. Well, we're home, we're as safe as we can be and I'm outdoors and free to move around after days sitting still. He squeezed Remus's hand. And I am with you. What more could I ask for? For this to be over and your name to be cleared? Well, I'll enjoy what I've got for now. It won't go wrong. We won't fail. Maybe. He leaned in for a kiss. But I'm still making the most of these last moments. They're not last moments. Maybe. They meandered their way back into the village and climbed over the broken-down fence into the churchyard, going to explore among the headstones. The grass was long, reaching to knee height and almost completely obscuring most of the graves. They waded through it, peering at the weather-beaten stones and trying to make head or tails of the crumbing letters. And then, in the far corner, they happened across a tall and grand-looking monument, a large block of marble, almost as tall as they were, with a cross on the top and the words lettered in gold leaf. Tom Riddle. So this is him, Sirius said. He shoved his hands in his pockets and whistled. Voldemort Sr. He was a Muggle, I think. This is a Muggle town. Grindelwald said Voldemort was Muggleborn. Remus shook his head. He can't be, there's hypocrisy and then there's that. His mother must have been a witch. He's like the opposite of me. Sirius gave him a look, in every conceivable way. Still. He whistled again. Weird to think I'm from better wizarding pedigree than the Dark Lord himself. If that sort of nonsense matters to you. I don't understand why my mad cousin, Bella, and that idiot, Malfoy, would follow a half-blood. They liked the evil things he had to say and so, hypocrisy. Sirius scuffed at the ground with his shoe. The earth is undisturbed, he said. Whatever Voldemort's planning to do with his dad's bones, he hasn't done it yet. How long do you think before he gets here? Hopefully not long. I want for all this to be over. I want to go home. Well, this will have to be close enough for now. He took his hand from his pocket and reached out to take Remus's. Come on, let's head back. The pub had started serving food by the time they arrived back, and so they ordered fish and chips, and some of the brown, fizzy Muggle drink at the bar. Sirius had asked for Pepsi. The barman told him they only had Coca-Cola. Is there a difference? Sirius had asked. The barman had shrugged. None that I've ever been able to tell, and Sirius had smiled in triumph. I knew it. This, Sirius prodded his battered haddock with his fork, is better than pasta. He spoke through a mouthful of chips and garden peas. Philistine, Remus smiled. Sirius picked up the bottle of brown sauce and squirted it all over his plate. Remus shook his head. Double Philistine, he said, applying salt and vinegar to his own. A shadow suddenly loomed over them, and they looked up. A man of about 60, with a ruddy face, wearing a flat cap and carrying a pint of bitter, was staring down at them. You the couple of poofters that were asking about Tom Riddle, he asked them. Remus froze with his fork halfway to his mouth. We were asking about Tom Riddle. I don't know that we're, he glanced towards the bar and saw the barman watching them. He looked away and went back to polishing a glass when he caught Remus looking. Look, I'm not making judgments. A man's affairs are his own, even if they're, well, anyway, I'm Ally Stimpson. Bert said you wanted to talk to me. Oh, yes. Mind if I sit down? Remus nodded and gestured to the spare seat. Mr. Stimpson sat down and peered at them both. I've never seen your sort before. It's just a small place, Little Hangleton, though I hear all sorts goes on in Manchester. You have a whole district to yourselves, bars and clubs and the like. I don't know why you turned out queer, you're both quite good-looking. Surely you could have found girls who would have you. The boys both looked at each other in surprise. That's not really the point, Sirius said. Sirius doesn't like the textures of kissing girls, Remus said. I wouldn't know, I've never tried. He was mildly amused by the look of surprise on Mr. Stimpson's face. But to his credit, the old man pulled himself together and just gave an awkward cough and a, yes, well, like I said, I'm not judging. Remus got the impression the names they were being called were not exactly flattering. They certainly did not sound flattering, but the grudging tolerance was at least better than the waiter screaming and yelling at them back in Albania. And he began to wonder if maybe he and Sirius really could live openly together here in England. Though he wasn't sure what they would tell Harry. So, Stimpson took a sip of his bitter, smacked his lips together and then rubbed his hands. The Riddle murders. Of course, I was just a boy at the time. I'm not that old, mind you. But my dad was here in this very pub the night after the bodies had been found. Bodies? Sirius said, plural. Aye. Tom Riddle was a rude and unpleasant sort of man. About 40, he was, around there, but he lived in the big house on the hill with his mum and dad. Well, there had been a huge scandal about 15 years before he died. He'd been engaged to some posh, little thing from Buxton, when suddenly he ran away with the Gaunt girl. The Gaunts were a family of weirdos, savage tramps that lived in a hovel a little way from the village. Everyone knew to avoid them, nasty things happened around them, especially the boy. A right nutter he was. Anyway, up himself Tom sacks off his bride-to-be and runs off with the tramp's daughter. And she was no looker, mind you, cross eyes and dumpy. Sirius and Remus looked at each other. This must surely be Voldemort's mother, and by the sound of the nasty things that happened around them, the Gaunts had used magic to keep the neighboring Muggles at bay. No one could work it out, at any rate, though we all quite enjoyed it, mind you. None of us cared for him. Anyway, he comes home about a year later, saying he'd been hoodwinked and taken for a ride and all sorts. Well, the talk at the time, and this is second-hand, mind you, I'm not yet born at this point, was that she must have told him she was expecting a baby, and he'd done the honorable thing, though the surprise was he had any honor in him, only to find out later that there was no baby. But, she did have a baby, Sirius said. God, the world would be a better place if she hadn't, but she did. Remus kicked him under the table. How's that then? Stimpson didn't understand, but he didn't seem troubled by it. At any rate, the village never saw any sign of her again, and certainly no sign of no baby. Time moved on, things settled down. The war came, and then it ended. Tom stayed with his parents. And then one day, out of the blue, the maid that used to do for them comes running down the hill and into the village screeching her head off. She'd found them all dead, in the dining room, in their evening wear. How had they been killed? Remus asked, furrowing his brow. Well, that's the rum-do, there wasn't a mark on them. Nothing wrong with them at all that the coroner could tell. In perfect health. Except seeing as how they were dead and all. Remus looked across at Sirius, and raised his eyebrows. That sounded very much like the killing curse had been used on this poor, defenseless family. Only the Muggles had no way of recognizing that. But the barman said you all knew who did it? Sirius said. He was watching Stimpson keenly, his gray eyes were dark as he listened to the tale. Course we know. It was old Frank, the gardener. Young Frank, as he was back then. Well, he's come back from the war a bit strange, happened to the best of them. You know how wars can be. They nodded. Yes. They knew exactly how wars could be. But if nothing had been done to the bodies, there was no weapon, how can you know Frank did it? Because there was no sign of a break-in. They were locked inside that house. And who was the only other person who had a key? The maid? Sirius suggested. Stimpson looked put out, as if this was something he had never thought of before, and it was ruining his story. Frank, the gardener, he corrected. So how did the maid get in? If the house was locked up. Did Frank let her in knowing she was going to find his murder victims? Well, He mumbled to a stop and took a sip of his pint. I suppose she might have had a key too, but she's the one that found them. So she says. Sirius. Remus bit back an amused smile. I don't think the poor maid killed those people. Well, I don't think Frank did it either. His voice had gone growly. It's no small thing to falsely accuse someone of murder. The smile died on Remus's lips, and he slid his hand onto Sirius's leg and squeezed it comfortingly. But Frank was never charged, was he? He asked Stimpson, who was staring down at Remus's hand on Sirius's thigh, as if he was seeing a ghost for the very first time. No, he managed to tear his eyes away. No, Well, what with them not being able to find a cause of death, they couldn't prove they'd been murdered, see? So Frank came back to the village, and stayed on as gardener. And he's still there, after all these years. Shameless. Unless he's innocent, Sirius pointed out. We know he's guilty. Why would he kill them? What's his motive? Motive? Hark at you, who do you think you are, Inspector Morse? Who? Look, he went round the twist in the war. Probably had an episode. Took M for German spies or something. Maybe he did it in a kind of fit, maybe he doesn't remember. But he did it. There's no one else who could have done. He's no alibi and plenty of opportunity. And there's no one else in the village that's true of. Sometimes things aren't always what they seem, Sirius said, rather coldly. Remus squeezed his leg again. And you'd know something about that, would you? Yes. I would. Sirius. Remus gave him a look, silently telling him to be quiet, and then smiled at Stimpson. Thanks for speaking with us, Mr. Stimpson, you've been really helpful. Yeah, well, he cast another slightly bemused glance at Remus's hand on Sirius's leg. Glad to be of service, good luck to the pair of you, and he picked up his pint and walked away. He headed back to the bar, and put his head together with the barman. Coupled with the looks they kept shooting in their direction, Remus got the impression that they, and their, queerness, were very much the topic of conversation. We should go and talk to Frank, Sirius said. Yes, we should. Chapter 32, you know. They left the pub, and walked hand in hand up the hill to the Riddle House. It was a beautiful summer's evening, very warm, even though the sun was setting and the stars were already coming out. The air was rich with the perfume of the wild flowers, and butterflies fluttered in the hedgerows. Sirius stared about at it all. Sometimes I find it hard to believe this is real, he said. After Azkaban, in there, it's hard to believe there's a world like this still outside those walls. And it's too painful to think about. Seeing it all like this. He seemed unsure of what he wanted to say, how he wanted to finish the sentence. And so he just trailed off and shook his head instead. There will always be summer nights, and butterflies, and flowers and stars, Remus told him. And you will get used to them again, I promise. You'll get so used to them, you won't even see them anymore, just take them for granted, same as everyone else. Sirius shook his head again. Sometimes Azkaban feels like a terrible dream. A nightmare I had long ago. And sometimes all this feels like a dream, and I worry that I'm going to wake up back inside my cell, freezing cold and with the Dementors at my door. Remus dropped his hand in order to wrap his arms tightly around him. This is all real, he assured him. And you are never going back. Maybe. No maybe about it. I will not ever let that happen. I promise. You can't fight off the entire Ministry of Magic, if they come for me, Moony. For you, I can fight off anything. Sirius smiled, but he did not look convinced. As they reached the end of their goal, as the chance of clearing their names became tantalizingly within their grasp, Sirius seemed to be becoming more afraid. As if he did not dare hope, as if the thought of real freedom was too good to be true and he was preparing, readying himself for the worst. Some moments, it felt to Remus like Sirius was already saying goodbye to him. And then others, he was like he had been this afternoon, boundless with energy and delighted with life. Of course Sirius had always been a bundle of contradictions, and prone to rather alarming mood swings. Remus supposed that had only been heightened after everything he had been through, and Remus, himself, was going to have to relearn how to handle the extremes of Sirius Black. They arrived at the Riddle House and skirted around the side of it, crossing the lawns and headed for the small cottage at the edge of the garden. This was where Frank Bryce lived, and the smoke from the chimney suggested he was home. When they knocked on the door, it was opened by an elderly man, with a bent back and a walking cane. "Who are you?" he asked suspiciously. What do you want? It's late. Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Bryce. We wanted to ask you about the murders that happened here 50 years ago, Remus said. A look of outrage crossed the old man's face and he made to slam the door. We know you didn't do it, Sirius said hurriedly. The door stopped mid-slam, and Frank peered back around at them. We think the man who did it is going to come back here, and we need to know what you know. There was a pause, and then Frank nodded, opened the door wider and stepped back to let them in. Thank you. You'll have to speak up, I've had a gammy ear ever since the war. Damn shells. Well, boys as young as you wouldn't understand. We were in Bosnia recently, Remus said to him. We saw. He didn't finish the sentence. Frank shook his head. A man goes off to war, he doesn't want to do it, but he does it because it's right. Because he wants to make sure no other young men will have to go off to war after him. To stop the waste. But does it ever work? Do they ever learn? In the end, was any of the sacrifice worth anything? So, you think that boy will come back, do you? Won't be a boy now, mind you. He'll be an old man. You saw who did it? Sirius asked him. I saw a strange boy I'd never seen before in these parts. Pale, dark hair, good-looking. Like you, but younger. About 15 or 16. No one took me serious, a boy doing those killings, but hadn't we just been through a war? Hadn't boys as young as him seen and done terrible things? I was with the army when we finally made it into Berlin, there were kids manning the machine guns. Girls of 12, because there was no one else left to do it. And they tell me a 15-year-old boy can't commit murder. That boy has gone on to commit many murders, Remus told him. I don't know if the Riddle family were his first kill, but I can assure you they were not his last. Bertha Jorkins had been his last, and before that, James and Lily. And you think he's coming back? You won't recognize him. And whatever you do, do not approach him. But, yes, we believe he will turn up, and probably in the next few days. And I doubt he'll ask for a room at the Hanged Man, Sirius said. No, the Riddle house is his ancestral home, even if he doesn't think much of his ancestry. Mr. Bryce, if you see anything suspicious up at the house, signs of a break-in, smoke at the chimney, lights in the window, anything at all, promise us you will not go up to investigate for yourself. Well, what shall I do? Frank asked. I'm paid to look after the house, I can't just let someone break and enter, even if they are a murderer. We're staying at the pub, room 4. If you see anything at all, come and get us. Any time of the day or night, doesn't matter, come and get us straight away. If we're not there, wait for us, do not go up to the house and do not tell anyone you've seen anything. Frank was nodding, but he was also frowning. So what are you boys then? Special branch? Interpol? MI5? They looked at each other, not understanding a word. Yes. Something like that. Can't tell me, Frank said sagely. Hush hush. He tapped his nose. I understand. More hush hush than you can possibly know, Sirius said. Remus kicked him. Just, please do as we ask, Remus said. Right you are, thanks for the tip-off. It's been 50 years, about time that bugger was caught. It really is. Well, we won't trouble you further, remember to keep your distance and tell us the minute you see anything. Good night. They left the house and headed back to the pub. I liked him, Sirius said. He spent his whole life falsely accused of murder, after risking his life fighting in a war to keep everyone else safe. You over-identify with him. Maybe I do. Seems to me, muggle or magic, good people get their lives ruined by idiots. I have more in common with him than I do with the people hunting me. Muggles aren't so very different. My mum was one. She wasn't different to us. She just couldn't point a wand at things and make them explode. There was lots she could do that we can't though. Like what? She could drive. Our epic journey might have been easier if either of us had ever bothered to learn. And she could knit. I've never been able to get the hang of it. Lots of witches can knit. With magic. They wouldn't know where to start without it. My mum could knit an entire jumper with just her needles and a ball of wool. Do all sorts of fancy patterns in it. Yes, I remember your mum's last jumper. You wore it until the sleeves finished halfway up to your elbows and you could barely move your arms in it. Do you still have it? Yes. Sirius gave his hand a squeeze. It was a long time ago now, Remus said, though even as he said it there was a slight catch in his voice. She's still your mum. You only get one. And I was at least considerably luckier in mine than you were in yours. Ha! He gave his bark of laughter. Yes, not a lot of people do worse than me in the mother stakes. Merlin, she was a rotten, old hag. I wonder what she thought when I wound up in Azkaban. He suddenly looked mischievous. I wonder what she'd think if she knew about you, my half-blood, werewolf. And me, the son of the ancient and noble house of Black fraternizing with you. Is that what we're calling it? I wonder what she'd say if she knew about all the muggle blood they put inside of you, running through your veins. God, it's a shame she's already dead. 'Cause that would have killed her. They laughed, and then walked along quietly for a bit, each lost in their own thoughts. I'm sorry you didn't have a nice mum, Remus said in the end. I'm glad you did. I wonder whatever became of Voldemort's mum. Remus frowned. I don't know, I've never heard of her before, never considered her before. It seems strange, don't you think? That he puts so much stock in wizarding pedigree, when his dad is a muggle and from the sound of it, his mother didn't come from a particularly upstanding family. When you think about the Blacks and the Malfoys and our bushels of gold, and this family were described as tramps by the muggles. This was all before the Muggle War. They wouldn't have electric in a town like this, back then. They wouldn't have had indoor toilets in a town like this back then, and yet it was the Muggles calling the wizards the tramps. Seems they must have been pretty lowly, if even with magic their life was notably worse than an olden-day Muggle who went to the toilet in a shed in his garden. There have been times these past 2 months when a shed in a garden would have seemed like the height of toileting luxury, Remus said under his breath. What was that? Nothing. Sirius gave him an amused look, as if he knew he had been complaining. Although. He said slowly. Although what? The name, Gaunt, it rings a bell. You think you've heard of Voldemort's family before? I wonder, they might have been on my dear, old mum's family tree, several generations back, but, maybe? You think maybe they were an ancient house, like yours, but they fell on hard times? It happens, and you heard the description of his mother, cross eyes and dumpy. You know what we purebloods are like for inbreeding. Maybe they sort of, inbred themselves into a hole. It's remarkable you're as good-looking as you are, what with all your ancestors being cousins and everything. Though it would explain why you have 7 toes on each foot. Sirius thumped him on the arm. I have the perfectly usual 5½ toes on each foot. They laughed again, and their hands brushed against each other and their fingers casually intertwined. I wonder what the backstory was with Riddle and the Gaunt girl. Do you think they were, and he did get her pregnant? He was engaged to someone else, Remus said. So. People can cheat. She wasn't a looker. No, but she was there. And by the sound of it, she had no one to look out for her, no one who cared. Back then, he wouldn't have been getting anywhere with the fiancée until his wedding night, would he? But there's the tramp's daughter, nice and handy. It used to happen all the time. How on earth do you know? Sirius only shrugged. Remember last month, when we holed up in that hotel before the full moon? I watched the pictures on the screen while you slept. I saw a lot of stories, and one thing I learned from them all: men are dogs. No, Padfoot, that's only you. He squeezed his hand. I'm serious. It used to happen all the time. They were just stories. Well, what else can have happened? It was Remus's turn to shrug. He said he'd been hoodwinked. Maybe she used magic to make him forget about his bride and get him to marry her instead, a confundus charm or a love potion. Maybe she enchanted him, they eloped, she got pregnant, he woke up, realized what had happened and ran away. He could hardly tell a Muggle town like this that she'd been a witch, could he? He said she'd tricked him, he meant she'd enchanted him, but everyone else just took it to mean she'd lied about having a baby. I wish she'd lied about having a baby, Sirius muttered darkly. Yes, it is strange to think about what a better world we would live in if just one baby hadn't been born. How much better our lives would be, there would not have been the waste. Lily and James. Frank and Alice. Fabian and Gideon, and you. You would never have gone to Azkaban. We could have spent all these years together. Do you? He hesitated. Do you think we would still be, us? The two of us, I mean. You could have got married, if you hadn't been to Azkaban, had a family. Sirius squeezed his hand. I don't like kissing girls, or at least, I prefer kissing boys. I can't imagine any marriage would be a happy one. But would you have dared say anything? If James was still here? If you still had to worry about what he might say? I don't know, he admitted sheepishly. Are we going to tell Harry? I don't know. Although it was pitch black by the time they reached the pub, and this far out in the countryside there were no street lights to guide them, the front doors of the Hanged Man were still open when they got there. The brightness in the bar, after the blackness outside, was a little bit dazzling, and the noise was overwhelming after the perfumed stillness of the night. Let's just go straight to the room, Sirius muttered, catching sight of the barman and Ally Stimpson and a couple of other ruddy-faced regulars gathered at the bar and staring at the pair of them. He didn't really fancy spending the evening being gawked at like a freak and being asked why he hadn't just married a girl. They kept on saying they weren't judging, but it seemed a lot like they were judging. They were just too English to make a scene. They got up to their room, locked the door, put the kettle on, and Remus decided to take a shower. They had spent 5 days in the woods, he had turned into a wolf, he could really do with a scrub down. Once he was out, Sirius headed into the bathroom for a shower of his own and Remus put his pajamas on, picked up his cup of tea, got under the covers and then eyed the moving picture screen warily. Other than brief glimpses of the news, he hadn't watched it since that night in Luxembourg, and the mystifying story about a vampire, which had embarrassed him so much once the vampire became a wolf and started doing things to the girl. But Sirius had watched it a lot, while he had slept, in the hotel in Bosnia. Maybe it was time he put the vampire story behind him and tried again. His heart rate picked up as he picked up the plastic wand and pointed it at the screen, though he hoped he was just being silly. Surely he wouldn't be so unlucky twice. Sirius had never mentioned seeing anything weird when he had watched it. There were only 4 channels, though at least they were all in English. The first was showing moving pictures of hummingbirds, while a man with a soothing voice narrated what they were doing. The second had some Muggle music band playing on a stage while teenagers danced. The third was mystifying. Coronation Street, which seemed to consist of Muggles sitting around poky little houses talking about their lives. Finally, Channel 4 just had a bunch of Muggles sitting on a sofa and talking over each other, while people watched them, like they were at a Quidditch match. He considered his options, and went back to the hummingbirds. He liked the man's voice. So called for the noise their wings make when they beat them, the hummingbird is alone among avians in being able to fly backwards. The lovely voiced narrator told Remus. His voice was beautifully RP, like Sirius's was when he wasn't trying to pretend he wasn't as posh as he was. Which comes in useful when they wish to feed on the nectar inside the flowers. But what's this? A bee flew onto the screen and buzzed around the flowers. The hummingbird is not the only one out today. This foraging worker bee is on the hunt for pollen, which it will take back to the hive and store as bee bread. Remus heard the sound of the shower switching off, and a moment later Sirius appeared in the doorway, wearing nothing but a towel around his waist. Drops of water dribbled slowly down the smooth skin of his bare chest, rolling lazily across his muscles. Remus wondered if he was deliberately recreating the Alex Wood moment from so many years ago. It was working, if he was. What are you doing? Watching the screen. You put your pajamas on. He glanced down at himself, frowning. Yes. Well, it's just, I was thinking. He walked slowly over from the bathroom and climbed onto the bed. He picked up the plastic wand and switched off the screen. The sudden silence seemed to ring in Remus's ears as he watched Sirius crawl over to him, and waited to hear exactly what it was he had been thinking. We're finally indoors. No one knows we're here. We're home, the moon has passed. We should be here a while, we have time. I was thinking, he gave Remus a kiss. That maybe it might be time for us to, you know. Oh. His heart beat faster and suddenly his skin was all hot. Unless you don't want to, Sirius said quickly, pulling back. No. I mean, yes. Yes, I want to. You do. You're sure? He was grinning, but it was a shy grin. Yes, I'm sure. And he was grinning too. Sirius moved closer, so he was directly in front of Remus, facing him on all fours as Remus leaned against the headboard. He kissed him. Then he shifted position, so he was kneeling up, his legs either side of Remus's own and him sitting in Remus's lap, and leaned in to kiss him again. Remus sat forwards and wrapped his arms around his neck, and twined his fingers into his hair. They were both flushed, and already breathless, and their kisses, like their grins, were a little shy and hesitant. Remus's hands drifted down Sirius's body, to his waist, gripping his hips and pulling him closer. Their kissing deepened and he felt the desire flood straight between his legs, felt the warmth and the heaviness and the tingling ache, and felt, through the layers of fabric between them, Sirius respond in the same way. Sirius rocked forward in his lap, grinding down, and Remus let out a moan, and then, between hot kisses, and with trembling fingers, Sirius started to undo the buttons of Remus's shirt. Although the curtains were pulled shut, the moon still peeped in through the smallest gap, bathing the whole room in its silvery light. But even that was not enough to disturb Remus's utter contentment and the feeling that all was right with the world. Sirius lay sprawled across the bed on his back, snoring every now and again. Remus had rested his head on his chest, and flung an arm across him, and was just lost in the rise and fall of Sirius's steady breathing and the thump-thump of his heart. Although Sirius had rolled off him, once he was done, muttered, "I think we need more practice, Mooney," and then fallen immediately asleep, Remus was too happy to join him. He wanted this moment to last forever and so he lay awake, savoring every second. Not that the, itself had been very good. He suspected he would need a lot more practice before he really got the hang of it and, as loath as he was to think Sirius wasn't good at anything, he thought Sirius would probably benefit from the same. It had been all very awkward and fumbling, their hands had trembled and they'd bumped into each other when they weren't supposed to and not bumped into each other when they were. It had been more than a little painful at first, and then suddenly very intense, like nothing he had ever felt before, and then, just like that, it was all over far too soon and Sirius was snoring. But still, they had the rest of their lives to get better at it, and for all the ways it was imperfect, it had been completely perfect at the same time. And he had never felt this content, he was all warm inside, glowing. Everything just seemed a little bit different now, like the world was both familiar and strange all at once. Werewolves didn't get married. That was one of the first things he had learned after he had been bitten. Not that it had really meant much at the time, he was 5. But still, he had heard his parents talk about what this would mean for him, and those were the lessons he had learned. Werewolves don't get married. His kind do not have children. And as he got older, he had begun to understand what they really meant. That they were speaking in euphemisms, that there was really only one way to be guaranteed not to have children, that they had not been talking about the fact he would never have a wedding but that he would never have a wedding night. That they were talking about something else he would have to miss out on entirely. Because werewolves did not do that. No one would want them. And the risks were too great. And it had been just as he started to understand what it was the grown-ups did together, what his parents were talking about, that he started to think about how much he would like that too, that his body had started to feel things he had never felt before, his mind would wander in class, and he would touch himself under the covers at night and hope the other three wouldn't hear. But the whole time he knew it was hopeless, knew he was doomed to want but never have. Werewolves don't get married. Sirius gave a particularly loud snore, and Remus glanced up at him, amused, and then snuggled closer. No. He would not get married. And he would never have children. But it turned out that that did not mean he could not fall in love safely, or that no one would ever want him. And now he had just had what he had wanted so desperately for so many long and lonely years, and never believed he could have, and suddenly the whole world felt different. And he could have this again. Not right away, admittedly, it had hurt, but soon enough. And for the rest of his life. He didn't know how long he lay there, in the moonlight that for once was not bothering him, listening to Sirius snore and feeling so happy it felt like his chest could not contain it. But he must have drifted off to sleep eventually, because the next thing he knew it was the sun shining in through the gap in the curtains, and the birds were singing outside their window. They spent the next 10 days in Little Hangleton, without hearing anything from Frank Bryce. The regulars at the Hanged Man seemed to find them less interesting by the day, as if, after a lifetime of never seeing any of their sort, they were now beginning to realize that their sort were just people too, same as anyone else. Though perhaps their tolerance might have been further tested if they had ever discovered they were wizards as well. Although Little Hangleton was small, the Peak District itself offered no shortages of things to do, and they spent their days going on long walks through countryside of unimaginable beauty, and visiting castles and quaint little towns. Of course everyone knows Lambton is really this town, the muggle in the tea rooms in Bakewell told them. She wrote it just over there in that hotel. She nodded across the road. Wrote what? Remus frowned. Pride and Prejudice. She looked at them both like they were stupid. When Elizabeth comes to Derbyshire, this is where she stays, only it's called Lambton in the book. And everyone knows Chatsworth House is really Pemberley. She sighed and her eyes took on a far-off look. The boys shrugged at each other, nonplussed. But when they saw Pride and Prejudice in pride of place in the local bookshop, they bought a copy and took it back to the Hanged Man to read. It is a truth, universally acknowledged, that a single man in possession of good fortune must be in want of a wife, Remus read. Incorrect, Sirius interrupted him. A single man in possession of good fortune must be in want of a werewolf. Idiot. They kissed, and he continued reading, until part way through, when he put it down, frowning. Why did you stop? Sirius asked him. I was invested in who was going to marry Mr. Collins. The lady back in Bakewell, the way she talked about this, she made it sound like this is a famous book. Like all the muggles know about it. Yes. Do you think my mum ever read this? I don't know, she was your mum. He frowned more deeply, thinking of things that had never really occurred to him before. Because I was a wizard, and they knew that almost straight away, and then I got bit. I never really knew that much about my mum's world. I was raised as a wizard. I think my dad just sort of expected my mum to follow along with us. And she did, she supported a Quidditch team and kept up with our politics. But these past 2 months, I'm just starting to realize just how big her world was, and how much she abandoned just to keep me safe and hidden. She didn't even see her own family that much. That was her choice. Was it? Do you think if she'd really understood what it meant to be married to a wizard, when she met my dad, or that she would one day have a werewolf for a son, she would still have gone ahead and got married? Don't you think she would have been happier marrying another muggle and having a muggle family? He took a deep breath. I think she would have lived longer, without me. Remus. I asked my dad if I was killing her, once. He said my name just like you just did, that exact same tone of voice. He also didn't say, no. I think she would have been better off with muggle children. Happier. When I was very little she used to read me her muggle fairy tales. And before I started school she would take me to see stories on the giant moving picture screens that muggles have, and she took me swimming. But once Dumbledore said I could go to Hogwarts, that was it. I lived completely in the wizarding world, and she died not long after. And now I'm starting to realize how little I actually knew about her. I think she would have liked this book. I'm sure she did. I'm sure she'd like that you're reading it now. I wonder, if I went to my dad's house, if I'd find a copy of it among her things. When our names are cleared, we can go and look, and we can borrow some of her other books, if you like. Read all the Muggle classics. I'm sure she'd like you to. Remus smiled. And I'll teach you how to play Monopoly. I have no idea what that is, but I'm in. Now, he gave Remus a nudge with his foot. Start reading again, I want to know who's going to be made to marry Mr. Collins. Charlotte Lucas was a twist they did not see coming. It was less dramatic and exotic than being in Rome, and certainly less hot, but it felt like another wonderful holiday. Just them and the slow passage of time, and not much to do but explore. They saw waterfalls, and caverns, they walked along what had once been an ancient coral bed under the sea but was now landlocked and perfectly dry. They went to the little towns and out into the middle of nowhere. They attempted, a couple more times, and Remus thought they were really starting to get the hang of it. It was less awkward and painful and lasted longer each time. And slowly, August started to slip past them. Until one night, in the middle of the month, when there came a knock on their bedroom door. Pulling some clothes on, Remus went to answer it, and found Frank Bryce standing anxiously outside. He had seen a strange and flickering light in one of the windows of the Riddle house, like someone had broken in and lit a fire there. He thought, perhaps, that the murderer had finally returned to Little Hangleton. And just like that, their holiday was over. Voldemort had arrived. Chapter 33, The Snake, the Rat and the Riddle House. Sirius got dressed, without a word, and strapped the sword of Gryffindor to his waist. They both grabbed their wands and then left the hotel room. And as they left it felt like something wonderful was ending, like they were leaving a part of the world behind that they would never get back, and were now headed out to face the future, and whatever it might hold. But, as much as they may have both silently regretted this goodbye to what had been, they had no choice but to go out and meet whatever tonight had in store for them. They sent Frank Bryce home, telling him to get inside, lock the doors and windows, close the curtains and not leave again until morning, no matter what he saw or heard up at the house. This man is dangerous and there is nothing you can do, Remus told him. And it's not about bravery or age, he said quickly, seeing Frank open his mouth to argue. This man is a killer, you know that better than anyone. If you go near him, he will kill you without hesitation, just like he killed the Riddles. If we fail, and we might, then you still need to keep your distance. And don't call in the authorities. They can't help either. If we fail, get away from Little Hangleton. Well, I hope you don't fail then, Frank said. I've nowhere else to go. He looked at them both, at their matching, grim expressions, and the sticks they carried, which he did not understand, and the sword, which he wasn't mentioning because you don't really argue with a bloke with a sword. Good luck, then, he said to them, and hobbled away home, leaning heavily on his cane. Are you ready? Remus asked Sirius, once they were alone. He took a deep breath, His face was pale but he looked determined. As I'll ever be. Then let's go. They made their way up the hill in silence. Remus's heart was beating frantically against his ribcage, and he felt like his insides had been replaced with lead. Dread seemed to weigh heavy over both of them. It made the air feel thick, like they were having to wade their way through it. Their limbs were numb and tingling and their steps were clumsy. Every instinct he had was screaming at Remus to run as far away as he could, to find somewhere safe and distant and pretend this was not happening. But he could not do that. The wizarding world might not know it, but every last one of them were depending on him and Sirius tonight. And they had to go up to the house and do what must be done, and then face whatever was to come afterwards. The front door of the house bore no signs of being tampered with, and neither did any of the windows. But that was no surprise. A locked door was no insurmountable barrier to a wizard. But still they crept around to the back to use the door that was hidden from the street. They did not want an unsuspecting muggle to notice anything untoward and come investigating. The back door was almost completely hidden by ivy, it had been so long since anyone had used it. They tore the worst of it away, whispered a hushed Alohomora, and put a silencing charm on the hinges, before slipping inside the house. The air was still, and bore the sweetly rotting scent of decay. Dust lay thick on the surfaces, and motes of it danced in the moonlight, the only sign of movement. There was a funereal atmosphere to the place. It felt as if it had been left untouched since the night the Riddle family died, like it had gone into hibernation and was patiently waiting for someone to bring it back to life. Just standing in here felt like they had stepped back in time, right to the night of the murders, and that if they just found the right room, the bodies would still be there, in their evening wear, surprised expressions on their dead faces. Time lay thick in the air, and it truly felt that, in here at least, the intervening decades had not happened. They had stepped into a cavernous kitchen. There were tiles on the floor, a rusty butler's sink hanging on the wall and an ancient stove. Water dripped in a steady rhythm from the tap and something unseen scuttled behind the skirting boards. It was stifling. 50 years of no air made it feel like they were inside the stove itself, and the heat was being turned up. But beyond the dust and the cobwebs and the pitter-patter of tiny feet in the walls, there was nothing there, and so, whispering "Lumos" to light up their wands, they crept further into the house. The mullioned windows allowed a little more light to stream into the hallway. There were still no signs of life, but a grand staircase twisted its way up the next floor, and with a glance, and a determined nod at each other, the boys made their way up, treading as softly as they could in the hope of avoiding creaking floorboards. Once on the landing, they could see exactly where Voldemort and Peter must be holed up. At the very end of the passage, a door stood ajar, and the flickering quality of light that shone through the cracks told them a fire had been lit inside. They edged towards it, their wands raised, their hearts hammering in their chests and their breathing rapid and shallow. Every so often, they would glance at each other, and even in the darkness, Remus could see how pale Sirius was, and the glimmer of fear in his eyes. When they were still several steps away, they finally got a view inside the room. There was a large winged-backed armchair in front of the grate, where the fire blazed away. They could not see anyone in the chair, but suddenly a hunched shape loomed out of the shadow, and began to talk to someone sitting in it. Peter's familiar, timid voice said, "There is a little more in the bottle, my lord, if you are still hungry." He sounded fearful, and like he was deeply regretting where life had taken him. He sounded like he very much wished he was still living safely and comfortably as a rat, sleeping in Ron Weasley's bedroom. Remus and Sirius looked at each other again, and for a moment there was a recognition of shared sorrow between them. Of everything they had lost. Of Peter's betraying them, of his becoming this, and their losing James because of it, and everything that led them to be here, tonight, expecting to kill one of their oldest friends. How different it all could have been. And then the reason for all their loss spoke up, his voice cutting through the air like a chill blast of icy wind. Later. And just that one word made all the hairs on the back of Remus's neck stand up. "Move me closer to the fire, Wormtail," Lord Voldemort said. They caught a clearer glimpse of Peter then, of his dark cloak and his balding head, as he shoved the chair towards the fire, its feet making a scraping sound as they dragged across the wooden floor. He disappeared from view again. "Where is Nagini?" Voldemort asked. I don't know, my lord, she set out to explore the house I think. You will milk her before we retire, Wormtail. The journey has tired me greatly and I will need feeding in the night. The boys looked at each other, their noses wrinkling in disgust. Let's find the snake, Sirius mouthed, jerking his head in the opposite direction to the room Voldemort and Peter were holed up in. Let's take care of her first. Remus nodded and they crept away, back down the passage, the voices of Peter and his master getting more distant and harder to discern. The house was large, and there were a great many rooms, all as deathly still as the kitchen had been, all with that same mortuary air of waiting for something unknown. The heat of the night, the stifling heat of the house, the stillness of the air and the pounding of the blood in his veins were all causing Remus to sweat. The back of his shirt was growing damp, his palms were clammy. He wanted this to be over and at the same time he did not want to find the snake, did not want to face Voldemort, and Peter. He turned every corner feeling a mixture of dread and hope, and was met by a mixture of disappointment and relief every time he found a hallway or room clear. But eventually, he caught sight of something in his wand light. There was a thick track mark cutting its way through the dust of decades on the floor. He reached out and grabbed Sirius, who jumped as if he had just been hit by a twitching jinx, and only managed to stop himself from crying out in alarm by clamping his hand firmly over his mouth. "Sorry," Remus hissed. "Look." He raised his wand higher, to show Sirius what he had found. They looked at each other, nodded and, trembling a little, followed the slither marks until they came to a room with its door pushed slightly open. The dust was disturbed there as well, as if the snake had pushed itself through the narrow gap and gone inside. They paused. On the count of 3, Sirius whispered. 1, 2, 3, he kicked the door wider and they both stormed into the room, their wands raised. Only to be met by nothing. "Where is it?" Sirius asked. He used his wand light to peer under the bed, and down the sides of the wardrobes, but there was nothing there. She must be somewhere. But Remus was looking again at the track marks, at the way they trailed beneath the bedstead and back out and round and then, merged with the marks from earlier. "She's been and gone," he said, swallowing heavily. "She went back the way she came, that means that she..." He turned back to the door, and felt the dread rise in him. "Has got behind us," he finished up. For there she was, in the doorway, watching them, hissing. Sirius turned, and didn't miss a moment. "Stupefy," he whispered viciously, flicking his wand with such speed that it blurred. The red sparks flew from the tip and hit the snake, and bounced off as if they had been nothing. Nagini opened her mouth wide and hissed again, and began slithering towards them, her huge body undulating across the floor. Impedimenta, Remus tried to slow her down, but again, the spell deflected right off her skin, and by now she was getting close, and they were backing up. Impetua. Confringo. Patrificus totalis. Impedimenta. Stupefy. Stupefy. But nothing worked, the sparks bounced off Nagini, as if her skin were as curse-proof as dragon hide, and rebounded around the room, smashing into the furniture, setting things alight, knocking the door knob from the door, but not harming the snake at all. And she was closer and closer, and they were pressed back against the window, with nowhere to go, cornered. Trapped. Shrinking back as far as they could. Nagini reared back, she opened her mouth as wide as she could, and they saw every venomous fang glisten in the moonlight. "Protego," Remus cried, though he doubted his shield charm would do any more good than their curses had. And then, with something between a hiss and snarl, she launched forwards, her massive body flying through the air, speeding like a bullet, her fangs gleaming and ready to bite. And then something else gleamed in the moonlight. Sirius had drawn the sword of Gryffindor with his left hand. He swung it in a wide arc and, just as Nagini was a moment from striking, smashed it down onto her neck, slicing through the trunk of her body and severing her head from the rest of her. She fell to the floor in pieces. There was a deafening whomping sort of noise, and then black smoke seemed to stream from the stump of the snake, curling upwards, thick and blinding and screaming itself. It rose up and up, the sound becoming ear-splitting, a blood-curdling, marrow-freezing shriek of pain and rage and failure. And then it dissipated into nothing, leaving the room still and the snake dead on the floor. Breathing heavily, the boys stared at each other, their faces white in shock. "I told you the sword would come in handy," Sirius said. His voice was trembling, but there was a ghost of a grin on his face. "What just happened? What was that?" "I have no idea." "Do you think they heard?" "There's only one way to find out, come on." And gasping and panting and sweating profusely, they left the bedroom and headed back along the passage to Peter and Voldemort. When they got back to the flickering firelight, nothing much seemed to have changed. Peter was still hunched and miserable and waiting on his master, who was still invisible in his chair. They had not seemed to hear the disturbance or realized anything was amiss. And Remus and Sirius stood outside the door and listened in to their conversation. Wormtail, why would I kill you? I killed Bertha because I had to." Outside the door, the two of them looked at each other, remembering what had been done to Bertha's body, remembering how hard her death must have been, how frightening and painful and lonely. From the sound of it, even Peter did not think her death had been right, he seemed to say as much, but that only made Voldemort laugh. Remus glanced again at Sirius, and saw that his hands were shaking, in fear or anger, he did not know. Inside the room, that cold voice kept on talking, cruel and amused and chillingly evil. "One more curse," Voldemort was saying. "My faithful servant at Hogwarts. Harry Potter is as good as mine." Remus heard a low growl emanate from Sirius's throat, and realized what he was about to do, just as he was too late to stop him. "Sirius, no." But Sirius wasn't listening. At this threat to his godson, he launched himself forward without thinking, kicked open the door, with a loud bang, and rushed headlong into the room. With little choice but to follow, Remus rushed in after him. "What is going on? Wormtail, what is happening?" the high-pitched voice demanded from the chair. Peter stood frozen to the spot, staring at the sudden appearance of his old friends. And apparently the shock of realizing he had just done something so stupid and reckless had frozen Sirius to the spot too, because he was not moving either. They just stared at each other, and Remus looked between them. Wormtail. And the sound of Peter's old nickname, of his animagus form, learned out of love and used in secret for their monthly adventures, on the tongue of the Dark Lord himself, the man who had killed Prongs, seemed to unfreeze Sirius. His face twisted in rage. "Stupefy," he roared. And Peter was not protected as the snake had been, he fell to the ground with a thud. In Carcereau, ropes flew out of the end of Sirius's wand, tying Peter hand and foot. Sirius was shaking with rage now. What is the meaning of this?" Voldemort's voice held a trace of hysteria. Unable to see what was happening, his servant out cold on the floor, he called for his snake. "Nagini! Nagini!" He began to hiss and spit, speaking the strange language of the snakes, trying to call her to him. "Nagini's not coming," Sirius said, his voice trembling with anger. "You should have killed us when you had the chance, Voldemort. Nagini! Nagini!" And there was no hiding the hysteria-laced panic in Voldemort's voice now. Remus looked across at Sirius, asking, without speaking, what they should do. Voldemort was hidden in the chair, he was faced away from them, and it seemed he had not the power or strength or means to turn himself around and face them. He was helpless, but only as long as they stayed out of the way of his wand. But they could not kill him from back here. Sirius jerked his head towards the fire, telling Remus to edge towards it, going one way around the chair while he went the other, aiming to outflank Voldemort and converge on him in a pincer movement. Remus nodded, and they both took their first step forward. But it was a cautious step, hesitant and wary. They had seen how Peter cringed away from whatever was in that chair. They had seen the feeble lump in his arms back in the forest, and they felt sick at the thought of what they might be about to see now. He took another step, one more step and Voldemort would be in view, and more than any other time this evening, Remus wanted to run away and not look back. He grit his teeth, steeled his spine, looked one final time at Sirius, and then took that final step. Oh God, he raised his hand to his mouth and fought the urge to be sick. His whole body shuddered involuntarily, and after one quick glance he could not bring himself to look again. It was like a baby, only no living child had ever looked like that. Its limbs were withered and feeble sticks, its head was too large for its body to support and its skin was reddish-black, raw and flayed looking. This was like a baby too monstrous to be born, who had died and desiccated and decomposed, and then been reanimated back to life. And its face, it was completely flat, its nose was no more than snake-like slits and its eyes gleamed a bright and cruel red. Oh God, Remus said again, still trying not to look. Sirius on the other hand, couldn't seem to tear his eyes away from it, though he was no less paralyzed by horror. His wand was raised, but the curse never came. The sword was in his hand, but it never fell. He just stared, at the monster who had killed Prongs, who had killed Lily, who had orphaned Harry and was still trying to harm him. He stared in frozen revulsion at what this monster had become. And the hysteria and the panic left Voldemort's voice, as he saw them so floored by his own hideousness, and he began to laugh, a spine-tingling, icy blast of high-pitched mirth. So, my two fine heroes, you come all this way to challenge me and yet now find yourselves too afraid to even look at me. So much for the bravery of Gryffindors. Yes, this is what I have become. This is what Harry Potter has made of me. But I will be whole again. And I shall use your precious Harry Potter to make myself new, and you abject failures will not save him. You shall be dead. Again, the threat to Harry seemed to snap Sirius out of his horrified reverie. He raised his wand again. Expelliarmus, Voldemort was quicker. Of course he was. And the wand jumped from Sirius's hand and flew from the room. Dear dear, what shall you do now? He laughed again. Remus still could not bring himself to look at him for more than a moment at a time. I shall kill you both, the chill voice told them. I have spared your life, back in the forest, I have balanced out the mercy you showed Wormtail. I can kill you with impunity now. But first, a little fun. A little pain. To teach you, before you die, the folly of hubris. Two insignificant boys like yourselves could never hope to stand against the might of the Dark Lord, but I think I would like to hear you beg for mercy before I take your lives. The way James Potter begged, and his mudblood wife. How about it, Wolf? Against his will, Remus looked at the raw-skinned creature in the chair. He saw the cruel gleam in its scarlet eyes. Crucio. And then he was in pain like he had never felt before, in blinding torment and agony. He fell to the ground, screaming, his bones felt like they were on fire, he felt like he was being pulled apart from the inside, his head was ringing, he couldn't see for the pain. This was worse than the worst of his transformations, this was a tortuous, searing hurt that seeped through his skin and into every part of him, pinning him down and pulling him back and flooding through him like a tidal wave of unbearable suffering. He thought he was going to pass out, he hoped he was going to die, anything. He didn't care, just as long as it stopped. Far above him, he could hear the cruel laughter of Voldemort, and the panicked and enraged bellows of Sirius, calling his name. And then he heard the curse again. Crucio. And Sirius fell to the floor, shrieking. The sword fell from his hand and clunked onto the floorboards. Crucio. Sirius's screams were all Remus could hear now, the agonized yelling and thrashing around as he was tortured over and over. But now Voldemort's wand was on Sirius, the pain for Remus was a little less. He was still half blind, and his bones still burned and screamed inside of him. But he could move, and the firelight was glinting on the blade of the fallen sword, tantalizing, telling him what to do. He reached for it. And immediately the pain flooded back through him, as the silver of the hilt burned and blistered his hands. But he clung onto it, ignoring the pain, ignoring the smoke that was starting to rise from his skin. He struggled to his feet and, screaming in agony, lumbered towards Voldemort. Voldemort saw him, just a fraction too late. The cruel gleam of delight died in his eyes, and he took his wand off Sirius and raised it at Remus. But Remus already held the sword of Gryffindor high above his head and, almost fainting from the bubbling, burning, blistering of his palms, and trying to pretend the smell of cooking meat was not coming from himself, he plunged the sword down before Voldemort could cast his curse. He felt it stick, and then crunch, and then squish, as the blade passed through skin and then sinew and bone. He kept on ramming the blade down until he felt the seat of the cushion. And Sirius had stopped screaming now, but Voldemort was screaming in his place. The flayed baby shrieked and writhed, it flailed its wasted limbs and cried out in agony. Remus held onto the sword, pushing down as firmly as he could, putting all his weight behind it, driving it deep into Voldemort and bellowing himself, as the silver bit into his hands and his skin smoked and blistered. The same black smoke that had risen from Nagini began to rise from Voldemort, the same ear-splitting, blood-curdling yell emanated as the dark substance leaked out of the wasted little body and seeped out into the room. Through all the noise, and all the pain, Remus kept on hanging onto the sword, pushing it through the tiny body and digging the blade deep into the chair until finally, the limbs ceased their flailing, the screaming stopped, the red eyes closed, and the creature was still. He let go of the sword with relief, and fell back to the floor, panting and gasping and trying not to cry. The dark smoke coalesced into a ball, it hovered and shimmered and swirled through the room. And then an icy voice whispered in his ear, "I told you you were a killer, Remus Lupin," before the blackness swooped to the window and disappeared into the night. Remus sat on the floor, frozen, in shock, just staring down at his destroyed hands. Chapter 34, Unburdening. Remus, Sirius's voice was sharp and worried, but Remus was still too numb to really hear or understand. He was vaguely aware of Sirius getting to his feet, of limping over to him, and then strong arms were wrapped around him. "Let me see, Remus, let me see, oh God." "I had to do it," he said vaguely, his eyes still glued on his palms. The skin had bubbled and melted, it was red raw and bleeding, and huge, pulsing blisters stretched across the pads and heels of his hands, where they had borne the brunt of the silver. "I didn't have a choice, I had to." "I know you did. You saved us. We should." He felt his mind whirring, the pain was making it difficult to think, and the shock. It was like his brain was fighting its way through a thick and freezing fog. "We should call the ministry, we should tell them what we did." "No," the arms gripped him tighter. "I don't trust them, they'll probably vanish the evidence, let Peter go and arrest the pair of us rather than admit they were wrong. The ministry hag will have us in Azkaban before you know it. We can't just stay here." "Dumbledore. I'll get Dumbledore. He can talk to the ministry for us." "Hold on." Remus felt himself be held tighter again for a brief moment, he felt Sirius's lips pressed to the side of his brow, and then there was empty air where Sirius had been. He managed to tear his eyes away from his ruined hands long enough to locate him, standing near the window. Something silver exploded out of the end of Sirius's wand and vanished into the night. And then arms were wrapped around Remus again. "He should be here soon, just hold on." Remus nodded vaguely, leaned against Sirius and kept staring at his hands, as if he didn't quite understand what had happened to them. The pain crashed across him in waves, sometimes unbearable, sometimes receding slightly, ebbing and flowing like the tide. "It hurts," he said, and he felt the arms tighten and the lips press against his skin again. I know, we'll fix it. Just hold on. Peter began to stir, he gave a groggy moan and then came the sounds of a feeble struggling against his bonds. Hold on a minute, and Sirius had left him again. He stood above Peter, and Remus tore his eyes from his hands to look, and saw the expression of disgust and rage on Sirius's face. His wand was pointed at the prone man. Stupefy. There was a yelp, Peter went still again, and once more Remus was wrapped up in Sirius's arms. He leaned against him heavily, and closed his eyes as a wave of nausea passed over him. You didn't kill him, he said. No, he's more useful to us alive. I want him to testify. I want him in Azkaban. Is that all it is? What else could it be? He inhaled sharply, as his hands gave another great twinge of pain. I don't think you can kill him. I'm the one that kills things for us, kills men. He felt the lips press against him again. Well, you're stronger than me. Is that what it is? Yes. I don't think that's what it is. Voldemort said. Don't listen to what Voldemort said. He lost. He's gone. He's nothing. You defeated him. We defeated him. You did all the work, and paid the price. His voice sounded immeasurably sad as he said that. Remus kept his eyes closed, and concentrated on his breathing, concentrated on staving off the worst of the pain in his hands by willpower alone. He was not sure how long he sat there, cradled in Sirius's arms and trying not to think about the pain. But eventually they heard a noise from downstairs, the click of a lock and the front door pushing open, its long stilled hinges screeching in agony. Then came the sounds of footsteps down in the hallway, and a familiar voice called, Sirius? We're up here, Sirius called out, his voice sounded strangely croaky. Dumbledore, we're up here. The footsteps grew louder as they climbed the stairs and then made their way down the passage, and then Albus Dumbledore himself was standing in the doorway, the tip of his pointed hat brushing the frame and his gold-rimmed spectacles shining in the firelight. Did you bring it? Sirius asked anxiously. Remus did not know what he meant. I did. Dumbledore crossed the room and then crouched down in front of Remus. Remus wondered for a moment what this all looked like to Dumbledore, him held in Sirius's arms this way. He wondered what the old headmaster was thinking. But if he thought anything of it, he didn't let it show. Let me see, Remus, he said quietly. Your hands. Remus held them out, and Dumbledore's eyes grew dim and sad. You have been very brave, he said. To have withstood this amount of pain. But you brought it though. Sirius's voice was anxious. You can fix him. I can help. He reached into the capacious sleeves of his robes and pulled out a small, glass bottle. He pulled out the stopper. Didn't he? He said simply, and then dripped 3 drops into each of Remus's palms. Remus's skin smoked again, and he hissed in pain, but before his very eyes the skin started to heal over and grow fresh. The blisters popped and then melted away, and within moments, although his hands were still red and stinging and sore, they were whole again. He gasped and flexed them, and then shook himself. Thank you, that is much better. You're sure you're all right? Sirius asked him, his voice still had that anxious tone to it, and the way he was looking at him. For a moment, Remus thought Sirius was going to kiss him right in front of Dumbledore. I'm fine, he said. I'll be fine. He struggled to get back to his feet. Sirius helped him up, and for the first time, Remus saw all the damage they had done in the room. Dumbledore stood up beside them, and he too surveyed what they had done. His face seemed unusually grave. You have averted what could have been a terrible future, tonight, he said. Our whole world will be indebted to you. You have both been very brave, shown unusual courage. Will that be enough to clear our names? Sirius asked him. His voice was unusually sharp, even for Sirius, and he sounded agitated. There should be evidence enough here that even the most corrupt ministry official should blush to look the other way, though I do not blame either of you for not placing your trust and your lives directly in their hands. You'll speak to them, on our behalf. I will, but first. I must understand. He crossed to the armchair, to where the withered, infantile body of Lord Voldemort still lay skewered with the sword of Gryffindor. He peered down at it, his long nose barely an inch from the flayed skin. Although his expression did not wrinkle and betray any disgust, there was a hard gleam in his normally twinkling eyes that spoke something of what he was feeling. This is the body you saw Pettigrew fashion for him in the forest in Albania? Yes, it was that spell that knocked out the ministry officials, Remus said. He was clutching his left hand in his right. It formed the dark mark in the sky. And a few moments later, Peter appeared in front of us with Voldemort in his arms. He used a potion Peter offered. It used plockweed and snake venom. The snake is upstairs. Dumbledore turned to look at them in surprise. We already killed her, Sirius explained. Before we came after Voldemort. I used the sword of Gryffindor on her, curses weren't working. They weren't. This seemed to interest him. No, they bounced off her skin and rebounded around the room. And when she died all this black smoke came out of her. Dumbledore raised a finger and prodded the wasted, little body lying still in the chair. The same black smoke came out of Voldemort when I killed him, Remus said. Dumbledore straightened up and turned to look at him. You did not kill Lord Voldemort, Remus. Voldemort has traveled far enough down a dark path that means he cannot be killed. All you did was destroy his container. He has returned to the state he was in before Pettigrew found him, the state he has been in since the night James and Lily died. No doubt, he is returning to Albania as we speak. Just as long as we don't have to go all the way back there to stop him again. Sirius muttered. Dumbledore smiled. I am sure that will not prove necessary, although there is still work to be done. You mean talking to the ministry? Sirius sounded worried again. For starters. Now tell me all that has transpired. And so between them they told the story of how they had traveled all the way out to the Albanian forest, how they had only been a matter of hours behind Peter by the time they got there. Shamefaced, Remus admitted to the meeting with Bertha Jorkins, and how he had got rid of her in order to protect themselves. They explained how they had seen Peter in the clearing hunting for plockweed, talking to Voldemort, how they had followed him through the forest and taken him prisoner, only for Voldemort to show up and cause the moon to grow full, and Remus to transform. They explained that they had lost sight of them that night, as Sirius had been forced to chase down Remus and keep him calm and safe, and how they had gone straight back to hunting once Remus was human again. They did not mention what else had happened that morning. It was not, after all, crucial to the tale. They told how they had come across Peter brewing the potion that would restore Voldemort to a form of body and backed away to form a plan, only to stumble across poor Bertha Jorkins's mutilated body. I shouldn't have sent her away, Remus said. You could not have known, Dumbledore assured him. The guilt does not lie with you. They explained how the ministry had turned up just at that moment and arrested them, only to spot poor Bertha and accuse them of her murder as well. And then the potion had exploded, the dark mark had risen in the sky and half the ministry officials had been knocked out. Peter had approached them with Voldemort, and Voldemort had killed the others, just in time for Madame Umbridge to wake up and lay yet more deaths at the feet of the boys. Voldemort tried to kill her, Sirius said. The ministry hag, only Remus saw fit to save her life. He rolled his eyes. Not that she thanked him, she yelled so hard he had to stupefy her, and then Voldemort and Peter left. The ministry officials woke up, and we apparated away. And then we traveled back home, Remus said. We knew they would return to England and we knew we could get here first because Peter could not apparate with, that, he gestured at Voldemort's remains. And the snake. But we weren't sure what he would do or where he would go, so we stopped off at Nurmengard. Dumbledore's lips twitched. You know, I did wonder why I got an irate letter from the chief prison officer demanding to know why my potions master had seen fit to break into his prison. Am I to take it then, it was not my potions master they encountered, but my defense against the dark arts teacher instead? Well, I couldn't give my name, I was being hunted. Snape's was the first name I thought of. Poor Severus, and what was it you hoped to achieve by breaking into Nurmengard and impersonating Professor Snape? His eyes were twinkling with amusement. We wanted to speak to Grindelwald, Sirius said. The light died in Dumbledore's eyes. I see, and did he provide useful information? He told us he knew of a spell Voldemort would need to get his body back. That his soul was only a fragment, and right now he was in a form fitting of a fragment, weak and helpless, but with the bones of his father he could be made whole again. So then we knew we needed to find his father. And we found out where his father was when he encountered a siren who offered to answer 3 questions for us to help us on our quest. I'm surprised she did not simply seduce you and eat your skin. Remus felt himself blush, but Sirius seemed unperturbed. She was impressed we had the sword of Gryffindor, said we must be worthy heroes. Yes. He turned back to inspect the sword. How did you get this? I noticed it had vanished from my office, of course. The last person to present it to me was none other than your godson, Sirius, after it had presented itself to him in the Chamber of Secrets, and he used it to kill a basilisk. How did you get it? They explained about the wild hunt, and the silver treasure trove, and the goblin enchanted treasures. And then we came here and waited, Remus finished up. We spoke to the man who looks after the house, a muggle who has a cottage in the grounds. He came and got us when he saw the fire and we. He gestured around the room. I will say it again, you boys have shown great bravery. Great courage. And the wizarding world will be indebted to you. As long as you can make them listen, Sirius said. Dumbledore looked grave. I will take the sword, and the body of Voldemort. No doubt the Department of Mysteries will be able to run tests on it, verify it once contained what is left of his soul. There is the snake, and of course, there is Pettigrew. He will be made to testify, the truth will be forced from him. I trust his story will tally with your own, his version of it of course. Once I have the Ministry convinced, I will send word to you, have you brought in to give your own testimony of events, as you have just told me. You'll not send for us until you are sure we won't be arrested? Sirius said sharply. I will not. Are you sure you can get them to listen? I hope I can. I shall take Peter unconscious, and suggest they administer Veritaserum to him before he is awake and aware. We'll take it too, Sirius said. But Dumbledore only smiled. A conscious wizard, and certainly ones of your power, can easily defy Veritaserum when they know they have taken it. There is enough here that your word should be enough by itself. Now, why don't you two return to your lodgings, and I will send for you when I am ready. Sirius looked grave, and then nodded and turned to leave. Wait. Remus grabbed him, though it stung his hands to do so, and stopped him from walking out. Sirius, the message. Grindelwald's message, you must deliver it to Dumbledore. You promised. Oh, yeah, Dumbledore. But Dumbledore raised a hand to stop him. His face seemed unusually drawn all of a sudden, the deep lines of age suddenly very visible in the firelight. And his eyes held none of their usual twinkle, but also none of the hard gleam that had shone in them when he had examined what was left of Voldemort. Instead, they looked dim and misty, and in pain. I have no wish to hear whatever it is that Gellert has to say. That was a lifetime ago, and I do not dwell on things that cannot be changed. But you have to listen. Remus cried out. Grindelwald made Sirius take the unbreakable vow, he has to tell you. Dumbledore looked at Sirius, and his eyes were sad, and disappointed now. Why did you do that? We needed information from him, in order to be able to do what we have done tonight. It was the trade, and it was worth it. He could have asked something far more dangerous of me. He has no wish to put you in harm's way. He just wishes to hurt me. All these years and I see he hasn't changed. He saw his chance to manipulate a situation and he seized it. Very well, Sirius, for your own good, tell me what Gellert has to say. He says he remembers everything. Every moment, he remembers them all. And he knows you remember them too, because he can still feel you. In his heart. He says he has not much time left, his quest is almost over and he wrinkled his brow as he tried to remember the exact phrase. Master of Death. He says if he could have his time again he would do things differently, and he hopes you know that. He asked me to beg for your forgiveness on his behalf. There was a long pause when Sirius finished speaking, a silence that no one seemed inclined to break, and Remus watched Dumbledore carefully. The old man had tears in his eyes. Remus did not think he had ever seen Dumbledore with tears in his eyes before, not even through the war, and all their monstrous losses. But this message was somehow cutting deeper into him than all the waste and the grief they had lived through. Eventually he cleared his throat. Yes, well, as I said, ever ready to manipulate a situation. Thank you for passing that along, Sirius, you are now unburdened of the vow at least. Grindelwald has no more hold over you. Are you all right, Dumbledore? Remus asked, still watching the old man's expression carefully. But Dumbledore gave himself a shake, and smiled. The twinkle came back into his eyes. Of course I am, Remus. Now, the pair of you, head home, I will send for you when I am ready for you. Sirius reached out to take Remus's hand, but Remus shook his head. He held his hand open to show his palms were still red and stinging, glad to have that excuse. He cast an awkward glance at Dumbledore, over his shoulder. Dumbledore appeared engrossed in examining Voldemort's remains, but Remus had the feeling he had seen, and had been watching them just a fraction of a second before. Sirius wrapped his arms around Remus instead, and after the Cruciatus curse and the silver, he wasn't sorry to be able to lean on Sirius, even if he was a little embarrassed. We shouldn't have done that, what will Dumbledore think, he said, as they left the house. No doubt Dumbledore is jealous that I turned out to be innocent and you got me back after just 12 years, whereas he and Grindelwald have been apart their whole lives. What? Dumbledore and Grindelwald, they're like us, it's obvious. Dumbledore? He couldn't believe it. I knew we couldn't be the only ones. Though he did not seem pleased about this discovery, the way he had whenever they had seen other couples like them in Europe. He sounded distracted, moody. He was staring off into the distance, his eyes were haunted and it seemed he could not care less about Dumbledore and Grindelwald, something was troubling him. The door to the pub was locked by the time they got back. It was past midnight, the first few hours of a new day, of a new world. They used magic to let themselves inside, though Sirius lingered, taking a few deep breaths before he followed Remus in, and went up to their room. I'll put the kettle on, Remus said. The door slammed behind him, he turned to look, and saw the way Sirius's eyes were dim and deadened, his expression was grim. What's wrong? We've won, it's over. Sirius crossed to the window, opened it up and peered out. It's not over. We haven't won until we're free. But that's just a matter of time. Dumbledore said. Dumbledore said he hoped it would be enough. He said he would try. But, don't you see? His face had suddenly become a mask of anguish, his whole body was tense, and he turned from the window and started to pace. Being in enclosed spaces had been agitating him for weeks now, but tonight the walls seemed to be pressing unusually close. Even Dumbledore doesn't know that the Ministry will care about the truth, that he can make them listen. They didn't listen 2 months ago, they didn't want to know. But now there's proof. They have Peter. They can hide Peter away somewhere. Why would they? Because if they don't they will have to admit they were wrong. All these years, they sent me to Azkaban without trial, Remus. I know. They didn't let me speak, didn't let me defend myself, just locked me up and threw away the key. When I broke out, they sentenced me to the Dementor's kiss. They would have taken my soul if it hadn't been for Harry. How can they tell the whole world they got it so wrong? Don't you get it? If they can treat me that way, that unfairly, then they can do it to anyone. And if they admit it publicly, people will realize it. They will realize they can't trust their government. Don't you see how much easier it is to use us as scapegoats and maintain the trust of the public? A great, shining victory for the ministry. Mass murderer Sirius Black and his werewolf in prison at last. You can sleep safe in your bed, folks, the monsters are caught. They will say it's for the greater good. Remus shook his head. You're being paranoid. Sirius only snorted. He was still pacing, up and down, right to one wall, and then turning and heading for the next, up and down, like a caged tiger. Am I? Dumbledore won't let anything happen to us. If they won't listen, he'll send word, tell us to run. He swallowed. He wanted to believe that, but Sirius's fear was palpable and starting to infect him. And then what? More of this, forever, hiding out, always looking over our shoulders, never knowing if today is our last day as free men, our last day together. Remus. I can't go back. Not to Azkaban. If they take me. He shook his head. I'll die. Or I'll go mad this time. Sirius. He pushed his hair back from his face, his actions were frantic and yet, when he spoke, his voice had become oddly blank. My cell was 12 paces by 7, he said. There were 104 stones in the wall to the left of my door. 76 on the one with the window, 108 on the next wall and 68 around the door. It took 5 seconds for my door to close. He recited all this with almost no emotion, as if he was closing in on himself, as if it hurt too much to feel, so he was simply stopping himself from feeling. The reverberation of its slamming would last a further 3. I was in there for 4,285 days. Remus sank onto the bed, his mouth hanging open. He was glad Sirius was finally opening up, but the blankness of his eyes and the monotone of his voice made it seem more like he was shutting down. And the things he had to say, Remus was half afraid of the things Sirius had to say, of what he was about to hear. That amount of time alone, the boredom, the misery, he couldn't begin to imagine. He couldn't take his eyes off Sirius, he tracked him as he paced up and down the room. I counted. I marked them all off, by the end it took me hours to count, but that did not matter, there was literally nothing else for me to do in there. Well, sometimes I would write to you, in my head. I'd tell you what I was doing, how many marks, I'd tell you how sorry I was, and there were things I couldn't bear to tell you, couldn't bear to think about. I couldn't remember your face by the end. I could not remember our lives together, the 3 of us, the full moons. The Dementors would take them all, and I learned early on not to think about them. That was the only way I could stop myself from going mad, not letting myself remember better times. But I could remember how much I missed you. The pain of losing you, that hurt so much the Dementors would not take it. And I held on to it as the only way to hold on to you. He took a deep breath, and ran his hands through his hair again, leaving it standing up on end, all wild. It's gray in Azkaban. Everything. The walls, the sea, the sky, the air. There isn't a hint of color, not a breath of wind. Nothing lives there, nothing grows. It is a place of death and decay. Stale. Still. Being there it's like being trapped in a sepia photograph. The whole world carries on without you and there you are, stuck inside these 4 borders, unable to move, or think and everything is, gray. Remus was very aware of his heart beating in his chest. He was barely breathing and completely still. Staying quiet as he allowed Sirius to talk uninterrupted, letting him unburden himself of everything he had been holding inside all this time. My eyes used to go all scratchy from staring. There was nothing to look at, nothing to see, and so I would stare at the wall, and count. All day I would count. And day by day, year by year, I got weaker. There was never enough to eat, and I couldn't move, couldn't even stand up to my full height in my cell. I just felt myself waste away. I used to think if I just stayed still for long enough then I would sink into the walls or the floor, go gray, turn to stone, become a part of the prison itself. The Dementors were the least of it. I knew how to guard against them, but the boredom, and the misery and the way my muscles would scream because I needed to stretch and I couldn't. It was cold too, the sort of cold that gets into your soul and stays there. He came to a stop for a moment, and peered out of the window again, taking a deep breath, as if breathing in the summer air while he still could. As if he was savoring the warmth while he could still feel it. The Dementors were forever outside my door. Oh, I could withstand them most of the time. I knew I was innocent and I could become a dog. They could not break me completely, but when they got too close then I would hear. He bit his lip and began to pace again. I would hear you. That night, with Snape. When he found out about you. God, your howls that night, Moony, having been that close to a human. We heard them all the way up at the castle. It was like nothing I'd ever heard, you were in so much pain, doing so much damage to yourself, and I knew it was all my fault. And when the Dementors got too close that was what I heard, you. And I knew I was only where I was because I had betrayed you. Because I thought you were the spy, just like I betrayed you that night. You can't know what it's like, to love someone as much as I love you and to keep on betraying them. Keep on hurting them. But I had to hear my betrayal of you, every day, for 4,285 days. And know, every time I heard it, that you hated me, that somewhere you were out there all alone, hating me and hurting just as much as you hurt that night. But the worst of it was being trapped. In that tiny little cell. Nothing to do. Nothing to see. No one to talk to. I could hear the screams of the other prisoners, I could tell whenever a death was close because the Dementors would get excited, and I knew one day it would be my death they got excited over. And I would never have left that cell. I would never have done anything, been anywhere. I wouldn't have seen the world. I would never have kissed you, or even told you I loved you. And I would be dead. My whole life a waste, a miserable, agonizing waste. Those four walls were my world, and it was a mind-numbing, freezing, miserable, gray world, and I cannot go back. Remus, I cannot go back. But now our adventure is done, and the results are in the hands of the politicians. And they will play politics. They don't care for the truth, they care about power, their own and keeping it. They care about keeping the world on an even keel, on keeping the public trusting in them. And to do that, we will be the sacrifice. They will arrest us and throw us back to the Dementors just to keep everyone else feeling safe. I think I always knew that was how this would end, even before we started. The closer we got, the more I knew it. But now we are here, I cannot bear it, I cannot go back. I cannot lose you. I cannot bear that these are our last moments together. I cannot go back into that cell, I can't. He seemed to run out of things to say, his eyes were shining with tears, he was still pacing, more and more distressed. Remus got to his feet and took hold of him, forcing him to a halt and pulling him into an embrace. I don't believe that it will happen this way. I trust Dumbledore will protect us. Sirius made a noise that was somewhere between a snort and a sob. I truly believe we have our whole lives ahead of us, that Dumbledore will not let us down. Sirius, I truly believe that. But if I am wrong, if these are our last moments together. He kissed Sirius fiercely, and then looked into his eyes. Let's not spend them worrying about things we cannot change. Let's spend them properly, as we would always choose to spend our last moments together. Let's spend them making love. He kissed him again. Make love to me, Sirius. Remus held Sirius's gaze until he nodded, and then led him onto the bed. Their breathing was rapid and shallow, their kisses gentle and tentative, and when Sirius unbuttoned Remus's shirt, his fingers trembled even more than they had their first time together. Once they were spent, Sirius did not fall straight asleep for once. He lay his head on Remus's shoulder and his fingers stroked his chest. Remus wrapped his arm about him, and his knuckles grazed softly along the skin of Sirius's arm. They lay in the darkness, in complete silence, Remus holding Sirius and staring at the ceiling, Sirius staring into nothingness. The air was tense, and the aura of expectation, of waiting seemed to press in on them, suffocating. Every sense was strained, listening out for any sound of wizards making their way to the room, to take them to the ministry, to arrest them. The waiting was unbearable, every second an eternity, but at the same time, Remus wanted these moments to last forever, because once it was over. If Sirius was right, there would never be another one like it for them again. And though he meant it when he said he trusted Dumbledore, it would be a lie if he said there was not one flicker of doubt in his heart. He wanted to say something. To make it all right. To put Sirius's mind at ease, to assure him that this would be over soon and they would be free at last, but there was a weight of dread in his chest that meant he could not find the words. He did not know how long they lay there, it both seemed to last forever and to be over terrifyingly quickly. But eventually, they heard footsteps headed their way, coming closer, then right outside, and then a knock on their door. Chapter 35, At the Ministry. A tremor ran down the length of Sirius's body. He shuddered in Remus's arms, as if a bolt of pure magic had run straight through him. Remus held him tighter, and planted a soft kiss on the top of his dark head. "I'll get it," he said. The knocking came again. They sat up, though Sirius seemed to not want to let go of Remus. Once again, Remus held him tighter. "Get up and put some clothes on," he said softly. "I'll answer the door, you take your wand and go as far back into the room as you can. If they arrest me, I want you to run. Just, apparate away as far as you can, don't come back, don't look back, just keep going. I can't leave you." He kissed him again, on the forehead and then on the lips. "Yes, you can. I don't care what happens to me, Padfoot, but I will not let you go back there, not ever. Promise me, you will run." He gazed at him, his eyes blazing, until Sirius dropped eye contact and nodded. The knocking continued. "Good, now go on. I love you. I love you, get dressed." They held each other for one final moment, and then Remus broke away. "I'm coming," he yelled to the door, and the unseen knocker, and pulled his own clothes back on. He picked up his wand, and checked that Sirius was ready. Then he crossed to the door, raised his wand and said, "Who is it?" His voice was sharp. "Remus?" It's Kingsley Shacklebolt, the familiar, measured tones of their old friend called through to him. "Dumbledore sent me. They are ready for you at the ministry." "Why did they send an Auror?" "Dumbledore sent someone you would trust." He glanced back at Sirius, who nodded at him. "Be ready to run," he said, and then opened the door, leveling his wand at Kingsley. "Remus, there is no need, you are not in trouble. I am not here to arrest you. Either of you," he raised his voice to address Sirius as well. "They would not send only one Auror to take down notorious mass murderer Sirius Black, but they would send only one to escort the wrongly convicted Sirius Black to give his witness testimony to the Wizengamot." "How do we know it's not a trap?" Remus asked. Kingsley turned his dark eyes on him again. "I would not agree to be a part of a trap for two men I now know to be innocent, for two men who were once my friends. Not even if Fudge himself insisted on it. I am here on Dumbledore's orders, no one else's. We are all of us loyal to Dumbledore, and he is loyal to you." Remus turned to look at Sirius, they held each other's gaze for a long while, as they both weighed up whether to believe Kingsley, and then Sirius nodded. All right, we'll come. They apparated the 200 miles or so to the Ministry of Magic and arrived in the atrium, with its tall fireplaces and its golden statue and its peacock blue ceiling, which was covered in golden symbols moving and changing, erasing and rescribing themselves above their heads. As it was now about 3:30 in the morning, the whole place was completely deserted, and their footsteps echoed through the empty hallway. Sirius and Remus both stared up at the enchantments on the ceiling. Remus very rarely had reason to be inside the ministry. He had been here once, on the very worst day of his life, under arrest, and then a handful of times throughout the intervening years when changes in laws to the status of werewolves meant he had to come here to get his paperwork altered. The first time he had been too lost in his own heartbreak to see his surroundings, and the other times he had kept his head down, too lost in the shame of his condition and his need to be there at all to take the time to look around. Sirius, of course, had never been inside the ministry, other than the brief hour they had held him in a dungeon while the order was signed to send him to Azkaban without trial. Now they gazed around at their surroundings, seeing for the first time the halls of power, and the might of the forces who had hunted them. Kingsley led them over to the elevators. They have opened up the old courtrooms, he told them. The Wizengamot is gathered, we need to go down. Sirius faltered to a stop, his eyes were mistrustful and he looked about himself, as if seeking escape. But Kingsley seemed to understand. It is not you they are putting on trial, Sirius, he told him, in his even voice. It is Peter. You will be on the witness bench, both of you. You need not separate. Remus wondered why he said that, wondered what Kingsley had already worked out for himself in the moments they had been with him. And he wondered how quickly everyone else would work it out. And what they would say and think, especially Harry. Sirius hesitated a moment longer. Kingsley waited for him patiently, and then, all tensed up and as if half expecting to be clapped in irons as soon as he took his first step, Sirius followed the Auror into the elevator. When they were all inside, Kingsley pulled the grille shut and pressed the button for level 9. They arrived in a dark corridor, where the torches did little to dispel the gloom and where there was one forbidding, black door right at the end. The Department of Mysteries, Kingsley told them. They have already taken Voldemort's remains in there. The Unspeakables are examining it even now. But we are headed elsewhere. He turned to the left and took them down a stone staircase, down to the final level of the ministry. They had both been here before. Both recognized it. It was where the old courtrooms were located, and the dungeons. Remus felt Sirius tense beside him again and, with a glance at Kingsley, and ignoring the stinging of his burnt palms, he reached out and took Sirius's hand, giving it a comforting squeeze. If Kingsley noticed, he did not say anything. When they stepped out into the passageway of the lowest level, they were suddenly overtaken by a sweeping feeling of cold, a wave of dread and misery passing over them. They saw the reason for it standing guard outside courtroom 9, the dark, shrouded presence of a Dementor of Azkaban. Sirius froze right up, and stopped walking once again. It is there for Peter, not for you, Sirius, Kingsley said to him. But when Sirius still seemed disinclined to keep walking, Kingsley raised his wand and muttered Expecto Patronum. A bright, silver lynx shot out of the tip of his wand, and stayed in front of the three of them, blocking them from the Dementor as they passed it and entered the courtroom. They both came to a stop, once they were over the threshold, and stared about themselves again, neither having been inside one of these rooms before. Remus had been rescued by Dumbledore before he had ever been officially charged, and of course Sirius had not been granted a trial. The room was round. There were stone benches gathered in a semicircle and reaching all the way up to the high ceiling. These were now packed with stern, somber and frankly tired-looking witches and wizards who all made up the Wizengamot. Facing the benches was a large, stone chair, with chains snaking up its arms. And chained in the chair, looking like he was about to faint with fright, was Peter. Kingsley walked the pair of them straight past their erstwhile friend, and led them to the witness benches, where for some reason the wand maker, Mr. Ollivander, was sitting, looking extremely tired himself. Cornelius Fudge, himself, was sitting on the front benches of the Wizengamot, occasionally mopping his brow with a handkerchief. Dumbledore sat beside him. When the boys took their seats, he gave them the briefest shadow of a wink. A witch was sitting up in the judge's bench, ready to preside over proceedings, and Remus recognized her as Amelia Bones. She had been a few years older than them at school, and her brother had been in the order. Somehow, knowing she would be in charge, and not Fudge, and not Umbridge, made him feel a whole lot better about the situation. Remus and Sirius took their seats beside Ollivander, keeping a tight hold of each other's hands, and continued to look around themselves nervously. The only person who seemed more worried than they were was Peter, who was writhing beneath his chains, beads of sweat dripping down his face. Once the pair of them were settled, Madam Bones banged her gavel and demanded quiet from the gathered crowd. "All right, let's get down to business. It's late, and most of us have a Quidditch World Cup final to be overseeing. Let's get this done quickly, shall we? Now, you should all have in front of you the testimony of one Sirius Black, one Harry Potter and one Hermione Granger as taken by Albus Dumbledore on the 6th of June of this year. Furthermore, you should have the testimony of one Remus Lupin as taken on the 7th of June, as he was indisposed the night of the 6th. Remus flushed. Sirius squeezed his hand. He became aware of the Ministry hag high up on one of the benches, staring down at him. Her toad-like face was twisted with hatred and disgust. "Now, as you can see," Madam Bones continued. Each agreed, although interviewed separately, that Peter Pettigrew was still alive, that they had seen him that night and that it was he who had betrayed the Potters to the Dark Lord all those years ago. At the time, we were not willing to take the word of a convicted mass murderer, 2 children and a werewolf. However, it is now plain that they were speaking the truth, for here is Peter Pettigrew right in front of us. Alive, if looking slightly the worse for wear. Peter let out a small moan and writhed beneath his chains once again. Sirius Black, Amelia Bones's voice rapped out, and he jumped on hearing his name. "Please rise and take the stand." With an alarmed glance at Remus, he stood up, took a deep breath, squared his shoulders and stared Madam Bones right in the face. "These are complicated matters, Mr. Black," she said to him. "And I beg of you that you will show us patience when it comes to explaining everything that has transpired. But in order to understand, we must go back to the events that happened immediately after the Dark Lord fell. Our understanding is that you were the Potters' secret keeper, that you betrayed them, as the Dark Lord's spy, that Peter Pettigrew hunted you down in vengeance, and you killed him, along with 12 Muggles, with a single curse. Clearly, as we see today, some of that, at least, is not true. Can you explain the actual order of events as you remember them?" Sirius glanced at Remus, who nodded encouragingly, and then he glanced at Dumbledore, who did the same. "I convinced James and Lily to switch secret keepers at the last minute, as a double bluff," he said. "I thought no one would think to go after Peter. But he was a spy, and he turned them over to Voldemort." A shudder ran through the crowd. "When I found out what happened, I was half mad with grief and rage. I chased Peter down. I was going to kill him, I wanted to kill him. But he was too quick for me. He cut off his finger behind his back, and blew up half the street, killing all those people, and then he transformed into a rat. He's an illegal animagus, you see, and he got away." "I see, but, Mr. Black, could you please explain why you stood there, amid all that death and destruction, and laughed? You were still laughing when they took you away." He swallowed. "Well, like I said, I was half crazed as it was. I know I wasn't in my right mind. And I thought he had blown himself up. I thought his wand had backfired and he had killed himself by accident, and, at the time, that seemed pretty funny. Poetic justice. I didn't realize he was still alive until I saw him in Fudge's paper last year. That's when I decided to break out of Azkaban. But, you never told anyone you were innocent. No one would have believed me. By the time I wasn't mad anymore, by the time I had come back to my senses and realized throwing my life away in Azkaban to pay for Lily and James achieved nothing, it was too late. Very well, and so you hunted Peter for a year, as you testified on the 6th of June. You were caught, you escaped, and at this point you turned to Remus Lupin for help. Mr. Lupin, if you take the stand, perhaps you can both explain what has happened these past 2 months. And so, for the second time that night, they recounted their tale. But the sword of Gryffindor is made of silver, Madame Bones said at the end. We have it here at the Ministry, we have examined it. Forgive me, Mr. Lupin, but a man with your condition should not be able to touch the sword of Gryffindor, let alone wield it. Remus felt his skin flush hot, as all eyes looked at him, he bit his lip. It burned me, he admitted. My hands were ruined, until Dumbledore applied Dittany. But they're still not right. He stretched his hands out to show the red rawness of his skin. That seems to be in order. Very well, thank you both, you may sit. And not quite believing that was it, and they were done, they sat back down. Amelia Bones banged her gavel again. A few hours ago, Peter Pettigrew was brought into the Ministry, bound and unconscious. While he slept he was administered 3 drops of Veritaserum and then questioned on awakening. I will now ask the court clerk to read out his testimony. Down on the front bench, an officious-looking young wizard got to his feet and unfurled a long piece of parchment. He cleared his throat and began to read. I, Peter Pettigrew, joined the ranks of you-know-who in the summer of 1980. I had, prior to that, been a member of Dumbledore's secret organization the Order of the Phoenix, having joined with my friends straight out of school. However, as the war raged on, it became clear to me that our position was hopeless. Too many of our side were dying, and I knew it was merely a matter of time before it would be my turn. As a pure-blood wizard, I decided the best course of action would be for me to throw in my lot with the Dark Lord, as the only means of survival. Cowardly little rat, Sirius snarled under his breath. I did not take part in any Muggle torture or killings, but I did pass top-secret information from inside the Order straight to you-know-who himself. It was I who gave the information necessary for the murder of the Bones and the McKinnons to take place. Up on the judge's bench, Madame Bones's lips had gone very thin and white. However, it was the whereabouts and actions of James and Lily Potter that you-know-who seemed most interested in. He was particularly interested in their son, Harry, and there was no one better placed than I to give him the information he needed. He had tried to kill them 3 times, and each time they had thwarted him, although it was becoming clear to Dumbledore that you-know-who must be being passed information from inside their camp. He called those of us who were closest to the Potters to a top-secret meeting. Rubeus Hagrid was there, and Professor McGonagall, the Pruitt brothers, the Longbottoms, myself and Sirius Black. Of course, only Remus Lupin was missing, as he was working undercover with the werewolves at the time. We were informed there was a spy, although James refused to suspect any of us. However, in the aid of my own self-protection, I took it upon myself to take Sirius to one side and plant into his mind the idea that Remus was the spy. On the witness bench, Remus and Sirius turned to look at each other, their mouths opened in surprise. It took all my cunning, for Sirius loved Remus and it caused him immense hurt to think badly of him. But I planted a seed of doubt, and left it to germinate, and sure enough Sirius became suspicious of Remus. And with no idea, and working so deep undercover, Remus would behave in ways that did nothing to allay those suspicions. I kept on stoking the flames, whenever I had Sirius to myself, and it was not long before Sirius was convinced Remus was the spy, and he had no idea that he had not come to that conclusion all by himself, that I had tricked him into believing it. You stinking, little rat. Sirius had sprung to his feet, his face was thunderous, and his voice was a menacing growl. Peter gave a cry of anguish. The court official trailed off from his reading, looking alarmed. The Wizengamot broke out into mutters and murmurings at the outburst. Amelia Bones banged her gavel for quiet. Remus grabbed hold of Sirius's hand and yanked him back down onto the witness bench. Sit down, he hissed. But did you hear that? All these years I thought I betrayed you, and Peter had tricked me all along. I would never have suspected you if he hadn't told me to, and I didn't even know. Well, it's too late to. But Sirius was yelling at Peter again. Why did you choose Remus? Is it because he's a werewolf? Is that why you thought I would believe it was him? You hideous, bigoted. Sirius. Remus hissed. His face was flaming bright red and he was absolutely horrified. Please shut up. I will have order. Madam Bones banged her gavel. Mr. Black, if you interrupt again, I will remove you from the court. Once quiet reigned once more, the clerk continued reading Peter's statement. I was so successful, that when Dumbledore suggested to the Potters that they use the Fidelius charm to keep themselves hidden, Sirius proposed that I should be the secret keeper, while everyone, including Remus, would believe that the secret keeper was him. A week after we performed the charm, I divulged the secret to my master, and he went to Godric's Hollow where he met his downfall. On hearing the news, I traveled to the Potter's destroyed home, located you-know-whose wand and hid it within the village. Then I attempted to flee, but Sirius Black caught up with me, and I could tell he intended to murder me. The only card I held was that Dumbledore believed he was the secret keeper. So I yelled for the whole street to hear that he had killed Lily and James and then, with my wand behind my back, cast the curse that killed all those muggles. I broke open the sewer, cut off my finger, dropped my wand, transformed into my animagus form and ran away. I found a wizarding family to take me in, and stayed with them, as a rat, for 12 years. But then I heard Sirius Black had escaped from Azkaban and I knew he must be looking for me. He cornered me on the 6th of June, exposed my true identity to Remus and the Potter brat. Sirius growled, but the threat of being expelled from the courtroom kept him from speaking. I managed to escape my captors when Remus transformed, for it was the night of the full moon, and I set out to Godric's Hollow to reclaim my master's wand, and from there I traveled to London and caught the Flying Frenchman into Europe. I attacked a wizard in a bathroom and stole his first-class ticket. As I had seen Sirius and Remus on the train, I knew I was hunted and knew I needed to get far away from them. When I discovered that Madame Umbridge was an important member of the Ministry, I used my master's wand, reluctantly for he would not want me using it, to blow up her compartment. That got her out of my way, and sent her straight to Remus and Sirius. And just as I hoped, she discovered their true identities and they were forced to flee. I remained on the train until Italy, where I bought myself a new wand of my own and then apparated across to the Balkan states. The Balkans were swarming with ministry officials searching for Remus and Sirius, and I had no wish to draw attention to myself, so I traveled incognito, as a rat, until I reached Albania. I stopped in wizarding towns to try and find out rumors, and spoke to Ivan Karakorov, who told me where I might find my master. The night before I returned to him I bumped into Bertha Jorkins, who I had known from school. She was greatly surprised to see me as she believed me to be dead, but I convinced her to go for a moonlight walk with me. I overpowered her, and brought her to my master. He possessed my body for a time. For that was one of the few powers he had left to him. And he used me to torture and then kill Bertha Jorkins. He did terrible things to her. And then he left me, and gave me instructions to brew a potion that would give him form of his own. It was then that Remus and Sirius caught up with me, but my master also retained the power to make men see their worst fears. And he caused the moon to grow full, and Remus was forced to transform, and in that time I got away. I brewed the potion, and made my master a new body. It was a small, helpless, weak little thing, but he had form once more. He could hold his wand, and that made him the most powerful wizard alive, and I knew I must serve him or die. We found Remus and Sirius surrounded by ministry officials, being arrested. Some had been knocked out, and my master killed the others. He set his snake, Nagini, to eating them, but Remus and Sirius protected the downed officials and tried to fight my master. They were outmatched, of course, and we left them behind, and from then on we journeyed by nightfall all the way across the continent and back home. We arrived earlier tonight in the village of Little Hangleton and set up in the home of my master's father. We were planning to make my master whole again, so he could rise greater and more powerful than he had been before. But then the door opened and Sirius came in and, that is the last thing I remember. The clerk cleared his throat again, and sat back down. Thank you, Madam Bones said. As we have heard, what happened is Mr. Black stunned Pettigrew and then Mr. Lupin killed the creature that has been taken to the Department of Mysteries. Mr. Ollivander. Ollivander got to his feet, he was looking extremely weary by now. This wand was found in possession of the creature Mr. Lupin killed. Would you please identify it for the court? Ollivander stepped down from the witness bench and crossed the courtroom, taking the wand from Madam Bones's hand. He held it gently, in the tips of his fingers, sniffed it, tested the pliability and then gave it a shake. Sparks flew out of the end. Yew phoenix feather. 13.5 inches. Rigid, but powerful. This is a wand I sold over 50 years ago, Madam Bones, to a boy who was then known as Tom Riddle. He has since become known by a name we all fear to speak. It is your expert opinion that this is the wand of he who must not be named? Yes, it is indeed. Thank you, she turned to the clerk. Is there any word from the unspeakables yet? A memo arrived not 5 minutes ago, Madam Bones. Bode is outside waiting to be called in. Very good, bring him in. The doors opened, and a middle-aged wizard with a rather glum face came inside. He nodded his head respectfully to Madam Bones. We did as you asked, he informed her. We can confirm that the remains had been the container for a human soul as recently as a couple of hours ago. We can further confirm that the soul that dwelt within was not whole, but monstrously fragmented and unstable, which accounts for the condition of the body. Although we cannot definitively say it was the soul of you-know-who, we can tell you it can only have belonged to someone who has caused more deaths than we can count, and feels not one shred of remorse about it. Dumbledore got to his feet then. I think we can all agree that description only fits one person. And with all the other evidence we can be in no doubt that the Dark Lord truly did attempt to rise again. That he was this night in Little Hangleton, aided and abetted by Peter Pettigrew, and that is only by the unusual valor shown by Mr. Black and Mr. Lupin that our world remains safe for another day. There was a smattering of applause from some of the Wizengamot. Ollivander patted Remus on the back. Cypress wand, he said, knowingly. I knew when I sold it to you, my boy. High up on the benches, however, the ministry hag looked furious. Very well, Amelia Bones brought her gavel down again. Mr. Pettigrew, is there anything you can say in your defense? Peter opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He just gulped, and then sweated some more. He dared a half-glance towards Remus and Sirius, but then seemed to catch sight of the furious expression on Sirius's face and looked away again. Members of the Wizengamot, Madam Bones said. Raise your hands if you find Peter Pettigrew guilty of passing information to the Dark Lord during the war. All hands went up, though the ministry hag seemed very reluctant. And who finds him guilty of the mass murder of those 12 muggles? Again all hands went up, and despite the seriousness of the situation, Remus felt his face break into a huge grin. For that was it. If Peter was guilty then Sirius was not. He was free. Truly free. And who finds him guilty of aiding and abetting in the kidnap and murder of Bertha Jorkins? Again all hands went up, and once again, Remus felt light-headed with relief. That was another crime they were no longer considered guilty of. And who finds him guilty of aiding and abetting in the murder of 3 Aurors who were at the time trying to arrest Mr. Black and Mr. Lupin? Once more, the vote was unanimous, even from the ministry hag, though she was seething. Once more Remus and Sirius were found innocent by default of Peter's guilt. Peter had begun to tremble. So too had Sirius, but for very different reasons. Remus wrapped an arm around him. And finally, who finds Mr. Pettigrew guilty of attempting to raise the Dark Lord back to power and destabilize all that we have worked to rebuild these past 13 years? The hands went up. The gavel came down. Guilty on all charges then. Mr. Pettigrew, I hereby sentence you to life in Azkaban. If it was at all possible, Peter went even more pale. He slumped in his chair and moaned. The door to the courtroom opened, and the Dementor glided in. Peter was unchained and handed over and taken away on trembling legs. As he walked away, he looked over his shoulder, and made eye contact with Remus. His eyes were terrified, and they glistened with tears, and Remus wondered if he was at all sorry for everything he had done, for Lily and James, for Sirius's wasted life, or if he was just sorry he was caught. He wanted to know. He was sorry it had come to this. When he thought back to their time as boys, the four of them together, he would never have wanted it to end like this. For all he had done, it hurt to see Peter taken away, just as it had hurt when it had been Sirius. The door closed. The Wizengamot began to shuffle and get to their feet. Remus and Sirius looked at each other, unsure as to whether they were allowed to leave. They looked at each other, and shrugged. They got to their feet. No one stopped them. They shuffled along the bench. Ahem, the ministry hag was standing there. There was a frown on her wide and toadish face. You have had a very lucky escape, she said to them. Her high, girlish voice had no trace of the saccharine in it now. It was hard, and angry. Ha! Sirius gave an incredulous bark of laughter. There's no luck about it, we never did anything wrong. You were hounding us every step of the way. If we had failed, that would have been your doing. It's you that had the lucky escape. From Voldemort rising again thanks to your actions. So silly of me, but it sounds like you think I should shoulder some of the blame. Yeah, that's what I said. He glowered down at her. She pulled herself to her full height, which was not impressive, and bristled with indignation. You have not acted like an innocent man, Mr. Black. I was doing my duty. And the wolf, he is responsible for a great deal of damage to the Flying Frenchman, for which he should have to pay reparations, at the very least, and let's not forget the time he attacked me. For no reason. He did not attack you, he saved your life, you stupid hag. And you didn't deserve it. She bristled again. This isn't over. She turned on her heel. Sirius pulled his wand out. Leave it, Remus said. Let's not get arrested just as our names are cleared. She can be as horrible as she wants, we're still free. They stepped down from the witness benches and, still looking around and half expecting to be stopped at any moment, they began to cross the floor. They met Dumbledore before they reached the door. He beamed at them and shook their hands. This is an excellent result, he told them. You should be very proud. And now you have the rest of your lives to enjoy together. There was a definite twinkle in his eye that told Remus that Dumbledore knew exactly what he was saying. Minister Dumbledore called Fudge over to them. I'm sure you want to congratulate our heroes. Fudge came over to them. He looked sweaty and hesitant. Ahem, yes, very well done to you both. I must offer my deepest regret at the way you have been treated these past 13 years, Mr. Black. Of course I was not minister when you were arrested. But still, the ministry must take some responsibility. Sirius's eyebrows shot up so high at that they disappeared into his hairline. Still, no hard feelings, eh? Fudge said, and held out his hand for Sirius to shake. Sirius took it, but his expression suggested there were still very much hard feelings on his part. And, Mr. Lupin, well. I suppose we owe you something of a debt of gratitude. That was a noble sacrifice on your part, using the sword that way, ahem. He hesitated and then held his hand out for Remus to shake. Once they were done, he wiped his hand on his robes. Remus pretended not to notice. Sirius growled. Dumbledore looked between the three of them. His lips were twitching. You know, Minister, all things considered, I do believe orders of Merlin First Class are probably in order. Stopping the Dark Lord from rising again, all while under considerable pressure from your own ministry. Fudge coughed and looked more uncomfortable than ever. Yes, well, I suppose certainly Mr. Black has more than earned. What about Remus? Sirius asked. There was a dangerous note to his voice, and clearly Fudge heeded it, because he shuffled and flushed and looked more awkward than ever. Well, ahem, it would hardly be appropriate, they are for wizards not for Mr. Lupin's kind. Remus is a wizard, Sirius said coldly. He is the wizard that single-handedly stopped Lord Voldemort from returning and did so at great personal cost and causing himself massive and painful injury. If you're not giving him an order of Merlin, then I don't want one either. You can stick it. Stick it where the sun don't shine. Sirius. Remus tried to sound stern, but he had to bite his lip to stop himself from smiling. Fudge on the other hand had gone bright red. Well, really. He bristled, and then stormed off, with an angry glance at Dumbledore, who suddenly seemed very interested in the candles floating near the rafters. Once the minister was gone, he looked back at the boys. You are both free now, the record will be amended, your names will be cleared. It's lucky for you this coincides with the Quidditch World Cup, or else you no doubt would be dodging reporters left, right and center wanting to hear your thrilling tale. Go home, boys, you have earned the right to enjoy yourselves. Make sure you do. They apparated back to Little Hangleton, back to room 4, planning to collect their things and speak to Frank Bryce once the sun rose. But after such an eventful and exhausting night, they slept late, and did not wake up until they heard a persistent tapping at their window. Hedwig was outside, a letter tied to her foot. Yawning, Sirius crossed the room, opened the window and let her in. Dear Sirius and Remus. I'm going to Ron's for the World Cup final, Mr. Weasley has got us all tickets. I can't believe I get to leave the Muggles 2 weeks early. It seems too good to be true, though I wish I was going to get to stay with you. My scar hurt last night. I had a strange dream. You were both in it, and so was Wormtail, and I think Voldemort, but I didn't see him. He was torturing you both and then Remus grabbed a sword and stabbed him, only the sword was silver and Remus was horribly hurt. But then my scar hurt so badly that I woke up, it was just a dream though, wasn't it? You are being careful. And Voldemort hasn't risen again and he isn't close by. I hope you write back soon, because I will worry until I hear back from you. Harry. Remus sat up in bed, and watched sleepily as Sirius fired off an immediate response. Dear Harry. We are free men. We have been exonerated and Peter is in jail. Don't panic, but know it wasn't just a dream. We really did fight Lord Voldemort last night. We stopped him from rising, and then Dumbledore spoke to the ministry for us, there was a big trial and we had to give testimony and now we're free. And Remus did stab Voldemort with a silver sword, it was the sword of Gryffindor, and his hands were utterly destroyed, but they're all right now. A bit sore, but he'll live. We're going home today, I hope Buckbeak's all right. We weren't planning on abandoning him for over 2 months when we left, and then, we'll have to figure out what to do with the rest of our lives. Have a wonderful time at the World Cup, and if you fancy coming to stay with us before the end of the holidays, we would love to have you. But if you'd prefer to stay with Ron, that's fine too, there's always next summer. Our best to Ron and Hermione, and tell Percy, whoever he is, that even the Minister for Magic himself admits we're not guilty. Sirius and Remus. He tied the letter onto Hedwig's foot and then carried her back across to the window. Once she was gone, he got back into bed with Remus and gave him a kiss. So, he grinned. Today is the first day of the rest of our lives. What are we going to do? Remus grinned back. Let's have a cup of tea. Chapter 36, Harry. It was mid-afternoon before they were ready to apparate the 50 miles or so back to Remus's house. After 2 more months of neglect, the front garden was even more overgrown, the snargaluff plants were threatening to burst out over the walls and the pond was positively overflowing with grindylow. The holes in the thatch were wider than they had been before they left, and the chimney was still tilting at what was now rather an alarming angle. And from the bangs and crashes coming from the coal cellar, it sounded very much like a Bogart had moved in there. And yet, despite the fact that the cottage was as shabby and broken down as he was, Remus did not think he had ever seen a more beautiful sight. Home. They let themselves in through the front door. The Grindylow tank still stood abandoned on the hall table, seeming like it belonged to a different world. They headed into the kitchen, where they immediately put the kettle on, and sat at the very same table they had sat that first night, drinking tea and dunking biscuits, and everything looked exactly the same, right down to the dripping tap. And yet everything looked different at the same time. Everything was different. The world had changed, or Remus supposed it was him that had changed. The kitchen remained the same, he was just looking at it through fresh, happier, and more experienced eyes. Eventually, they wandered hand in hand out to the back garden, and to the little orchard where they had left Buckbeak. The hippogriff seemed delighted to see them, perhaps he had been a little lonely these past 2 months, and they stayed outside until dusk, throwing apples into the air for him to fly up and catch. Once it was too dark for them to see, they petted him on the beak and then returned inside. They sat together on the sofa, arms wrapped around each other, just enjoying being free and being home and being together. "We should get a moving picture screen," Sirius said. "It would come in handy for the evenings and we're too tired to do anything more productive." "They run on electric," Remus told him sleepily. "The house doesn't have it." "Oh, could we get it put in?" "I don't know, maybe. But I can't afford it." "I can." He gave him a kiss. "Which means you can." Remus smiled. "I can't spend your money, Sirius. It's yours. It's ours. We'll see." There was a tapping at the window, and they opened their eyes to see a brown barn owl knocking to be let in. He carried a letter and a newspaper. Remus let him inside, tossed the paper to Sirius and ripped open the envelope. "It's from Dumbledore," he said, reading the slanty handwriting. "Listen. My dear boys. I hope you are enjoying your first night of true freedom together. I thought you might appreciate a copy of this evening's edition of the Prophet. I'm afraid you only made page 6. Still, I suppose Victor Crumb's pre-match rituals are a much more vital piece of news for the wizarding public to know. Yours, Dumbledore." Page 6. Remus said in surprise. He went back to the sofa, as the owl flew away, and sat beside Sirius, who was leafing past 5 pages worth of World Cup headlines to get to the article about themselves. Peter Pettigrew arrested for historic crimes. The headline said. Followed by. Life in Azkaban for an unmasked Death Eater after 13 years in hiding. Remus furrowed his brow. "It's all about Peter," he said, peering over Sirius's shoulder. "Yes, we're barely mentioned at all. Listen to this. The old courtrooms, familiar to us all from those dark days after the war, were opened again for the first time in 13 years last night, when the Wizengamot gathered in the very early hours of the morning to try a newly unmasked and uncovered Death Eater, a Death Eater being a follower of notorious dark wizard you-know-who. Peter Pettigrew, 34, confessed to joining the Dark Lord's ranks in the summer of 1980 and acting as a spy, passing along information that resulted in the death of notable wizarding families, the Bones, the McKinnons and the Potters. He was also convicted of the mass murder of 12 Muggles which took place just days after you-know-who was defeated by little Harry Potter. As an illegal animagus, Pettigrew transformed into a rat and ran down into the sewer he had cracked open, leaving behind carnage in his wake, while the wizarding world believed him dead. It can now be revealed that he faked his own death, cutting off his own finger and leaving that behind at the scene of the crime. And for all these years he was hailed a hero and believed to be yet another tragic victim of the Dark Lord's most devoted servant. It has now come to light that it was in fact Pettigrew himself who was the devoted servant of you-know-who, and he has been arrested and sentenced by the Wizengamot accordingly. He will spend life in prison for his crimes, with no hope of reprieve. Sirius Black, who was previously believed guilty of Mr. Pettigrew's crimes, has been cleared of any wrongdoing along with the werewolf, Remus Lupin. This is a great day for the justice system of our nation, Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, told reporters. But if you excuse me, I need to get to the final of the Quidditch World Cup. It should be an excellent match, and we at the Ministry have worked tirelessly to pull the whole thing off without a hitch. That's it? Remus was incredulous. 12 years in Azkaban and they make it sound like nothing, like you were mildly inconvenienced by the whole thing. They wrote articles about me murdering and cannibalizing Bertha Jorkins, and all they say is, cleared of any wrongdoing, as if it's an afterthought, and then talk some self-congratulatory rubbish about Quidditch. No one will even know what happened. No one will even notice we're innocent. That's the point, Sirius told him. I bet the Ministry leaned hard on the paper to get it reported this way. Talk about capturing Peter as if it's a triumph for the Ministry, separate him as far as possible in people's minds from my supposed crimes, while admitting it was him that did them, and sweep me under the rug. Notice how they don't name me as the Dark Lord's most devoted servant, who they all thought had killed Peter. They don't want people to connect the wand sparks. That way no one realizes they were guilty of a huge miscarriage of justice. It stops trust in the government being undermined. But it's not right. I'd rather it be this way, than have them arrest us rather than admit they were wrong. I'd rather be ignored than scapegoated. I don't need the world to know I'm innocent, as long as you and Harry know, and I am free. Well, yes, but people don't think you're a cannibal. Poor Bertha didn't even get a mention. There was nothing about what happened last night, they only talk about what happened years ago. Nothing about Voldemort now. They don't want people to panic, I expect. They don't want people to know how close we came to having Voldemort return to power, and they certainly don't want anyone putting 2 and 2 together and realizing that the Ministry were actively hunting and working against the men who were trying to stop it all from happening. It's sort of terrifying, how corrupt they are. I understand now why you were so convinced we would be arrested. Sirius smiled. And you call me the naive one. They kissed. Come on, let's go to bed. Isn't it a bit early to go to sleep? I wasn't suggesting we go to sleep. Much to Sirius's delight, they woke up the next morning to Hedwig tapping on their window again and another letter from Harry. Dear Sirius and Remus. I can't believe this has happened. I can't believe you did it. Hermione actually cried, she was so happy for you both. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley are very confused, they still thought you were trying to kill me, Sirius. But Fred, George and Ginny at least accept that this version of events makes more sense than Professor Lupin turning out to be a mental serial killer. Percy hasn't spoken about it, he is pretending to be very busy with his report on the thickness of cauldron bottoms. Apparently leakages have been increasing at a rate of almost 3%. I'm sure you can see why that's more important than you two clearing your names and defeating Voldemort. They both laughed at that. Percy's going to fit in well at the Ministry, Remus said. We're setting out very early to the World Cup, I'll probably already be there by the time you get this. Obviously I don't know how long the match will last, but if it isn't too long, I was wondering if I could maybe come and stay with you from the 23rd. That way I could spend the last week of my holiday with you, although if it's not convenient, I can stay with the Weasleys. Hope to see you soon. Harry. Sirius grabbed ink and parchment and started dashing off a reply. As he wrote, his grin was so big and broad that he looked to Remus as if he was 17 again, with the whole world in front of him and before any of the darkness happened. Dear Harry. Of course you can come to stay. You can flew in whenever you want. Bring all your stuff and we'll take you down to King's Cross at the start of term. Sirius. He sent the letter off with Hedwig and then looked expectantly at Remus. We need to get up, stop lazing around, we need to get this house ready for Harry coming. It was all Remus could do to convince him to have some breakfast before he started on his manic cleaning. They spent the next 5 days getting the cottage ready. They cut back the Snargaluff plants and mowed the lawn, and cleared out the Grindylospon and got rid of the Bougart and tended to the flowers and plants that were supposed to be growing there. They climbed a ladder and spent a perilous afternoon up on the roof, fixing the thatch and retilting the chimney. They fixed the dripping tap, and dusted and cleaned every surface, and made sure they had plenty of food in the house, and they put clean sheets on the spare bed and unearthed an old Gryffindor banner to stick on the wall. What about some photos of James? Sirius asked. We could put some up for him. Remus nodded. I'll see what I've got. I'm afraid I might not have many left. Hagrid wrote to me a few years ago wanting photos to make an album for Harry. I sent everything I had that was just James and Lily then. But I might have some of all of us still lying around. They spent an evening by the fire poring over photographs that had, up until now, been too painful for Remus to look at, choosing the best ones, cutting Peter out of them and then putting them in frames. Have you thought what you're going to tell him? Remus asked, as they lay in bed that night. About us? Why do I have to tell him? You're his godfather. You're his favorite defense against the dark arts teacher. Well, one of them was controlled by Voldemort and the other was a complete and utter charlatan. It's not like I was up against stiff competition. He rolled onto his side and stroked the skin of Sirius's arm with his knuckle. You don't have to tell him yet, if you don't want. Sirius hesitated. I think maybe we should wait, just for a bit. You know he really is much kinder. And more mature than James was, you don't have to be afraid. Maybe, it's just. I don't really know him yet. I don't want. He trailed off, as if not sure how to finish the sentence. You don't want him to see you differently. Yes, and I don't want it to be all he sees. You saw how people stared at us in Little Hangleton. I don't want Harry to be thinking whatever they were thinking. I don't want him to be ashamed of us. Or embarrassed by us. Remus smiled. Well, you're lucky you're only his godfather and not his real dad. Because he's 14, and all 14-year-olds are mortally embarrassed by their parents. If James were here, if he'd always been here, Harry would not be talking to him right now. Sirius laughed. Right, but we shouldn't give him extra things to be embarrassed about. He went quiet for a moment. I think it's a good sign, that he asked to come and stay, he said hesitantly. Even though he's already with Ron and Hermione. He isn't coming here just to escape the Muggles, he's coming here because he wants to, don't you think? Yes, I think it's clear from all the letters he's sent that he cares about you and genuinely wants to spend time with you, get to know you better. He's never had anyone who is just his before, has he? He doesn't like the Muggles, they don't love him. And I think he likes it at Ron's house, but, well, it's Ron's house. But he can come here and this will be his home and we'll look out for him and he won't have to share us with anyone. Yes, I suppose he'll be ours and we'll be his. It's what James would have wanted, Sirius said. His brow furrowed. I just hope, once he knows me properly, he still likes me. Remus smiled. He'll love you. How could anyone not? For a while the newspapers continued to be full of the World Cup final. Ireland had won, though that was not what was being reported on. The night after the match there had been a disturbance in the campsites. Hordes of former Death Eaters had kidnapped a Muggle family and tortured them, only to flee when the dark mark appeared in the sky. They should have reported a bit more thoroughly on the fact that Voldemort had just been defeated once again, Remus said, his lips pursed with disapproval as he read about the way the poor Muggle family had been treated. They wouldn't have gone rampaging around like that if they knew how close their old master had come to rising again. They'd be slinking around with their heads down trying not to draw attention to themselves. There aren't many people who would be less pleased to see Voldemort return than the Death Eaters who escaped Azkaban. I bet that Burke, Lucius Malfoy, was involved. Oh, undoubtedly. They sent an owl to the Weasleys' house to check that Harry and everyone was okay. The news came back that they were fine, a bit shaken, and it was Harry's wand that had been used to conjure the dark mark, but that they had all got home in one piece. A couple of days before Harry was due to arrive, they apparated to Mr. Lupin's house on the Welsh border. Lyle Lupin was delighted to see his son, and a little surprised to see Sirius after all these years. "I saw about Peter, in the paper," he said to them. "I couldn't believe it. Of course I knew something was wrong. The things they were saying about you, Remus, the things they said you did. And of course I knew if Sirius had sided with you who you wouldn't have run away with him, would never have forgiven him for the Potters. But still. Little Peter was a surprise." "No one knows that better than I do, Mr. Lupin," Sirius said. When they had had a cup of tea and chatted and reminisced for a while, Remus asked his father where his mum's things had been stored. "I boxed them all up and put them in the cellar, not right away but, in the end." Leaving Mr. Lupin upstairs, the boys lit their wands and headed down into the cellar. It was dark and dank and bleak. Remus made straight for the trunks in the corner. His hands shook a little as he unlocked them. Sirius stood in the middle of the room, looking around. "Is this where you used to transform, when you were a boy?" he asked. Yes." He wasn't really listening, as he took the lid off the box. "And you were chained to that wall?" Sirius's voice was somewhere between angry and sad, but Remus barely heard him. He had just lifted one of his mother's dresses from the trunk. It was pale blue and had flowers printed on it. He remembered it. He had forgotten all about it, but he remembered it now. He was holding it. Feeling a little silly, he buried his face into the material, and inhaled his mother's soap and perfume, and for just a moment he was a little boy again, lying in his mother's lap, being comforted after a painful transformation. He felt a hand on his shoulder and looked up from the dress. "I was just." "I know." Sirius crouched down beside him. "What else is in there?" They looked through, finding Hope Lupin's own copy of Pride and Prejudice, along with a whole pile of other Muggle books. "Do you think we can take them all?" Sirius asked. "My dad doesn't seem to want them, and I'm sure my mum would rather we had them and were reading them than they were locked in a box down here." "What are these?" Sirius brought out something black and round and thin, held in a square slip of paper. "Elvis Presley," he read, frowning. "Johnny Cash. Buddy Holly and the Crickets, what? Oh, they're my mum's." He wrinkled up his brow as he sought out a long-forgotten word. "Records. They play music. Can we take them?" "We'd need to find her record player, and it was electric. I bet I could get it to work, magically." Remus raised an eyebrow. "I got my motorbike to fly, didn't I?" "All right, if you can find the record player, you can have her records." He rooted around in the trunk. "And here's the Monopoly board. I hope the pieces are still all there." He folded up the dress and put it carefully back into the trunk, before locking the box again. They stood up, their arms loaded with Hope's long-forgotten treasures. "This is a good haul," Sirius said. "It's better than Christmas. I like Muggle stuff. I like the Muggle world." Remus smiled fondly. "I know you do." And then it was the 23rd and, once Sirius had done one last manic clean through the house, it was time for Harry to arrive via Floo powder. He fell out of the fireplace, choking and spluttering at about 2:15. He was clutching his firebolt and a rather disgruntled-looking Hedwig, trapped in her cage. His glasses had been knocked askew and his face was decidedly sooty. "I hate Floo powder," he coughed, as Sirius stuck out a hand and helped him back to his feet. "Where's your trunk, Harry?" Remus asked. "Oh," he glanced awkwardly back at the fireplace. "Mr. Weasley is bringing it, he should be here in a moment. I think Mrs. Weasley wanted him to come and check, you know, that everything's okay here. That you're not really a mental mass murderer and a serial killing werewolf, and that the whole exposing Wormtail as the real spy and sending him to Azkaban, clearing your names and inviting me to stay thing wasn't all an elaborate ruse for you to get me alone so you can kill me." He smiled apologetically. "Oh damn," Remus said mildly. "You hear that, Sirius? She's on to us." Sirius gave his bark of a laugh, just as the flames turned green and shot up higher again. A large shape revolved for a few moments, and then tall, balding Arthur Weasley struggled out of the fireplace with the trunk. "Here, let me help." Sirius took one end of the trunk and lifted it out of the way. Mr. Weasley looked rather alarmed to suddenly find himself face to face with notorious mass murderer, Sirius Black, who was being polite and helpful. But he pulled himself together and covered the awkwardness by holding out a hand. "Arthur Weasley," he said, introducing himself. "I've heard, well, I suppose we've all heard a lot about you. I'm glad to hear it isn't true." He turned to Remus. "And you must be Professor Lupin." They shook hands. "Two of my boys just took their owls. My wife isn't happy with the results, but your subject is one of the few that they passed." "Did they pass potions?" Sirius asked, his eyes narrowed. "Fred did." "Damn." Sirius was at school with Professor Snape, Harry explained to Mr. Weasley. "They don't like each other very much." Mr. Weasley nodded and laughed, and then his eyes fell on the record player in the corner, and they lit up. "What's this?" he asked, crossing to go and look at it. Sirius was beside him in a moment, showing it off proudly. It was Remus's mum's, a Muggle invention. "It plays music." "Fascinating. It works on electricity." "It's supposed to, but I'm trying to enchant it to get it to work without." "Wonderful." And just like that they both had their wands out and were examining the record player, prodding it and tapping it and discussing what charms worked well with Muggle machinery. "Well, I once had a motorbike that I enchanted to fly. Simply marvelous. I had a flying car once." Remus and Harry looked at each other. Remus fought down a smile. "I'll help you take your stuff upstairs, should I?" "They could be a while." He pointed his wand and levitated the trunk, guiding it up the twisting, narrow staircase while Harry stumped along behind him with Hedwig and his broom. "It's just in here, I'm afraid it's not much." He led him into the spare room. It was so small that, once the trunk was in there was not much room for anything else. But Harry had seen the Gryffindor banner, and the photos of his dad, and his face had lit up. "It's brilliant. Thanks. The bathroom's just across the hall." They headed back to the stairs, and Remus saw Harry count the doors, his own bedroom, the bathroom, and only one other. "Is that your room?" Harry asked. "Yes." "Where's Sirius sleeping?" "He's in with me at the moment." He kept his voice light. Harry looked confused. "Have I kicked him out of his room? Has he had to give it up so I can stay?" "He didn't stay in there even when I put him there," Remus muttered to himself, before raising his voice to answer properly. "Don't worry about it, Harry," he smiled. "We're used to sharing, we shared a dormitory for 7 years. And these past couple of months. Well, the nights we got to share a room were the good nights. It was sharing a forest floor more often than not. But he'll move back in when I go back to school." "No. But that's your room, Harry. We want you to have a place that's just yours. We want you to be at home here." Harry still looked confused. Remus sighed and wished that the sleeping arrangement conversation could have been delayed a little longer. "Sirius was alone in his cell for 12 years, he said. He doesn't like small spaces, and he sleeps better when he isn't alone. He's happier in my room and I really don't mind him being there. He felt a little guilty as he saw the confusion clear from Harry's face, to then be replaced by a look of concern. Not that anything he had said was untrue, but it was very much a half-truth, and a half-truth that was causing Harry to worry. He's all right, Harry, really. He's just adjusting. Come on, let's make a cup of tea. Sirius went 13 years without a cup of tea, he gets through a lot of them. By the time they returned to the living room, with 4 teas on a tray and a plate of biscuits, Sirius and Mr. Weasley had taken apart the record player and had laid all the pieces out on the rug. They were sitting on the floor, picking the individual bits up and tapping them with their wands. What did you do? Remus asked in horror. We'll put it all back together, Moony, don't worry, it'll be as good as new. That was my mum's. We will get it working. But an hour later, the tea was cold, little progress had been made, and though Mr. Weasley's face was shining with enjoyment, he realized he had better be heading back to his family. Yes, no doubt Mrs. Weasley thinks we've murdered the pair of you by now, Remus said dryly. The Aurors will be at our door. Mr. Weasley smiled a little uncomfortably, said his goodbyes and stepped into the fire. The Burrow, he said, and with a whooshing sound and a crackle of green flames, he vanished from the house, and then it was just the 3 of them. Remus did not remember a week when he had laughed so much or felt so happy. Sirius continued to tinker with the record player. Harry spent time outdoors with Buckbeak, racing him on his firebolt and throwing apples for him to catch. Remus made Sirius spaghetti, as he had promised him back in Rome, and he and Harry struggled to breathe with laughing while watching Sirius try to scoop it up. They set up the Monopoly board, and patiently explained the rules over and over to Sirius, who always played as the dog and had an unfortunate habit of getting sent to jail. Harry taught Remus how to say ambulance and explained to them that a moving picture screen was called a television. And once I've got the record player working, I'll be able to enchant one of those for us as well, Moony, Sirius said. Don't you dare. The 3 of them walked down to the Muggle shop and bought Muggle quills, pens, Harry told them, and a whole load of crossword puzzle books, which they sent off to Nermangard as a thank you to Grindelwald for his help. Afterwards, they recounted their adventures to Harry, and he told them all about the World Cup. As the week progressed, the night of the next full moon grew closer, and once again Remus felt the familiar aches and pains. He became more and more tired and his skin prickled constantly. But here at home, with his family, it did not seem to matter as much, and it did not stop him enjoying himself. In fact, he had not approached a full moon in such good spirits since he had been at Hogwarts, and had a monthly adventure planned with Padfoot and Prongs, and Wormy. On the last night of the holiday, they made spaghetti again, with similar results, finished off their long-standing game of Monopoly, which, despite Sirius having spent much of the game in jail, he somehow managed to win, bankrupting Remus at a crucial moment and putting 3 new hotels down on Mayfair, and, with great excitement, Sirius unveiled his brand new, good as new, enchanted record player, and they listened to Hope's Elvis record. They were surprised when Harry knew the words to the songs. It's Elvis, he said to them. Elvis, the king, everyone knows all his songs, you just sort of pick them up. And then, on the morning of the 1st, they packed up all of Harry's things, flew to the Leaky Cauldron and got a taxi to King's Cross. Out on the concourse, they caught sight of the same Muggle guard who had yelled at Remus to put Padfoot on a leash and almost made them miss the Flying Frenchman, right at the very start of their journey. They gave him a wide berth, not wanting to come under his scrutiny again while they were trying to walk through yet another brick wall. They sent Harry ahead with his firebolt and Hedwig, and then casually leaned on the barrier and fell through, bringing his trunk with them. Professor Lupin, sir. Lee Jordan greeted Remus the moment he materialized on platform 9 3/4. The boy's face was lit up with excitement. Are you coming back to teach, sir? Is it true you cannibalized a ministry witch? No. Lee. Of course not. Lee's face fell. That's what the paper said. The paper lies, Sirius told him. He did kill some Earthlings, though, and a vampire, and Lord Voldemort. Yeah right, Lee snorted disbelievingly and walked off shaking his head. They found Ron and Hermione, and helped Harry get onto the train with them, and then introduced themselves to Molly Weasley, who was shooting them suspicious glances. And then the clock struck 11, and the train pulled out of the station in a great cloud of billowing smoke, and they waved until Harry was out of sight. Then they apparated home, sealed up the house and prepared for the full moon. It was a few days later, when Remus was feeling healthier again, and they were sitting together, drinking tea and filling out the crossword puzzle, listening to the sounds of Mr. Johnny Cash, that there was an unexpected knock at the door. Sirius went to answer it, and came back into the living room with none other than Dumbledore. The headmaster smiled at them genially and took a seat, refusing an offer of a drink. "I trust you are enjoying freedom," he said to them. "And I hope the last full moon was not too painful for you, Remus." The boys looked at each other. It seemed unlikely Dumbledore had come all this way just to inquire after their health, especially as term had just started. Perhaps he understood their thinking, because he nodded and got down to business. "I came to return this," he said, bringing out the sword of Gryffindor and laying it down on the coffee table. They blinked at it in surprise. "It belongs to you now, Sirius. It presented itself to you. Until the time comes when it chooses to present itself to another such worthy Gryffindor, you are its master, and I am hopeful you will find use for it. You see, I have a proposal for you boys." He steepled his fingers together and then surveyed them over the tips. "You have both proven yourselves very fine, able and powerful wizards. Your work this summer in bringing down Lord Voldemort has hopefully bought our little world a few more years of peace. However, as I told you on the night itself, Voldemort is not dead, no more dead than he has ever been, and he is still out there, biding his time. I told you he has traveled down a dark path, one that means he cannot die. And therefore he will, inevitably, rise again." "Then we made no difference," Sirius said. "Everything this summer, it changes nothing. On the contrary, Sirius, it changes everything. It gives us time. And that is what we need, above all else. You have delayed his return, and perhaps, if we can delay it again, then when the war does come it shall not be so terrible. Now, I know the pair of you want nothing more than to grow old quietly in your little cottage, enjoying the time you have together after so many years apart, but, alas, when in life do we ever get what we want?" Sirius glanced at Remus. "Once or twice," he said. Remus smiled. Dumbledore's eyes seemed to twinkle for a moment. "And that is truly a blessing, but for now, I must rob you of your comfortable middle age, and ask instead that you perform a job for me. Become heroes once again. If you are amenable, that is. It will be dangerous, the road ahead will be filled with peril and unspeakable evil, and yet I ask you to face these risks in the hope of finally defeating Voldemort once and for all. And, more importantly to you both, in the hope of protecting Harry. For if you will not perform this quest, I fear that one day Harry may well have to do it himself, and it will be a hard and lonely road for one so young. But you are older, more experienced and will be together, perhaps it shall not be so great a burden for you to bear. What do you say?" There was a moment of quiet, as they thought about his words, and then Sirius looked across at Remus, a ghost of a grin on his face. "What about it, Moony? Are you ready for more heroics?" Remus smiled back. "You know me, Padfoot, I'm always up for another adventure." Dumbledore beamed at them both. "I knew you would not let me down." "Splendid. Splendid. Now, tell me, what do either of you two boys know about Horcruxes?" Finite. Thanks for listening to this text-to-speech podfic composed by Burning Aurora.